Chapter 3888. This woman's sculpture was made of crystal, and there was a hint of pink in the sparkling light. It was even more alluring than the skin of an ordinary woman. What was special was that the size of the sculpture was similar to that of an ordinary person, and the various details on the surface of the sculpture were particularly vivid. Although the true chi of the 8 women could cover up some of the details, it was still enough to make one's blood boil upon seeing it. This. Murong Tsongyun blushed shyly at first, but then he seemed to have thought of something and exclaimed, "This is the 8 hidden immortal beauties?" Xiaohua naturally realized that he was acting inappropriately. He hurriedly retracted his gaze and turned to look at Murong Tsongyun. However, he didn't know why, but in his eyes, Murong Tsongyun was actually the same as the 8 beautiful crystal statues, as if he wasn't wearing any clothes. Xiaohua hurriedly closed his eyes and shook his head. Only then did he ask in a low voice, "I'm ignorant and inexperienced. Miss, please teach me. What are the hidden immortal 8 beauties?" Murong Tsongyun sneered and asked disdainfully, "Since fellow immortal Xiao cultivates my Confucian cultivation technique, you must have read my Confucian scriptures. Do you know the 8 hidden immortal beauties?" Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head and said, "I really don't know. I'll have to ask Miss for advice." "Yes." Murong Tsongyun nodded and replied, "You really aren't a disciple of legalism." When Murong Tsongyun disintegrated, the 8 crystal statues continued to expand. However, at this time, the clouds had already become clothes that covered the crystal statues' curves. Legend has it that in the ancient times, there were 8 peerless beauties in the hidden immortal continent. Each of them can be described with 4 sentences. Murong Tsongyun explained, "A beauty that outshines the moon and puts flowers to shame, a beauty that captivates the birds and beasts, a body that can cause the downfall of a country and its people, a figure that can captivate the soul." Oh, these 4 sentences describe 8 beauties? Xiaohua once again cast his gaze towards the 8 crystal beauties. Yes, a beauty that outshines the moon and shames the flowers, a beauty that captivates the birds and beasts. It is used to describe the beauty of Shi Shi, Diao Chan, Zhao Jun and Yu Huan. Look at the 4 on the left. Not only are they extremely beautiful, the clothes they are wearing also have faint patterns of the moon, flowers, fish and geese. These are the 4 beauties. As Murong Tsongyun spoke, he pointed with his finger. Look at the 4 on the right. They are Daji, Bao Si, Consort Xiang, and Fian. Their bodies are so beautiful that even the fairies can't compare to them. That's why they are praised for their beauty. The beauty of these 4 beauties can no longer be seen clearly. Presumably, fellow immortal Xiao has already seen them once, right? He. Xiaohua didn't answer, but instead asked, "These 8 beauties are indeed world-shaking beauties, but what's the use of their crystal statues at this time? You looked very surprised just now." "Alas, this is an ancient secret of my scholarly family." Murong Tsongyun sighed and said, "Although these 8 beauties are unrivaled in beauty, they still can't escape the calamity of a beautiful woman's life. None of them have a good ending. However, their fates gave some male cultivators a lot of insights. It was said that many literary sages and literary stars' poems were written by these 8 beauties. Furthermore, it was rumored that when 8 literary stars ascended, they used love as a knife and love as a chisel to carve out 8 beautiful crystal sculptures. Each sculpture contained the insights of a literary star, and each sculpture revealed the beauty of a beautiful woman. Furthermore, when each sculpture is completed, all sorts of astronomical phenomena will be born. The so-called beauty that outshines the moon and flowers, captivates the birds and beasts, brings disaster to the country and people, and is infatuated by the astronomical phenomena. Imperial equipment? Spirit weapon? A soul armament? When Xiaohua heard this, he was even more surprised. He didn't know what this 8 beauties sculpture was. "Then what is the use of these 8 beauties sculpture?" Xiaohua asked. Murong Tsongyun looked at the women under the crystal sculptures and faintly said, "Just watch, they're about to cast the spell." As if to prove Murong Tsongyun's words, the 8 women opened their mouths at the same time. At this moment, what they spat out wasn't true chi, but essence blood. When the essence blood fell into the crystal sculptures, a layer of scarlet appeared on the sculptures, and then a layer of blood light flowed out from the crystal sculptures. Wang. The 8 crystal beauties began to tremble slightly. Then 8 faint rays of light shot out from the crystal beauties' heads and landed on the 8 women's bodies. Shwa! The flesh of the 5 women instantly withered. The beautiful old woman who had turned into a bag of bones didn't even have any flesh left. Only white bones remained. When the light disappeared, these bones turned into ashes and disappeared in the wind. This. Xiaohua was a bit shocked. Then, he looked at the 8 crystal beauties' skin and flesh gradually grew back. Each of their peerless appearances began to appear. The one closest to Xiaohua had creamy skin and picturesque eyebrows. Her eyelashes that hadn't opened yet slightly trembled, causing Xiaohua's heart to tremble along with her eyelashes. The one slightly further away had a face that was like a full moon. She seemed to be slightly inferior to the previous woman, but when Xiaohua's gaze landed on the curves, he couldn't help but feel an inexplicable heat in his stomach. On the side, Murong Tsongyun faintly said, "This 8 beauty sculpture requires 8 girls with similar aptitudes to control it. These girls have to use their own essence blood to nourish the sculpture. When their true qi is formed, they have to send the sculpture into their bodies to cultivate it. When it's time to use it, they have to use their life essence to activate the will left behind by one Xing. After the 8 beauties sculpture is used, although it only lasts for a few moments, its strength can reach the level of a 1 saint. If the 8 beauties sculpture is used in battle, it will definitely be a great killing weapon. If it's used here, I don't think it will have much of an effect." AI, for this demonic god chess, the Chu family has prepared a lot. Xiaohua sighed. This sword diagram, which one of the 8 beauties sculpture doesn't need to spend a lot of time and manpower. Only with effort will there be rewards. Murong Tsongyun faintly smiled and said, "If the Chu family wants to enter the top 3 aristocratic families, they must pay a price." "What about the Murong family?" Xiaohua asked with interest. Murong Tsongyun calmly replied, "They can only surpass it. It's just that you're not a member of an aristocratic family, so you don't know." At this time, the 8 crystal beauties had already been reconstructed. Each of them was as beautiful as fairies, and each of them danced with countless temptations. Of course, their auras that soared into the sky caused the red clouds in the sky to stir. As the 8 living crystal beauties soared into the sky, their figures suddenly crossed 1,000 li. These 8 crystal beauties stood separately on the sword diagram. A beautiful song came out of their mouths. As the song spread out, 8 terrifying pillars of vast qi mixed with a huge amount of crystal threads fell from the sky, rushing into the crystal beauty's head. The crystal beauty's body was covered in a rainbow-colored radiance. The rainbow light quickly descended along with the dance of the beauties and pounced on the sword diagram. "This is music." Seeing this, Xiaohua couldn't help but be shocked. How can music alone have such power? Boom boom boom. As if answering Xiaohua's question, the entire world trembled. The sword diagram that was previously washed away by the terrifying aura was now rapidly descending. The countless sword pillars that were stopped by the blood waves suddenly expanded and crazily pierced into the blood pool. The sword diagram that couldn't be activated by tens of thousands of cultivators was now firmly controlled by the 8 crystal beauties with the strength of literary saints. When the sword diagram was completely repaired, the god-fiend blood pool could no longer be heard. Rays of light flashed in everyone's eyes, and the 8 crystal beauties once again turned into sparkling and translucent crystals before falling from the sky. Although the crystal beauties were still naked, Xiaohua's eyes were filled with shock, and he didn't dare to have a trace of blasphemy. Because the power of these 8 beauties was really too strong. When the 8 crystal sculptures fell, the group of women who came by stepping on the clouds hurriedly caught them, respectfully covered them with a rainbow brocade, and hurriedly left. Seeing these women fly away, the exhausted Chu Zhenjin appeared in the sky. He waved his hand and said, "Disciples, rest for a moment, then we will work together to break the seal." Although Chu Zhenjin spoke while standing in the sky, his voice came from the sword marks in the sword diagram. It sounded sonorous and powerful. Xiaohua stood inside the sword guard and looked at the cultivators who heaved a sigh of relief. His heart skipped a beat, because Murong Tsongyun, who had been attacked by the cold aura earlier, did not seem to have relaxed. Moreover, Xiaohua could faintly see that there was still Zhen qi flowing between Murong Tsongyun's feet. "I'm afraid it's not that simple." Just as Xiaohua thought of this, roar. A strange sound came from the sword diagram, and soon after, Xiaohua felt an inexplicably familiar fluctuation. Xiaohua hurriedly released his divine sense, and saw that fist-sized bubbles appeared in the blood under the sword diagram. All the sword pillars around the bubbles shattered upon contact, even worse than ordinary withered wheat straw. This fluctuation? Xiao Hua suddenly realized something. It's like what I encountered when I was pregnant in the void, but it's a bit different. Xiao Hua hurriedly looked at Murong Tsongyun. Murong Tsongyun's face was a bit pale, and his eyes were flickering. Miss Murong? Xiao Hua asked straightforwardly. Although you and I aren't close friends, now that we meet again after parting at Zhaixing Lu, we are old acquaintances. I originally didn't want to get involved in the trouble of the blood, but Miss appeared and forced me to stay. This Xiao promised Senior Murong to protect Miss's safety, but now that things have come to this, is Miss still hiding something? What is there to hide? Murong Tsongyun bit his lips and said in a low voice, the blood is a famous forbidden area in the hidden immortal continent, and the Chu family is only a fourth-rate family. If they want to covet the celestial devil chess, they naturally have some methods. Moreover, there are many unknown abnormalities in the blood. Chapter 38-89. While Murong Tsongyun was talking, Chu Zhenjin flew out of the sword diagram and shouted, Disciples, don't worry. This is the reaction of the celestial demon chess. Our Chu family has encountered this in the past. The reason why we didn't do anything is because this anomaly is really troublesome. Ordinary imperial tools can't restrain it. 10 years ago, our Chu family got a treasure by chance that can restrain this anomaly. Disciples, please wait a moment. Then, Chu Zhenjin took out a small Chenkuan bag and shouted, Disciples, where are you? Following Chu Zhenjin's order, another several hundred Chu family disciples flew into the sky with the help of the sword radiance. However, these several hundred Chu family disciples didn't have any sword radiance around them, and they didn't stand on auspicious clouds either. Buddha. These Chu family disciples have Buddha cultivation? Xiao Hua was stunned. At the same time, he felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, Chu Zhenjin took out an item from his Chenkuan bag and showed it to Xiao Hua. It was a Skanda demon subduing diagram. However, this diagram was different from ordinary ones. It was a formation diagram with hundreds of skanda. Each skanda looked different and held different Buddhist tools. Some were demon-subduing pestles, some were monk staffs, and some were alms bowls. Hundreds of Chu family disciples activated their telekinesis and the formation diagram flashed with Buddhist light. It was like a huge Buddhist cloud that quickly spread in all directions. Murong Tseng. Seeing the Buddhist tool on the celestial demon blood pool, Xiao Hua was angry and said coldly, Since we're here, why is there a Buddhist tool? Could it be that the Buddhist light I saw before was fake? Miss, if you don't tell me the truth, I'll leave right now. Then, Xiao Hua recalled his avatar and was about to leave the sword diagram. However, just as he moved, a huge suction force grabbed him and he couldn't move at all. Although Murong Tsongyun was a bit panicked, his eyes were full of ridicule. He said, Xiao Hua, since we're here, why bother? You and I are both chess pieces on the chessboard. Why don't we wait until the game is over? If you don't have strength, then you're just a chess piece that can be manipulated by others. Xiao Hua smiled coldly. If you have strength, then a chess piece can also overturn the chessboard. As he spoke, there was a flash of dark light around Xiao Hua, and the sword guard Murong Tsongyun was in began to tremble. The seemingly unbreakable sword pattern was covered in a layer of sword energy. Clusters of blood light and inscriptions condensed and rushed out from the sword energy. Xiao Hua. Murong Tsongyun was shocked and quickly. He shouted, Stop. If you leave, a flaw will appear in the sword diagram. Not only will the decades of planning by us Confucian cultivators be for naught, even the tens of thousands of cultivators on the sword diagram will die because of you. As long as you stop, I'll tell you the truth. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes. He looked at Murong Tsongyun's panicked expression and then looked at the broken sword diagram under his feet. He knew that what Murong Tsongyun said was true. He was already a chess piece on the chessboard. If he wanted to escape, he had to destroy a corner of the sword diagram. Once that corner was formed, the entire chessboard would be swallowed by the blood of the gods and devils. Since there was a Buddhist light and a Buddhist weapon, if he destroyed it, wouldn't the hidden immortal continent's Confucian cultivators hate him to the bone? At that time, he could only escape to the Western Paradise and the Thousand Devil Sacred Realm. Fine. Xiao Hua stopped his power and the sword diagram quickly closed. Xiao Hua stared at Murong Tsongyun and said, I'll believe you this time. Speak. You. What is your strength? Is it the upper tier of the 5th grade? Murong Tsongyun looked at the sword guard under Xiao Hua's feet and said in shock. When I saw you, you weren't even 4th grade yet. Since Lady Murong has the Murong family's secret technique, why can't I have the Dao Sex butterfly transformation technique? Xiao Hua said indifferently. Lady should quickly answer my question. Fine. Murong Tsongyun bitterly smiled and looked around. He transmitted his voice. Actually, the Chu family's search for the god and devil chess in the blood of the gods and devils was just a cover. Oh, it wasn't completely a cover. The Chu family did have some movements in the hidden immortal continent. They did want to find something, but they didn't find anything for several hundred years. But 10 years ago, when they set their sights on the blood of the gods and devils, this operation became a trap. A trap to kill the Buddhist sect in the hidden immortal continent. No wonder. Xiao Hua suddenly realized. I knew it. How could a god and devil chess be worth a 4th grade Confucian family's effort? And such a huge sacrifice? How much do you know about the god and devil chess? Murong Tsongyun frowned and asked curiously. Isn't it just one of the 10 great imperial artifacts? It's even ranked 5th. Xiao Hua disagreed. But he immediately felt something was wrong. His eyes focused and asked. Could it be that the rumors are wrong? That's right. Murong Tsongyun nodded. This god and devil chess is far from the 10 great imperial artifacts that you think. Xiao Hua quickly waved his hand to stop Murong Tsongyun's explanation. He urged, Lady, tell me about this trap first. 10 years ago, when the conflict between the immortals and Buddhas was getting more and more intense, the Confucian families in the hidden immortal continent already had plans to kill the Buddhist sect's disciples. But the Buddhist sect's bald donkeys were truly sinister. They only left an old monk without any Buddhist cultivation as the abbot. This made us unable to find an excuse. And after seeing the old monk killed, the elders knew that this matter wouldn't end well. So they discussed and found an excuse. Many cultivators in the hidden immortal continent knew that the Chu family was looking for something. So the families found the Chu family and asked for their help. Of course, the Chu family wouldn't agree so easily. After some discussion, the families agreed to some conditions of the Chu family and began to set up the trap for the god and devil blood pool. As for the specific conditions, I don't know. I only found out about the truth a few months ago. It seems that after this battle, the Chu family will be promoted to a 3rd-rate family. Of course, accompanying 7th granduncle to the god and devil blood pool is not a coincidence. I came here as a bait. A bait to let the Buddhist sect's disciples dispel their suspicions. Murong Tsongyun was somewhat distressed. The Chu family is a 4th-rate family. If a 2nd or 3rd-rate family interfered, the Chu family definitely wouldn't come here to look for treasure. Therefore, it's not easy for experts above the 4th-rate family to appear. But if there aren't any high-level families appearing, it's too fake. Because it's impossible for the high-level families to not know about this. There must be someone who can suppress the high-level families, and this person must represent a force. It's impossible for it to be one of the 4 great families. All the families' gazes fell on the 1st-rate families. I don't know what kind of compromise they will make, but it fell on my Murong family. As for me. At this point, Murong Tsongyun slightly lowered his head and faintly said, and my background is somewhat inappropriate. In order to cover up my background, I had no choice but to agree to this condition. Of course, Xiao Hua, you also saw it. This time, it's very dangerous. The slightest bit of carelessness will result in death. Therefore, I asked 7th granduncle to send 2 granduncles to protect me. Serves me right. When I saw you that day, I thought of how powerful you were and wanted to pull you over. In the end you also saw it. 7th granduncle actually tested your strength. In order to not arouse the Buddhist sect's suspicions, 7th granduncle only sent 14th granduncle. Of course, 7th granduncle's promise to you must be true. Because if you protect me and kill the Buddhist sect's disciples, the various large families should understand your role. They are very powerful. The Immortal Palace's militarists don't dare to provoke them too much. Your matter shouldn't count for much. Oh, so it's like that. Xiao Hua suddenly understood. Then, he looked at the Buddhist clouds that filled the sky falling down. On the Buddhist clouds, skandhas appeared one by one. He asked, then what's the specific arrangement? The specific arrangement is very simple. Murong Tsongyun looked at the Buddhist clouds and was alarmed. He replied, first, The Chu family enticed the Buddhist sect's disciples to notice the god-demon blood pool's treasure hunt. Then, they provoked them to have the idea of killing the Confucian cultivators. After all, there are tens of thousands of Confucian cultivators in the god-demon blood pool. Many of them are 4th or 5th grade essence energy. If there is a war between immortals and Buddhas, they will be the main force. If the Buddhist sect makes the first move, they will definitely gain a big advantage in the future. How did they provoke them? Xiaohua was somewhat surprised. I don't know the specific situation, Murong Tsongyun said with a smile. It seems like the Chu family spread the news that they were looking for an imperial weapon that could suppress the god-demon blood pool. Later, they actually found this Skanda demon subduing diagram. Anyone who saw it would know that the Buddhist sect's disciples had taken the bait. I understand now. Xiaohua nodded. The Buddhist sect's disciples must have done something to the Skanda demon subduing diagram. They could take advantage of the time when the Chu family was activating the diagram to kill tens of thousands of Confucian cultivators. Then, the Confucian aristocratic family would take advantage of the situation and attack after the diagram. Correct. Murong Tsongyun bit his lips and said in a low voice, the plan was like this. The Jade Eyes also arranged everything well. But unfortunately, an accident happened. The time was brought forward. Xiaohua nodded. The Buddhist sect's disciples are not vegetarians. Damn it, no, they are vegetarians. They are not stupid. When they saw that something was wrong, they wanted to leave. But they were not willing to give up the Skanda demon subduing diagram or the lives of these tens of thousands of Confucian cultivators. So they found Chu Yang. This Chu Yang has nothing to do with the whole plan. Maybe he was really disappointed in life and survival. But his death was used by the Buddhist sect. Only, how did the Chu family have that kind of strange life and death talisman cultivation method? This is unthinkable. Chapter 3890. Who is Chu Yang? Murong Tsongyun was dumbfounded when he heard Xiaohua's voice that sounded like he was talking to himself. Chu Yang is a disciple of the Chu clan that I met before the restriction of the blood of gods and demons. Xiaohua looked at the incomplete Skanda demon subduing formation diagram and explained. His life experience was somewhat miserable, and he cultivated a certain death life and death talisman. What's more, this life and death talisman actually required a Taoist spell to activate. Perhaps he was bewitched by a Buddhist disciple and wanted to find a Taoist disciple, but he didn't expect that he would find this Xiao. When that person committed suicide, this Xiao just happened to be there. The Buddhist disciple used Chu Yang to force the Chu clan to act 3 days earlier, and the experts of the Chu clan and the other clans weren't here. The Buddhist disciple caught us off guard. That's right. Although this concubine has just stepped into the 5th level of origin energy, in this god-fiend blood pool, under the Buddhist sect's planning, I might really lose my life. Murong Tsongyun said with a bitter smile. Sigh, 5th grade. Miss Murong, how old are you? Xiaohua looked at Murong Tsongyun and asked. You. Why are you asking this? Murong Tsongyun didn't understand. Xiaohua shook his head slightly. Looking at the Buddhist sect's formation diagram descending, he smiled bitterly and said, previously, this Xiao felt that nascent soul was unreachable, and that a 4th grade origin energy realm cultivator would be a god. But now that I see a 5th grade and 6th grade origin energy realm cultivator, this Xiao feels somewhat uneasy. Haha, Xiaohua, you're a Taoist cultivator, so you don't know the background of my Confucian clan. If you become a guest elder of my Murong clan in the future, you'll know. Murong Tsongyun smiled and said, the Confucian cultivators you've seen before are all training outside. At most, they're at the upper 4th grade. Those above 5th grade are all cultivating in the clan. If there's nothing important, they won't show themselves. When the war between immortals and Buddhas comes, you'll see the strength of my Confucian clan. It'll definitely shock you. What about the guest elders of the various Confucian clans? Are there any out-of-body spirit-severing stage cultivators? Xiaohua asked. This is the secret of my scholarly cultivator clan. You'll naturally know after you become a guest elder. Murong Tsongyun didn't directly answer. Seeing that the Skanda demon subduing array diagram had descended less than 10 feet, the Buddhist light had already enveloped Xiaohua and the others. Xiaohua began to circulate the quintessential essence in his body. Xiaohua's Taoism cultivation was much more effective against the Buddhist sect's techniques. Suddenly, Xiaohua asked, How many people know the truth of the matter? Not too much. Murong Songyun replied without hesitation. This matter is of great importance. If this concubine wasn't the bait, this concubine wouldn't know. In other words, Miss Murong is in great danger. Xiao Hua looked at Murong Songyun meaningfully. That's why I ask fellow immortal Xiao to take pity on me. At this point, Murong Songyun could only plead. 14th uncle has been invited to control the sword diagram. They were attached to the intense Buddhist light, like the faint stamen of a heavenly flower. If one wasn't proficient in Buddhist techniques and soul cultivation techniques, how could they see it? No. This isn't a Buddhist weapon. Xiao Hua hurriedly shouted. This is a soul weapon. Oh. This time, it was Murong Songyun's turn to be surprised. What did you say? Xiao Hua, soul weapon? What's a soul weapon? Unfortunately, before Xiao Hua could speak, and before the Skanda demon suppression array diagram could land on the sword diagram, the several hundred Skanda images on the diagram began to move. Pu. Every Skanda image was like a blooming daisy as hundreds of green seal characters flew out from these Skanda images. Each of the green seal characters caused a strange movement, just like when Xiao Hua used the green seal characters. The moaning of gods and ghosts immediately reverberated in the sky above the demonic god blood pool. The black clouds that were already low in pressure became even more rampant. One by one, it was as if the green seal characters had summoned a demon god and viciously pounced on the people on the sword diagram. The several hundred green seal characters began to flicker with a dark green brilliance and began to collide with each other. One after another. There were only a few dozen left. Not good. Although Xiao Hua didn't know what use these green seal characters had, he knew that they had the power of gods and ghosts. As long as these green seal characters were completed, they might be able to destroy heaven and earth. Therefore, Xiao Hua didn't hesitate to use the lightning and thunder technique, wanting to use the 3-corpse lightning to destroy these green seal characters. However, just as a dark green brilliance appeared between Xiao Hua's eyebrows, woo! The sword scars around Xiao Hua and Murong Songyun gave birth to a huge sword light and slashed toward Xiao Hua's waist. Fudge! Xiao Hua roared, waving both hands in front of him to summon several sword pillars to fight back against the sword light. At the same time, he summoned more lightning and thunder to meet the enormous green seal text. Kang Kang! A deafening sound of swords rang out. Xiao Hua's sword pillars were destroyed by the sword light of the sword diagram. The remaining sword light slashed towards Xiao Hua's waist. In an instant, the chi protecting Xiao Hua's body was destroyed. Ah! Xiao Hua didn't even make a sound before Murong Songyun cried out. She didn't expect Chu Jianjun to suddenly make a move. The sword diagram controlled by tens of thousands of people was indeed powerful. Even Xiao Hua, who was at the 6th level of origin energy, wasn't a match for the sword chi. Kang! A sound that wasn't inferior to the previous sword cry came from Xiao Hua's body. A string of sparks jumped in the air. When the sword light landed on Xiao Hua's body, it actually didn't injure Xiao Hua at all. Murong Songyun, who was originally anxious, was dumbfounded. However, she only stood there blankly for a moment before she angrily roared. Chu Jianjun, what are you doing? Humph. Chu Jianjun's voice sounded. Xiao Hua, this is only a warning. If you make any more moves, it won't be that simple. Eh? Chu Jianjun didn't even finish his warning before the huge ball of lightning landed on the green seal characters. Xiao Hua was now a sorcerer. Although he didn't know many soul spells, his lightning and thunder technique was several times stronger than before. The 3 corpses lightning tore through the void. It also carried the might of gods and ghosts. It was extremely powerful. Lightning flashed within a few hundred li of the sword diagram. However, although Xiao Hua was strong, he wasn't as strong as the Skanda demonic formation. The several hundred Buddhist disciples used their telekinesis to activate the green seal characters to cover a few thousand li. Chapter 3891. Murong Songyun wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Not just her, even Chu Jianjun, Murong Junpang, and the rest of the aristocratic families didn't think that the Buddhist sect deliberately gave the Chu clan a Buddhist item. Was actually a teleportation channel. Everyone was thinking about the Buddhist item, but no one knew that there was a soul item inside the Buddhist item. What's the use of regretting now? With the sound of the sword diagram, tens of thousands of sword marks flashed with a strong sword aura, and a sword net slashed towards the teleportation channel. Ha ha! A loud laughter came from the tunnel. A fat monk about 10 feet tall flew out arrogantly with a monk staff in his hand and a Buddhist cloud in his hand. The moment the monk flew out, the staff immediately left his hand. Raw! A dragon's roar rang out as the staff transformed into a huge dragon that charged at the net of swords. Immediately after, the monk's body trembled and the kasaya flew out as well. It transformed into a red cloud that was several miles wide and blocked the path. Amit go! Behind the monk, a low voice also came out, and a short old monk suddenly appeared. With a shake of his hand, a fist-sized black thing flew out of his hand. As soon as that thing fell into the air, it immediately emitted a Buddhist light, and under the urging of psychokinesis, it turned into a mountain that also blocked the channel. Kang Kang! First, the staff that turned into a dragon collided with the sword net, and several sounds of metal clashing rang out. The dragon was killed, and the staff broke into several pieces. Then poo-pew-pew. Several muffled sounds rang out, and the red cloud that was several li in size was also cut into countless small pieces by the sword light, and one by one slowly floated down. After the red cloud, it was naturally the monk who flew out first. The monk roared angrily, and his fat body expanded rapidly. Fine lines of Sanskrit characters flashed on his skin, and the fine lines emitted a faint Buddhist light. Clang, clang, clang. Similar to the sound of Xiao Hua's physical body colliding with the sword light earlier, the sword light that was blocked one after another was weakened. When it landed on the monk's golden Buddha statue, it only left behind deep bloody scars. It didn't kill the monk. At the same time, hundreds of sword light landed on the mountain behind, and the entire mountain let out a loud roar. Sanskrit runes flowed out from the mountain, and after the sword light landed a few feet into the mountain, it couldn't go any further. Ha ha! The fat monk laughed, and then several monks flew out from the teleportation channel. These monks were all tall, short, fat and thin, but they were all protectors of the Buddhist sect, and all of them were around the 6th or 7th grade of origin energy. Damn it! Murong Tsongyun's face was pale. Where did so many Buddhist protectors come from? Ah! At this moment, a scream came out of the fat monk's mouth. A rather dim sword beam took advantage of the fat monk's laughter and strangely stabbed into his neck. The fat monk couldn't dodge in time and blood immediately splattered everywhere. Following that, the sword net from before penetrated his body, instantly turning him into a corpse. The flesh and blood of the monks fell, but when it passed by the sword diagram, the sword light on the sword guard flickered, as if it wasn't affected at all, and it fell down from the sword diagram, deep into the blood of the gods and demons, Amit. The skinny old monk chanted, and his eyes shone with a fierce light. However, at this time, he was also tired of dealing with the sword light of the sword diagram, so he didn't have the energy to kill the Confucian cultivators on the sword diagram. Of course, even if this old monk used all his strength to activate the mountain, under the sword diagram, it didn't take long for the mountain to be split into pieces, and the old monk also couldn't escape. Wherever the sword passed, he turned into minced meat like the fat monk, and fell into the blood pool. 2 monks died, and even more monks rushed out from the teleportation channel. The sword light was like a net, and the sword light was like a sickle, reaping the lives of the monks. But with the increase of monks, and the strategy that the monks had already formulated, in the time it took to eat a meal, and under the situation where hundreds of monks died, thousands of monks had already flown out from the teleportation channel, and flew towards the 4 directions of the sword diagram, and began to counterattack. Thus, one by one, the Confucian cultivators began to fall. No! We must destroy this teleportation channel. Looking at the Buddhist sect protectors rushing out from the channel that looked like the mouth of a monster, Xiao Hua anxiously said, "These Buddhist sect protectors are too strong. Each of them is at the 6th or 7th grade of origin energy. When they all fly out, it will be the time for us to fall." No! Xiao Hua. Almost at the same time, Murong Tsongyun shouted, "Absolutely not. My Confucian family set up such a trap with great difficulty to lure the Buddhist sect protectors into it. If you destroy this channel, won't you ruin the important matter that my Confucian family has agreed on? Don't think that the Buddhist sect protectors are strong, but the Chu family's sword diagram is definitely worthy of its reputation. It will definitely be able to fight evenly with these Buddhist sect protectors. Moreover, Chu Zhenjin has already sent out a message. We only need to hold on, and before long, the Chu family and the other families will arrive with reinforcements. Murong Tsongyun was abnormally panicked just now because she didn't know what the Buddhist sect disciples were planning. But now that she saw the teleportation channel, she immediately calculated in her heart. She felt that although the Confucian cultivators were somewhat passive, the entire situation was still under their control. The Confucian cultivators hadn't revealed their final move yet, so she had courage and a plan. On the other hand, Xiao Hua had failed to stop the soul tool and was instead misunderstood by the Chu family. Now, he had a deep impression of the situation. But, Xiao Hua said angrily, although the message was sent quickly, it was still 3 days ahead of the original plan. Even if seniors rushed over, not to mention whether or not they could exterminate these Buddhist sect protectors, even more than half of the cultivators on the sword diagram would die. How can people like Chen Zhua and Su Chuanping who came with me survive? Everyone will die in the end. If you want to win, you must pay a price. Murong Tsongyun indifferently said, since they stepped on the sword diagram, they must be prepared to die. Xiao Hua, what we need to do now is to protect ourselves. Use your brain and think about it. If the Buddhist sect disciples set up such a trap, how could they not think of the channel being destroyed? Since they aren't protecting this channel, do you think you can destroy it? Do you have the cultivation to do so? Xiao Hua was speechless. His eyes stared straight at the transmission channel in the sky. His mind quickly recalled the soul techniques he knew. Unfortunately, before he could think of anything, he heard a Buddhist chant coming from above his head. Then, a tall and thin monk appeared on the sword god. He threw the alms bowl in his hand into the air. The Buddhist light inside was like a waterfall falling from the sky. Just as the Buddhist light fell, it had the momentum of a storm. Every ray of Buddhist light had the strength of a dragon and elephant. Not only did it suppress the sword light, it also wanted to turn Xiao Hua and Murong Tsongyun into meat paste. Canopy Transformation Realm? 6th grade elemental energy? Seeing how powerful the Buddha's light was and how terrifying the force was, Xiao Hua immediately sensed the monk's strength. Xiao Hua couldn't help but feel an unusual bitterness in his mouth. This monk was the strongest person in the Buddhist sect that Xiao Hua had ever met. Although Xiao Hua's current strength had already reached the lower tier of the 6th grade, it was still troublesome to face this Buddhist sect's Dharma protector, who was clearly at the upper tier of the 6th grade. Bald donkey! On the other side, Murong Tsongyun didn't dare to hold back anymore. As he cursed, he waved his hand and a string of pearls flew out. The pearls flew into the air and immediately flashed with a white light. The pearls suddenly expanded and flew toward the alms bowl. The light was like sword light piercing through the Buddhist light. Seeing the pearls fly out with difficulty, Murong Tsongyun's subbody opened his mouth and a huge pillar of qi landed on the pearls. The pearls spun and each pearl released a suction force and sucked in the qi. Wang wang. The 6 pearls each let out a different rumbling sound. Moreover, each of them spun violently with different rhythms. Boom! Almost at the same time, the 6 pearls exploded and the words, rites, music, archery, defense, calligraphy, and divination flew out. Weren't they the 6 arts of Confucianism? After the 6 inscriptions of armor flew out, hundreds of Howren Qi pillars penetrated from the void and rushed into the inscriptions of armor. Pieces of clouds mixed with strands of sparkling light flashed, holding the alms bowl. Although the alms bowl spewed out a Buddhist light that was even heavier than a mountain, when this Buddhist light landed on the clouds rolled crazily. The 6 inscriptions on the armor flashed with a strong brilliance and still firmly blocked this Buddhist light. Good. Xiao Hua praised. His body flashed with a dark golden light. He raised his hand and held the wishful steel staff in his hand. Grow, grow, grow. After a few chants, the wishful steel staff suddenly expanded. Hit. Xiao Hua raised the wishful steel staff with both hands and hit the alms bowl. Boom. The Buddhist light on the alms bowl trembled and turned into fragments. The alms bowl itself was like a giant peak that collapsed and fell into the hands of the old monk. It obviously couldn't resist the power of Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff. Good. When Murong Tsongyun saw this, she was overjoyed. She understood that her true qi was not as good as the old monk's, so she relied on the advantage of the weapon to resist. Xiao Hua was a Dao sect cultivator, so the weapon in his hand was even more powerful. Although the old monk in front of her was at the upper 6th level of true qi, with the 2 of them working together, they might have the power to fight. Since she had the power to fight, she naturally didn't have to worry about the danger of dying. Murong Tsongyun could understand, so how could the old monk not see? But the old monk didn't panic at all. He held an alms bowl in his right hand. The alms bowl spun a few times in the air and then fell towards Murong Tsongyun. Then he formed a seal with both of his hands. His mind power surged towards Xiaohua as he shouted, Amitba, attack! Hiss! Seeing the old monk's Buddhist seal descending, the heavenly dragon in the void roared. Strands of lotus-like red flames flew out, and a force that could knock an immortal into the mortal world descended. How could Xiaohua not know that this was the karmic power of the Buddhist sect? Fellow immortal Confucian, help me! Xiaohua couldn't move in the sword guard. He could only rely on the flying sword that was tempered by the immeasurable fire to resist the karma power. Buzz! Xiaohua opened his mouth and the red and blue sword light flew out and pierced the Buddhist seal. Chapter 3892. Kang Kang. The red and blue sword light let out a wailing sound. Although the sword chi was sharp, it directly pierced into the seal and blocked the red lotus fire. However, the power within the seal still made the sword light dim. If it wasn't for the fact that the sword light was already formless, it would have already been broken. The old monk was stunned. Before he could figure out how Xiaohua broke his red lotus fire, shua. The sound of flowing water came from the old monk's bald head. Pieces of heavenly flowers suddenly appeared. As soon as these heavenly flowers appeared, they immediately withered and shattered. It was as if a gust of wind blew past the old monk. The old monk was shocked. He quickly patted his chest. A layer of Buddhist light appeared in front of his chest and covered his upper body. What a pity! Xiaohua sighed. Just now, he wanted to use the soul-piercing technique to sneak attack the old monk, but the old monk's Naiwan palace also had a defense. Although the heavenly flowers were destroyed, the old monk didn't suffer any damage. However, even so, the old monk was still shocked. He couldn't help but be on guard against this unremarkable Confucian cultivator in front of him. Amitba. The old monk chanted the name of Buddha. He held the flower in his right hand and said, The human world is full of spring and autumn. The flowers bloom and wither every year. Why don't you enter my pure land, where you will have no sleep, no rest and no spring and autumn? As the old monk waved his right hand, a gust of wind carrying Buddhist light fell towards Xiaohua. The Buddhist light and the Buddhist light flowed like water waves. Within the water waves, a heavenly flower was born. As the Buddhist light flew, the heavenly flower slowly bloomed and then slowly withered. The heavenly flower was only a few hundred feet away from Xiaohua. The distance of a few hundred feet flashed by. Within this few hundred feet, the heavenly flower sprouted and withered several times. It really was the power of life and death of the Buddhist sect. Xiaohua dodge. In the distance, Murong Tsongyun was using the inscriptions on the jewel alone to resist the alms bowl. With her strength that had just entered the 5th level of origin energy, she couldn't help Xiaohua at all. Kang! Without waiting for Murong Tsongyun's scream to disappear, several sword lights flew out from the sword guard and pierced towards the heavenly flower. Although the sword beam was sharp, the moment it charged into the Buddhist light that was enveloped by the heavenly flower, the sword beam immediately slowed down. Then, the sword beam was dispersed, and in a few seconds, all the sword beams were reduced to nothingness. Motherfucker! The Buddhist sect's methods are starting to become strange when they reach a high level. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed slightly as he pondered to himself. Buddha Bodhi is still in seclusion. The methods of the Buddhist sect can't compare to this old monk. Moreover, even if I could deal with this monk, it wouldn't be suitable for me to use it now. Compared to the strange methods of the Buddhist sect, only the soul techniques of soul cultivators can compare. Although this Xiao has reached the realm of soul cultivation, his soul techniques are lacking. Thinking of this, a thought flashed through Xiaohua's mind. He saw that the heavenly flower was approaching, and that oppressive Buddhist light was also covering him. Layers upon layers of strange bubbles appeared on his skin. Xiaohua opened his mouth. Puff! A 4-colored true qi mixed with 3 lights rushed into the Buddhist light. Shwa! Like a spring breeze, the withering heavenly flower suddenly became spirited. The petals swelled, and a burst of vitality came from the heavenly flower. The bubbles on Xiaohua's skin also disappeared in an instant. Amitba! The old monk was shocked. The life and death of the heavenly flower was already out of his control. The power of life and death that he was proud of was useless under Xiao Hua's true qi. This was the first time in his life that he had encountered something like this. Forget it. The old monk let out a sigh. With a wave of his right hand, the alms bowl fell into his hand, and with a wave of his left hand, a huge demon-subduing pestle appeared. Then, the golden body of the old monk suddenly withered, and the demon-subduing pestle gently fell down. As soon as the demon-subduing pestle fell, not to mention the sword guard where Xiao Hua and Murong Tsongyun were, even the sword guards nearby were enveloped. An inexplicable feeling of fear emerged from Xiao Hua's heart. The wishful staff in Xiao Hua's hand was abnormally heavy, and it seemed that he couldn't lift it. Io, not good. Could it be that the warning sign from before was here? Xiao Hua was shocked. He looked at Murong Tsongyun's 6-word inscription and couldn't retrieve it in time. The demon-subduing pestle fell down, and whether it was the clouds or the crystal threads, including the inscription, they all turned into fragments. The clouds and crystal threads turned into nothingness, and the inscription fell into the pearl. Fortunately, the pearl was refined by a Confucian blacksmith. Although it was hit by the demon-subduing pestle, it still fell in front of Murong Tsongyun and didn't shatter. Murong Tsongyun bit his lips. As he caught the pearl, his feet moved. Wang! A thick sword light soared into the sky. However, this sword light looked very powerful, but just as it flew into the sky, it was extinguished by the demon-subduing pestle like a candle. Damn it! Looking at the full power attack of the 6th-level origin energy Buddhist, Xiao Hua couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Needless to say, Xiao Hua was unable to block this attack. If it was a normal place, Xiao Hua could use the lightning escape technique to escape. However, he was already connected to the sword diagram. How could he escape? However, looking at the sword light under Murong Tsongyun's feet, Xiao Hua suddenly understood. Since Murong Tsongyun can borrow the power of the sword diagram, why can't I? And I know how to transform into a sword. Although I can't be compared to this old monk, but at least I can fight back. Thinking of this, the demon-subduing pestle was already close to him. Xiao Hua had no other choice. He clenched his teeth and hurriedly withdrew the wishful staff. He shouted, "Miss Murong, quickly withdraw your sub-body and hide under my sword." Under the power of the demon-subduing pestle, Xiao Hua's voice sounded very faint. When Murong Tsongyun heard this, she couldn't help but be startled. Her sub-body was also covered by the demon-subduing pestle. It was already difficult for her to continue. Now that she was pushing the boat with the current, her sub-body quickly shrunk and finally transformed into an inscription and fell into Murong Tsongyun's head. Wang Wang. Just as Murong Tsongyun withdrew her sub-body, the sword guard where the two of them were at flashed with extremely dazzling sword light. Sword patterns flowed like water and gathered under Xiao Hua's feet. Then, like water flowing up Xiao Hua's legs, the sword light overflowed from the soles of Xiao Hua's feet to his waist. And when Murong Tsongyun blinked, Xiao Hua's Dharma body had completely transformed into a huge flying sword. This flying sword was firmly connected with the sword guard. It looked like the sword pillar that pierced into the blood pool. It had the momentum of a sword soaring into the sky. Boom! Xiao Hua's sword had just formed when the demon-subduing pestle had already fallen. It was still as light as a feather, like a horsetail whisk. However, when the pestle smashed onto Xiao Hua's sword, a huge roar sounded. An invisible wave of qi suddenly lifted the demon-subduing pestle. Xiao Hua's sword made a kochup sound, and the sword light disappeared into nothingness. Under the dim sword light, the dark golden color on Xiao Hua's body crazily twisted and then disappeared into the surface layer. What was left was his skin and flesh being torn apart, and eerie white bones being exposed from his flesh and blood. Even the previously unbreakable sword guard under Xiao Hua's body was now broken. Waves of blood gushed out from the broken part. Looking at Xiao Hua again, his eyes were closed, his face was pale gold, and his sword hadn't completely recovered. His entire body was falling towards the broken part of the sword guard. Xiao Hua! Murong Tsongyun cried out. She hurriedly waved her hand, wanting to grab Xiao Hua's sword. However, at this moment, the demon-subduing pestle that Xiao Hua had blocked was swung again. The old monk, who had blood flowing out of his orifices, had a ferocious expression as he swung the demon-subduing pestle again towards Murong Tsongyun. Murong Tsongyun was shocked. How could she still dare to care about Xiao Hua? She hurriedly took out another imperial weapon to block it. However, the The current Murong Tsongyun couldn't block the demon-subduing pestle at all. Under the demon-subduing pestle, Murong Tsongyun's imperial weapon couldn't even form clouds. You dare! Seeing that the situation was extremely dangerous and that Murong Tsongyun was about to die, an angry roar came from the distance. Immediately after, an almost solid pillar of qi came crashing down. Boom! With a loud sound, the demon-subduing pestle, which was much weaker than before, was sent flying by the pillar of qi. The old monk's body also trembled a few times, and tears of blood flowed out of his eyes. 14th uncle. Seeing Murong Juanping's body fly over, Murong Tsongyun hurriedly shouted, "Quickly come and save me." No matter. Murong Junpeng flew into the air and shouted, "Tsongyun, hold on for a bit longer. 7th uncle and the others will be here soon." Okay. Murong Tsongyun heard that 7th uncle was coming and was shocked. However, when she looked at where Xiaohua was, there was a bloody mist coming out of the sword guard. Xiaohua's body was nowhere to be seen. Ka! Murong Juanping's body landed on the edge of the sword guard. He waved the inscriptions in his hand, and the sword light on the sword guard quickly flashed. In a short moment, the place where Xiaohua fell into the pool of blood was filled. Then he looked at Murong Tsongyun and said with regret, "What a pity. This Xiaohua is really a talent." This old man watched from afar. He was actually able to block the attack of a Buddhist guardian who was at the upper 6th level of elemental energy. He is more than qualified to be a guest of the Murong family. Speaking of which, Xiaohua also lost his life to save me. Murong Tsongyun was a bit disappointed. If I knew this would happen, I would have let 16th uncle come. 16th brother? Murong Junpeng sneered. His cultivation is higher than Xiaohua's, but can you guarantee that he will be as strong as Xiaohua? Do you think 7th uncle arranged this blindly? Besides, Xiaohua is an outsider. If 16th brother died here, 7th uncle wouldn't be able to explain it to the family. You met Xiaohua. It can only be said that you are lucky. That's true. As Murong Tsongyun spoke, she looked at the demon-subduing pestle in the distance. The old monk had just grabbed it, and the sword light on the sword guard immediately pierced towards it. The old monk had no time to attack Murong Tsongyun. However, at this moment, Murong Tsongyun suddenly saw an extremely hidden Buddhist light from the corner of her eyes. It was flying through the sword mark. She hurriedly shouted, 14th uncle, your left arm. Chapter 3893. When Murong Junpeng heard Murong Tsongyun's reminder, he hastily looked at his left arm. It was a string of skull-shaped prayer beads attacking him. Murong Junpeng didn't dare to be careless and hastily activated his Zhen Qi to defend himself. He fought with another Buddhist protector whose strength wasn't inferior to his own and temporarily couldn't take care of Murong Tsongyun. At this time, the battle above the sword diagram was already in a stalemate. Sounds of killing filled the air. Buddhist protectors and Confucian disciples were fighting in every sword compartment. There were no more monks coming down from the transmission channel in the sky. It was still like the mouth of a strange beast, ferociously rotating there. The Buddhist protectors that flew out from the transmission channel were all carefully selected. Which one of them wasn't at the 6th or 7th grade of origin energy? Moreover, these protectors had seen blood before and were merciless in their attacks. Xiaohua and Murong Junpeng were still able to hold on, but Chen Zhua and Su Chuanping, who wanted to take advantage of the situation, had already been smashed into a bloody pulp. Of course, some of these Buddhist protectors were also killed, and the number wasn't small. However, they were caught off guard and the Confucian cultivators were in a passive position. This was originally a trap that the Chu clan had deliberately set up, but now it actually became a great opportunity for the Buddhist sects to kill the Confucian cultivators. In Murong Tsongyun's heart, this blood wave that human cultivators simply couldn't touch would definitely instantly corrode Xiaohua's body into white bones. However, contrary to her expectations, when Xiaohua's body fell into the blood wave, the blood mist and black flames immediately corroded the sword radiance around Xiaohua's body. The sword that hadn't completely escaped before completely disappeared in a few breaths of time. The Dharma body also shrank back into Xiaohua's body under the indescribable cold fluctuation of the blood wave. However, when Xiaohua's body was revealed and the blood mist rushed into his body to wreak havoc, strands of black flames rushed out from the torn parts of Xiaohua's body. They were like pythons that tangled with the blood mist. Then, the blood mist and black flames within several hundred feet gathered towards Xiao Hua's body. "Gag." A rather arrogant voice came from Xiao Hua's body. "Damn it, what demonic god blood pool. It's just an extremely strange demon realm. Io, something's wrong." This voice naturally came from the demonic spirit that cultivated the blood drop paradise in Xiao Hua's bloodline. Xiao Hua was knocked unconscious by the demon-subduing pestle, and several of his primordial spirits had the opportunity to appear. In this demonic god blood pool, only the demonic spirit Xiao Hua spoke. However, just as the demonic spirit Xiao Hua wanted to use his cultivation method to absorb the power of the blood pool to repair his body and protect him, a very cold fluctuation suddenly came and froze the demonic spirit Xiao Hua's demonic flame. Not only did it prevent the demonic spirit Xiao Hua from absorbing the blood wave, it also wanted to seal Xiao Hua's bloodline. No. This is definitely not the demonic realm's demonic qi and demonic blood. No wonder the righteous qi of Confucian cultivators that specializes in restraining demonic qi couldn't do anything. The demonic spirit Xiao Hua shouted in shock. Following the demonic spirit Xiao Hua's scream, that fluctuation instantly penetrated Xiao Hua's bloodline. This fluctuation was very different from ordinary cold. It didn't have the kind of freezing that could be seen with the naked eye. Instead, it sealed the tiniest blood strands in the blood strands, making them unable to move. Even the golden strands within the blood strands also dimmed. Xiao Hua's body remained motionless. Under this restriction, the blood wave and the black flames crazily surged out, and the ice-cold fluctuation was emitted from this restriction at the same time. The blood essence fell on the restriction and instantly scattered, forming one figure after another. These figures were all human figures. They were the Confucian scholars, Buddhist sons, or Taoist cultivators that the blood essence belonged to. The human figures struggled in panic. Outside the green core, the blood red gradually formed the shape of a flame. Puff puff. The concentrated sounds were insignificant in the blood waves, but these sounds caused the blood-red humanoid figures to disappear into the restriction. Every time a blood essence was absorbed by the restriction would slightly sway. After a while, the restriction would tremble like a heartbeat, and the blood waves of the entire fiend god blood pool would become even more vast and mighty. At a corner of the restriction, Xiao Hua's body had already fallen. His thin body trembled up and down along with the restriction. Because not a single drop of blood essence fell from Xiao Hua's body, even though the blood wave above the restriction washed away Xiao Hua's flesh like seaweed, he was still peacefully lying there without moving. Above the dark blood and lightless restriction, the devil spirit Xiao Hua seemed to have been frozen stiff. He said in a low and trembling voice, "Fellow Taoists, this poor Taoist is about to be unable to move. Are you not going to think of a way?" "Which fellow Taoist are you?" Soul cultivator Xiao Hua's voice was heard again. "Can't you see that I is helping you resist the fluctuation? This fluctuation is extremely strange. It can absorb a person's soul. So much blood essence fused into the restriction, but the soul within the blood essence is indeed being absorbed by this fluctuation." Yes, this little brother knows. The demonic spirit Xiao Hua was very humble. "This little brother can't compare to big brothers, so I don't dare to call myself I. However, seeing that we all came from the same sect, please save this little brother. This restriction is strange, and the fluctuation is even stranger. I discovered that the fluctuation within the restriction is undergoing a slight change. If possible, you might as well wait a little longer." Ever since the bone-tempering Xiao Hua obtained the metal origin, he became increasingly quiet. He was cultivating every moment, and it was rare for him to say a word. "Big brothers, this little brother doesn't have your divine abilities. This little brother only feels like he's going to be frozen to death." The demonic spirit Xiao Hua seemed to be frowning as he called out, "This old man can help you." A rather dignified voice sounded. "However, this old man can't guarantee that this senior won't be affected after saving you. After all, previously, we all suffered losses at your hands." "Fellow immortal actually has a way?" The phoenix-bodied Xiao Hua was somewhat astonished, because that dignified voice actually belonged to the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua. "I am also trying my best to repair my physical body. However, this fluctuation is not only ice-cold, but also extremely destructive. I can only prevent myself from being further damaged by the fluctuation." The scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua seemed to have matured into a great scholar. He was extremely magnanimous as he calmly replied. This old man didn't dare to agree to help the sacred Sanwen ancestral temple before, but after obtaining the sacred Sanwen innate true chi, this old man dares to say this. However, although this old man can help the demonic spirit, this old man's assistance is very effective for his cultivation. Without this senior's consent, this old man doesn't dare to act rashly. When the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua said this, no one dared to speak. After all, when Xiao Hua was controlled by the demonic blade, it was with the help of the demonic spirit. At that time, all the primordial spirits knew how terrifying it was. Even the demonic spirit Xiao Hua seemed to have a lingering fear and remained silent. As for Xiao Hua's left hand, where the demonic blade was fused into the bone, there was no movement in the bloody waves. After a moment of deathly silence, a few faint clear lights strangely appeared in the bloody sea. Then, several faint human figures appeared in the bloody sea. Shoo! The soul cultivator Xiao Hua hurriedly whispered. There seems to be someone in the demonic god blood pool. Wait a moment, let I listen. While the soul cultivator Xiao Hua was speaking, the illusion breaker eye on his forehead slowly opened. He used the heaven's eye connection. He saw 8 human figures in the clear light. They were the 8 beauties sculptures from before. However, at this time, the 8 beauties sculptures were standing straight in the bloody waves. Inside the clear light, countless 7-colored clouds blocked the bloody waves and the black flames outside. They simply couldn't allow the crystal beauties to corrode. A voice came from one of the crystal beauties. Family head. Isn't it about time? I'm afraid we can't wait here for too long. That monk from the Buddhist sect is too sinister. He actually set up a trap to disrupt our rhythm. Now that the experts from the Murong family haven't arrived in time, our Chu family's disciples should have suffered a lot. Let's wait a little longer. An old voice came from another crystal beauty. If we go out now, the Buddhist sect's disciples will be disturbed. If they escape into the passage, it will be troublesome. Moreover, the current blood essence is not enough to open the restriction and release the demonic god chess. Family head, this blood essence is the blood of cultivators. It's far from the blood essence of ordinary people. If too much of it flows out, I'm afraid the restriction will be opened one step ahead of time. The old voice was somewhat hesitant. This old man is also not sure. According to our plan, we will be the last to appear. After killing the Buddhist sect's disciples, the demonic god blood pool will be our Chu family's world. But who would have thought that this bullshit Skunda devil image formation was actually a transmission formation? So many Buddhist sect's disciples came, and Murong Jiang and the others couldn't come in time because they were avoiding the Buddhist sect's inspection. If we go out and can't kill all the Buddhist sect's disciples, Murong Jiang and the others will definitely be able to sense the change in the restriction when they return. The entire sword diagram was in imminent danger. Boom! At this critical moment, 8 loud noises came from 8 different locations of the sword diagram. The 8 beauties once again appeared in the sky. At this time, not only were the Buddhist disciples shocked, but many scholarly cultivators were also shocked. After all, everyone saw the 8 beauties being taken away by a group of female cultivators. However, they didn't have much time to think. The 8 beauties' bodies surged with clouds and turned into scholarly robes. One by one, male scholarly cultivators appeared in the sky. Chu Yun? A slightly old voice came from the sword grids. On one of the sword grids, a hunchbacked old monk exclaimed in surprise. You actually left your will in these crystal statues? Amit Ba. At the same time, a mocking voice came from the distance. Scholarly cultivators are the most particular about etiquette and law. Scholarly cultivators have always looked down on women. Now, you were forced to reveal yourselves as women. Even a hen can't compare to you. This poor monk was able to see the most shameful thing of scholarly cultivators in this world. This trip was not in vain. Even if you saw it, what can you do? An old man with an ancient face waved his hand, and a sword energy slashed across the sky. The monk's voice disappeared in a chaotic Buddhist light. Kill. Chu Yun's face was ferocious. She waved her hands, and a few rings with inscriptions fell from the sky towards the nearest Buddhist sect guardians. The monks quickly waved their Buddhist weapons and activated their telekinesis. Even though the Buddha's light was extinguished and the heavenly dragon's power was boosted, Chu Yun was the wisdom saint, one of the most powerful people in the Chu clan. How could these Buddhist sect guardians, who were only at the 7th level, be her match? The rune rings were like ropes that strangled the Buddhist sect protectors. When they wrapped around the bodies of the Buddhist children, not only did they extinguish the Buddhist light, but they also twisted their flesh and blood into blood that dripped onto the sword diagram. Since Chu Yun was like this, the other 7 elders were not merciful either. Each of them channeled their techniques and killed dozens of Buddhist children like wolves in a flock of sheep. Amitba. A loud and clear Buddhist chant was heard, and several beams of Buddhist light rushed into the portal in the sky. Then, several Buddhist senses came out of the portal like a breeze, and there was even a bloody smell coming from the Buddhist senses. Not good. Chu Yun said loudly, I'm afraid there are 8th-level Buddhist sect protectors coming. Let's hurry over. Okay. The other 7 elders naturally sensed this as well. How could they dare to delay? They all responded in unison. The aura of the 8 beauties was 10 times stronger than before. This aura rushed into the sky, and countless rays of light appeared within a few thousand miles. The entire sword diagram was swept up by a powerful hurricane. Haha. 8 rays of light that could cover the entire sky flew over from afar and landed on the sword diagram in an instant. The rays of light passed by the 8 beauties, and the 8 crystal statues fell from the sky again. This time, they landed on the sword diagram and didn't move anymore. Just as Chu Yun and the other 8 Chu family cultivators appeared in the sky, the roars of dragons and tigers came out from the portal. Several huge Buddhist sect protectors, some riding dragons, some riding tigers and leopards, flew out with strange Buddhist treasures in their hands. Amitba, I didn't think that the crystal skeletons would have the wills of experts. Chu Yun, you guys hid so well. I thought I wouldn't have to reveal myself, but in the end, you guys forced me to show myself. A ferocious-looking monk riding a dragon said to Chu Yun. Seeing this monk, Chu Yun was surprised and asked curiously, Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King? Why is it you? Weren't you guarding the Southern Sea in the Western Paradise world? Compared to the monsters in the Southern Sea, the Confucian cultivators in the hidden immortal continent are even more ferocious. Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King sneered. Almost all of the Buddhist disciples in the hidden immortal continent were killed by you guys. If I didn't come, how would I be able to show my Buddhist sect protector's duty? These are also the heavenly kings under the Mahavairakana revered one, right? Chu Yun asked softly as she glanced at the heavenly kings. None of them were weaker than Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King, and each of them had a murderous aura that normal Buddhist disciples didn't have. Hee, you don't have to worry about that, benefactor. Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King laughed. Plus, we didn't know that the revered one came here. It was all our own idea. How could the Mahavairakana revered one not know that the heavenly kings of the Western Paradise world have come to the hidden immortal continent? If you guys die here, it'll be a loss to the Thunder Sound Temple. How could you be the only one who can bear the responsibility? Chu Yun sneered, if you guys know what's good for you, you should turn back now. I can still protect your reputation. Haha. Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King laughed arrogantly. I'm already here, and you're telling me to turn back? Are all of my schemes going to go down the drain? Chu Yun, you've been scheming for so many years. Today, I'll send you to the ultimate land of bliss. I'll let you hear the mercy mantra of bliss. As he spoke, Buddhist clouds surged around Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King. Aside from Buddhist light, there were also blood-red flames of karma within the clouds. Wails of ghosts and howls of wolves could be heard from within the flames. These were the souls of the evildoers killed by Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King. As Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King activated his telekinesis, strands of netherworld chi appeared in the void within a few hundred miles. Faint wisps of faith power also fell from the sky. Buddhas are demons, and demons are Buddhas. Buddhist sect protectors are Buddhas and demons. It's true. A serious expression appeared on Chu Yun's face. Layers of flame-like sword hair appeared in the surrounding 10 miles, and within the sword hair, tiny Chu Yun's shadow could be seen. Chu Yun said in a low voice, and the tens of thousands of sword hair also emitted a sound. In my eyes, there are only 2 kinds of people in this world. One is Buddhas, and the other is demons. Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King spoke again. His voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Buddhas are Buddhas, and everyone else, is demons. Therefore, anyone who isn't a Buddhist should be killed. Namo Amitabha Buddha. Namo Amitabha Buddha. Namo Amitabha Buddha. Chants of Buddhist names and the sound of wooden fish rang out. Waves of telekinesis power appeared in the void, and the power of demons rushed out from the Buddhist light. Within this power, there was the fire of karma that could send all living beings into the cycle of reincarnation. The sky turned red, and these Buddhist techniques pressed down on Chu Yun like the sky was collapsing. If a person fears death, then life is meaningless. If a person despises death, then death is meaningless. I sacrifice my sword to life and death. Let's see what's best between life and death. Chu Yun wasn't afraid at all. She chanted inscriptions, and billions of swords rushed towards the Buddhist light. Chu Yun's body expanded and became thin. She looked like a sword light, but also like a sword body. She pierced toward suppressing dragon Heavenly King with unparalleled power. Murong Junpeng said with a smile, from the first-tier families, Kong Cheng, Meng Meng, and the second-tier families, Mo Xia, Zhou Zhan, and Lu Chen, are all here. These seniors. Murong Tsongyun cried out. Why didn't 7th Granduncle tell us that they were coming? Let alone 7th Granduncle, it seems that even the Chu family might not know about the arrival of the literary saints. Murong Junpeng looked at the dead disciples of the Chu family on the sword diagram and the 8 literary saints of the Chu family who were fighting fiercely with the Buddhist sect's guardian kings in the sky. Murong Tsongyun's expression changed slightly. He suddenly seemed to understand something. He nodded slightly and didn't dare to ask any more questions. The secret behind this was not something she could know. Right now, she only knew that she could survive, and that was more important than anything else. After the dozen or so literary saints appeared, other than Lu Chen who was fighting against the monster-robed Heavenly King, the other literary saints all moved and teleported on the sword diagram. In an instant, they surrounded the 9 Buddhist sect guardian kings. As for the Buddhist sect guardian who was still killing the scholarly disciples, they didn't even look at him. This was because in the direction where the literary saints appeared, Murong Jiang and the other disciples of the aristocratic families also rushed over. The dozen or so literary saints stood in the air, and the powerful aura around them enveloped the 10,000 li space above the sword diagram. The origin of this aura was scholarly, so it was very easy for them to unite. These literary saints glanced at each other. Although they couldn't see each other, they had already communicated with each other through their aura. Gong Shu Yenin and the other 4 literary saints chanted the inscriptions on their armor, and the true qi in their bodies rushed into the battle to help the Chu family's elder. Kong Cheng and the other 5 literary saints raised their hands and slapped the sword diagram below them. Scholarly cultivators always emphasized on covering the sky with one hand, and these 6 hands covered the entire sky. When they fell into the sword diagram, the entire sword diagram shook violently, and then, tens of millions of sword pillars pierced the sky. Not only that, but countless vast crystal threads crazily fell into the sword pillars. The sword pillars rushed out for 10,000 feet, and they were already as thick as a mountain peak. Wang wang. The sword pillars emitted a terrifying sword hum. One after another, materialized subbodies emerged from the bodies of these literary sages. They were none other than the Buddhist sect's guardian heavenly kings who were wielding the sword pillars and stabbing at the various battles. Amitabha, I have truly learned something today. Not only did I see a scholarly saint wearing a woman's body, but I also saw a scholarly saint using numbers to bully a single person. The so-called vast righteousness, the so-called magnanimity, and the so-called indomitable spirit are nothing but words on paper, a mask used to cover up the peace. Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King finally couldn't fight against Chu Yun and Gong Shu Yenin, the 2 literary saints. He struggled to get half of his body out of the battle and shouted loudly. The dragon under his feet was now severely injured, and its entire body was twitching violently. It didn't look like it was going to survive. Gong Shu Yenin's 5-colored true qi condensed into half a Chinese redbud flower above his head. He came out of the chaotic vast qi and thought power and said coldly, "Thou art the guardian of the nirvana world. Killing demons and protecting Buddha is the right path." But where is this place? My scholarly cultivator's territory. You invaded my territory and killed my disciple, and you still want to talk about justice with my scholarly cultivators? My Buddhist sect's true meaning is righteous, and the Buddha's light saves all living beings from suffering. Your scholarly cultivator scriptures are too narrow and hard to justify. The people of the hidden immortal continent chose my Buddhist sect scriptures, but you didn't reflect on yourself, and instead killed my Buddha's light. Aren't you the demons in my eyes? You set up such a trap to lure my Buddhist disciple. What's the difference between you and the prostitutes in front of the brothel who sell their smiles to seduce innocent people? Do you still have the face to talk about justice in front of me? Seeing that the teleportation portal was destroyed, and the surrounding space was sealed by more than 10 literary saints, Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King knew that today's matter wouldn't end well. So he decided to throw away all pretenses and even put the word prostitute on the scholarly cultivators. Others might not care, but Chu Yun's face was abnormally red. It wasn't only because the trap was set up by the Chu family, but also because there was something wrong with the origin of the 8 Beauties sculpture. Although Chu Yun had the strength of an 8th level essence chi, she couldn't help but feel confused. Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King immediately saw through Chu Yun's confusion. Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King didn't do anything, but a strand of Buddha's light suddenly appeared in front of Chu Yun's chest. However, this Buddha's light wasn't righteous, but had traces of blood. Each strand of Buddha's light had the shape of a demon. Chapter 3896. Brother Chu, watch out. Gong Shu Yenin hurriedly reminded him. He waved his hand, and countless armor glyphs appeared around the Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King, trapping him tightly. Chu Yun suddenly realized what was going on. Seeing the Buddha's light invading her dantian, her expression changed again. Boom boom. Chu Yun's chest caved in at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Chu Yun's body quickly retreated, and when she stabilized herself in the air, not only were her clothes messy, but her bloodstains were also visible. Damn it. Chu Yun cursed as he looked at the literary saints and heavenly kings fighting everywhere. He had mixed feelings. The sudden appearance of 11 literary saints from different families was definitely beyond Chu Yun's expectations. Back then, when the families were discussing the trap, Chu Yun had other thoughts. He was the first to reject the literary saints from the other families, and only limited the range to those below the 7th level of origin energy. At that time, the literary saints didn't say anything. It seemed like they had all fallen into Chu Yun's trap. Now, Chu Yun finally realized that the one who fell into Chu Yun's trap was none other than himself. The 11 literary saints had formed an alliance long ago, and they had been watching him from the side. If Suppressing Dragon King and the other Buddhist heavenly kings didn't appear, Chu Yun could have kept his promise and stopped the literary saints from coming out. Even now, Chu Yun could have stopped the literary saints from attacking. Unfortunately, he was accidentally ambushed by Suppressing Dragon King, and he was injured. What right did he have to stop the literary saints? Man proposes, God disposes. Chu Yun sighed in his heart. He lowered his head and looked at the bloodstains on his body. Now, they looked like little worms that were retreating back into his body. Then, Chu Yun raised his hand, and a few drops of essence blood appeared in the air. Chu Yun's face turned pale, and then, a 5-colored chi spurted out. It turned into hundreds of runes and fell into the essence blood. The space where the essence blood was twisted strangely, and strange ripples appeared along with the runes. The essence blood turned into an inch-long 5-colored sword. Go! Chu Yun pointed at the small sword. The small sword began to vibrate, and all the lights and shadows within a few miles were sucked into the vibrations. The small sword then disappeared. Almost at the same time, Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King, who was using his Buddha light to smash Gong Shu Yenin's talisman formation like a giant hammer, suddenly changed his expression. The Buddha light around him retracted and turned into a Vairocana Buddha statue in front of his chest. However, before the Buddha light could fully condense, a small 5-colored sword appeared in front of his chest. The 5-colored sword pierced through the Buddha statue and scattered the Buddha light. At the same time, the small sword expanded and stabbed into Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King's chest. Buzz! Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King's Buddha statue trembled violently. Numerous heavenly dragons danced wildly in the statue, trying to block the small sword. Boom! At this moment, the corners of Gong Shu Yenin's mouth curled up, and all the talismans suddenly changed. A strange talisman formation that looked like an awl shot towards Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King's forehead. This awl also carried an unparalleled power. In the strong wind, the remaining Buddha light around Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King was blown away. The Heavenly King of Suppressing Dragon's expression changed drastically. The golden statue of the Mahavairakana revered Buddha that had just solidified quickly flashed. With a loud bang, it blocked in front of the all. The Buddha statue turned into Buddha light and disappeared. The all was also shaken until it reverted back to its original form of inscription. However, just as Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King was blocking the all, the small sword had already pierced into his chest. Whoa! A strange sobbing sound came from Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King's body. Layers of heavenly flowers surged, and Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King's body disappeared mysteriously. Only the silhouette of a Heavenly King flashed within the heavenly flowers. However, the golden light only flashed a few times before a series of spatial rifts appeared in the surrounding area. Bursts of sword chi and inscriptions surged out of those rifts in a frenzy, following which Heavenly King Lai Jiao's golden body emerged in an extremely disheveled manner. Looking into the void again, there were clusters of sword pillars mixed with cloud-like inscriptions that tumbled like an ocean. The space around the god-fiend blood pool had already been sealed off by the combined efforts of more than 10 literary sages. Faced with this seal, even Heavenly King Suppressing Flood Dragon, who was as strong as the Buddhist sect's guardian Heavenly King, was unable to escape. Amitabha, Namo Great Merciful Guanyin Bodhisattva, I have no regrets even if I die today. I am willing to use this life's merit in exchange for Bodhisattva's golden body to descend to the hidden immortal continent. Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King's golden body appeared. He didn't struggle anymore, and sat in the air with his palms together. He chanted, "Thousand hands and eyes are unhindered. Great merciful Deloni. Namo, Hiluo Na, Deluo Yi, Namo, I, Poluja Emperor, Shuabo Luo Yi, Bodhisattva Yi, Mahasapa Yi, Mahasapa Yi. Kalu Nijia Yi, Hasapa Yi." Rumble. As the Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King bowed down, the Heavenly King's golden body started to fade away. Bursts of explosions came from the Heavenly King's chest. Chu Yun's little sword had been suppressed for a long time, but now it finally exploded. However, what surprised Chu Yun and Gong Shu Yenin was that where the bloodlight splashed out, the golden light turned into pure faith power and rushed into the sky, disappearing into the longevity town. Even the combined efforts of more than 10 saints of literature could not stop it. Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King had died. So what happened to the other Heavenly Kings? Some of the more violent ones tried to drag the literary saints down with them. Some of the Heavenly Kings even turned to the Confucian disciples on the sword diagram and started killing. While the sword diagram was bustling with noise and excitement, Xiao Hua woke up in the demonic god blood pond. He already knew what had happened, and now he was standing on top of the seal in his demonic armor. He looked at the seal with his delirium breaker Dharma eye and frowned. He thought to himself, "This seal is very strange. I can't see through it with my delirium breaker Dharma eye, and I can't sense the cold energy coming from it. If it's just as Xiao Hua said, and this demonic qi is of a higher level than normal demonic qi, then where did it come from? Plus, the seal's reaction is getting more and more intense as the essence blood continues to fall. I think the Chu family is planning something big, and they want to break this seal. Of course, if I'm not wrong, the demonic god chess is under this seal. What attracted me seems to be this fluctuation, but it also seems to be this restriction, or perhaps the divine devil chess under the restriction. Whose essence blood is this? It actually has such a powerful soul?" At this moment, a strand of blood that was dozens of times thicker than the previous one flashed with a golden Buddhist light as it rushed down. Moreover, before this strand of blood landed on the restriction, it had already transformed into the shape of a monk. Wasn't this the Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King who was killed? Although the essence blood was powerful, the suction force of the seal was also extraordinary. When the essence blood landed on the seal like a meteor, the entire seal was immediately dyed red by the essence blood. At the location of the essence blood, a layer of faint black qi mixed with blood threads and fluctuations emerged from the seal. This black qi quickly surged up dozens of feet. Immediately after, with a loud bang, an invisible and boundless restriction instantly lifted Xiao Hua towards the ground. The devilish qi and black flames that were being absorbed by Xiao Hua's body surged in at a speed that was several dozen times faster than before. This essence blood. Xiao Hua had already seen the essence blood of a 6th-level Confucian cultivator or a Buddhist disciple fall into the seal. At this moment, he immediately understood. It's probably from the 8th-level Buddhist disciple, right? How is this possible? The 8th level Buddhist disciple should be on the same level as the Sage of Confucian cultivators, and on the same level as the tribulation-passing cultivators of the hidden immortal continent. If one cultivated to this level, even if they couldn't defeat the enemy, if they wanted to escape, they should have tens of thousands of methods, right? How could they just die like this? Unless. Thinking of this, Xiaohua immediately had a kind of understanding. Of course, there were many possibilities, but there was only one most likely, and that was that the background of this trap was far from what Murong Tsongyun could understand. The Sage of Confucian cultivators that came to the demonic god blood pool was also not something Murong Tsongyun could imagine. This number even exceeded the estimation of the Buddhist sect disciples, which was why the Buddhist sect's guardian Heavenly King died so easily. Xiaohua shuddered involuntarily when he thought of this. Xiaohua's body unconsciously trembled, and the speed at which the devil spirit Xiaohua absorbed the devil qi suddenly stopped. There were so many saints of literature sitting above him, yet Xiaohua was still cultivating with his devil body. Even if the fiend god blood pool blocked all divine sense and eye-clearing techniques, Xiaohua still felt uneasy. After a slight pause, the devil spirit Xiaohua crazily refined the devil qi. After all, the devil qi and black flames of the demonic god blood pool were extremely rare. It was even purer than the devil qi at the bottom of the Sage River. The more devil spirit Xiaohua absorbed, the more unimaginable the blood drop paradise's cultivation would be. How could the devil spirit Xiaohua not seize this opportunity? As for Xiaohua, he thought to himself, damn it, how big of a trap is this? There should be more than one heavenly king who came here. Since one died, then there will definitely be others. Confucian cultivators have always believed in eliminating the root of the problem. They probably won't let any Buddhist sect disciples escape. No, that's not right. If possible, there should be some low-level Buddhist sect disciples who manage to escape. They must pass on the news of the Heavenly King Protector's death to Leiyin Temple so that they can find a reason for the war between immortals and Buddhas. Chu clan. Ah, Confucian cultivators, what a good plan. They put the immortal palace of the military sect on fire. Let's see how the immortal palace of the immortal palace deals with this. Chaos, chaos, the more chaos the better. Xiaohua suddenly laughs loudly. The black qi around his body once again flares up. Even more devil qi and black flames gather towards Xiaohua. Only with chaos can this Xiao cultivate in peace. Only when this Xiao cultivates to the realm of crossing tribulation can this Xiao have some authority in this hidden immortal continent. Otherwise, I can only be a pawn on other people's chessboard. Swish, swish, swish. More and more blood essence fell down. The black qi from the restriction became even denser. Now, it was more than a few li. Xiaohua's devil body was also entangled by this black qi. Inside this black qi, Xiaohua's blood drop paradise technique was actually somewhat weak. It seemed like the grade of this black qi was even higher than the devil qi from before. Fellow immortal Chu. Murong Jun raised his hand and pointed at the injured and dying Murong Tsongyun, who was being taken away by Murong Jiang. For the Chu clan's plan, our Murong clan has paid a great price. Yun-er is the pearl of our clan. She bravely acted as bait for your perfect plan. You can't disappoint the expectations of our clans. This. Chu Yun bit her lips and said in a moaning voice, the Murong clan has paid a great price, but doesn't our Chu clan have sacrificed even more? Not to mention the countless disciples that we lost. Even 3 of our 8 elders almost died. Their cultivations have now fallen to 7th grade elemental energy. I'm afraid that they won't be able to become literary saints in this lifetime. So, Duanmu Jianshi impatiently interrupted Chu Yun and said, our 11 first and second clans are only willing to work with the Chu clan. This. Chu Yun hesitated for the 3rd time. She was still unwilling. After all, she had planned for so many years, but in the end, this was the result. She really didn't expect this. Murong Jun smiled and said, fellow immortal Chu, don't think that only your Chu clan knows about the secret of the demonic god blood pool. Which one of the first and second clans doesn't know about the secret of the demonic god chess? Although the Confucian scholars of the hidden immortal continent only put the demonic god chess at number 5, how could we not know about its power? Although the legend of the demonic god chess is only a legend, and the original truth has been lost in the passage of time. But from this legend, who can't see that the blood sacrifice, Is the method to break the demonic god blood pool? Kong Chung smiled and said, this is the hidden immortal continent, where Confucian cultivators flourish. Under the rule of the human race, the world is taught by etiquette, and no one dares to do anything against the heavens. If this was the Thousand Demons' sacred realm, I'm afraid that someone would have used the blood sacrifice to break the seal. All right, hearing Zhu Wenqing's words, Chu Yun knew that her plan was exposed, so she could only nod and admit it. She knew that the reason why the demonic god blood pool was so mysterious was because of the blood waves that blocked divine sense and eye-cleansing technique. The righteous qi that fell into the blood waves would immediately be corroded. Another reason was because of the blood sacrifice. The reason why the nameless small country could resist the Dongchen Empire was because they sacrificed their entire country's citizens to break the seal. Only then could the demonic god chess be summoned and kill the Dongchen Empire's army. Now on the hidden immortal continent, although the literary saints coveted the demonic god chess inside the demonic god blood pool, they didn't dare to sacrifice tens of thousands of lives, so they couldn't get their hands on the demonic god chess. On the surface, the Chu family was planning to kill the Buddhist sect's arhat and destroy the Buddhist sect's prestige, but in the dark, they used the blood of tens of thousands of arhat and tens of thousands of cultivators on the hidden immortal continent. Although there weren't many of these cultivators, their quality was much better than before, so these blood spirits were enough to break the seal. Actually, Murong Jun clapped his hands and said, we all admire immortal friend Chu's plan of killing 3 birds with 1 stone. We all feel that the Chu family is worthy of being a third-rate family. After this, all the families will jointly recommend the Chu family to the immortal palace for the immortal emperor to decide. On the day of the hidden immortal sacrifice, the Chu family will be a third-rate family. Immortal friend Chu will also be able to confidently comfort the Chu family's ancestors during the sacrifice. All right, then I, Chu Yun, thank you immortal friends, and thank all the families. Chu Yun's face blushed. He knew that even though he was the head of the family, he was only a literary saint. He couldn't be compared to the first-rate and second-rate families. Especially, in order to become a third-rate family, the head of the family must be a literary star cultivator. This was an unwritten rule in the hidden immortal continent for many years. As for the first-rate and second-rate families, there was a limit to the number of first-rate and second-rate families. If the Chu family wanted to become a third-rate family, it would take more than 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years of hard work. Now, because of this opportunity, the Chu family could become a third-rate family. This kind of opportunity didn't come often. If he missed this opportunity, he would have to fight for it again in the immortal war. At that time, if there was a mistake, not only the third-rate family, but even the Chu family would be annihilated. Chu Yun didn't dare to wait. Chu Yun no longer hesitated as she thought about the glory of a third-grade family, the upcoming war between the immortals and Buddhas, and the benefits of being a third-grade family during the war. She smiled and said, since all of you have understood, I won't hide it any longer. However, since my Chu clan has contributed so much, and we're leading the battle at the deities and demons' blood pond, then, can I make an agreement with all of you? Could it be that immortal friend Chu has some conditions? Murong Jun asked with a smile. Chu Yun quickly smiled and said, what conditions? It's just a suggestion. Duanmu Jianshi glanced at Murong Jun. The two exchanged glances and said, immortal friend Chu, let's hear it first. Since there are 11 families here, including my Chu family, there are 12 of them. Then, 6 immortal generals and 6 demon generals, 1 for each family, no need to say more. Chu Yun said after a pause, but apart from the immortal chess, there must be something else in the immortal blood pool. My suggestion is, can my Chu family have the right to choose the other items first? Duanmu Jianshi frowned slightly. He transmitted his voice to Murong Jun and the others to discuss. The Chu family has indeed paid a great price, but we have already agreed to the Chu family's conditions. I'm afraid these conditions are not appropriate. Brother Duanmu. Chu Yun smiled. The condition before was the immortal blood pool. Since my Chu family has already fulfilled it, of course we have to fulfill it. As for the immortal blood pool, we should have something to say. Forget it. Murong Jun waved his hand and said, if your Chu family has the right to choose first, then you can only choose one item. The rest have nothing to do with your Chu family. All right, we'll do as Brother Murong says. Chu Yun clapped and smiled. Murong Jun looked at Duanmu Gensher. Both of them had doubts in their eyes. However, they didn't know anything else apart from the immortal chess in the immortal blood pool. Seeing that Zhu Wenxing had agreed to her condition, Chu Yun was in a great mood. She said, "You need proof to enter the immortal chess. My Chu family has been searching the hidden immortal continent for hundreds of thousands of years, and we only found 2 pieces by chance. Fellow immortals. Immortal friend Chu doesn't need to worry about this." Murong Jun waved his hand and said, "Since your Chu family can find it, why can't we?" Chapter 3898. That's good. Chu Yun nodded. The monks from the Buddhist sect that invaded our hidden immortal continent have been killed by us. Our plan has been completed. Now, our Chu family's sword atlas in the demonic god blood pool can no longer hold on. Fellow immortals, please order your disciples to retreat 1,000 miles away. As for any changes in the demonic god blood pool, that's the will of the heavens. It has nothing to do with our plan. That's right. Fellow immortal Chu is right. Duanmu Gigi nodded. The changes in the demonic god blood pool are not something we can control. Even the immortal palace can't control it. If the demonic god chess appears, then it's our fortune. If it doesn't, then we won't lose anything. Then, Duanmu Gigi transmitted his voice, and the Duanmu family disciple quickly flew out of the sword atlas. Then, all the other family disciples retreated, leaving only the Chu family's elders and some disciples outside of the sword atlas. Fellow immortals, Chu Yun reminded, "I'm going to withdraw the sword atlas." At this moment, before Chu Yun could finish her sentence, a crazy wave of energy suddenly rushed out from the blood-red wave under the sword diagram. Even Chu Yun and the other sword saints couldn't help but shiver. The already broken sword diagram let out a series of creaking sounds, followed by a series of explosions. Countless pieces of the sword diagrams shot up into the sky. Under the pieces, the blood-red wave looked like a blood-red flood dragon that came out of the ocean and pounced at the crowd with its claws and fangs. Retreat! Chu Yun was shocked. She hurriedly transmitted her voice to the disciples. However, the blood of gods and devils covered an area that even the sage of literature couldn't cover. How could the disciples of the Chu family, who were about to put away the sword diagram, hear her? When the sword diagram collapsed, the bloody waves were like a torrential flood, sweeping all the disciples of the Chu family who couldn't escape in time into it. The demonic energy and black flames in the bloody waves caused even Wen Shang's expression to change. How could these disciples be lucky enough to escape? Many disciples didn't even have time to scream before they turned into essence blood and merged back into the blood sea. The dozen or so literary saints naturally saw the opportunity and flew into the sky. They saw the blood of the gods and devils that had been imprisoned for a long time devouring the sword picture in just a few breaths, returning it to its original form. How could this be? Murong Jun naturally didn't care about the life and death of the Chu family's disciples. His eyes flashed with flowing light as he used the Murong family's flowing light pupils to observe carefully. The celestial devil chessboard still hasn't appeared? Could it be that he doesn't have enough blood essence? Moo. Before Murong Jun could think of a second idea, the entire fiend god blood pool let out a loud moo that sounded like a cow's moo. The entire area within 10,000 miles was boiling. The monstrous sea of blood suddenly rolled back into the depths of the blood pool. In the blink of an eye, a black gas that covered 10,000 miles appeared below everyone. Good. Chu Yun felt sorry for her disciple at first, but when she saw black flame, she was overjoyed. She quickly reached into her pocket and took out 2 tokens, preparing to act according to the situation. The black smoke mixed with the black flame surged forward and rose to a height of 50 miles. The ferociousness contained in the black smoke made the dozen or so saints of one frown. This was because their void refinement and heaven harmonization realm true chi in their chests were rippling as if they were afraid of the black smoke. Could it be that we can enter this black gas with a token? Chu Yun didn't understand. However, her divine sense and clear eyes technique couldn't see the situation inside the black gas either. Buzz! While the saints of one were waiting in shock, another rumbling sound came from the black gas. Then, rays of silver-white light appeared and floated outside of the black gas. This light chased away the black gas, and the black gas devoured the silver light. It was like the battle between the Buddhist sect's heavenly protector and the Confucian saint of one. It was an abnormal struggle. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a thumb-sized whirlpool appeared in the middle of the fiend god blood pool. This whirlpool was filled with indescribable fluctuations from before. As the whirlpool expanded, both the silver light and the black gas fell into the whirlpool, creating a layer of silver light and a layer of black gas. From high up in the sky, it was very beautiful. However, this beauty caused the Saints of Wen's expression to change. This was because the gap between the silver light and the black gas was constantly changing. If anything fell into this whirlpool, even the Saints of Wen would have a hard time escaping. The whirlpool spun extremely fast, but it was not something that could be completed in a short period of time. When the waves rushed out, the clear sky was covered with red clouds again. However, amidst the layers of red clouds, a huge hole in the clouds revealed the sun. The sunlight, which was like a light sword, shone directly on the whirlpool, making the already beautiful whirlpool even more magnificent and ferocious. When the sunlight refracted from the whirlpool landed in the air was somewhat distorted, as if the sunlight had become a sharp weapon for killing. The Saints of Wen didn't dare to act rashly. They only scattered high up in the sky and circulated their true qi to protect themselves. After a long time, when the whirlpool filled the entire fiend god blood pool, the sound of an army of soldiers clashing rang out from the intersection between the silver light and the black gas. Then, the silver light gradually straightened, stretching horizontally to the north and south. The black gas condensed into black threads that also gradually straightened, but the direction of the black threads was to the east. The change in the silver light and the black gas caused a heavenly phenomenon. Waves of thunder and the moans of gods and ghosts wreaked havoc in the sky. Just as the Saints of Wen were dumbfounded, a chessboard with silver and black intersecting gradually formed. The silver and black threads intersected, forming a gray protrusion where they intersected. There was a faint trace of gold in the protrusion. When the gold disappeared, the gray protrusion was like the eye of a fiend god that stared at the Saints of Wen. Looking at the chessboard, half of it was silver and the other half was black. They were clearly separated into the shape of a yin-yang fish. The silver in the black gave off a faint silver light, and the black in the silver was even darker and glossier. However, these two spots of light weren't the usual round shape, but triangular. They looked like triangular flags, and even more so, like the triangular eye of a fiend god. Damn it! High up in the sky, the Saints of Wen looked on helplessly as the fiend god chessboard took shape. They felt the changes in heavenly might between heaven and earth, while Xueqi, who was inside the black gas, was being tortured. When the black gas surged out, Xueqi was naturally also covered by it. Moreover, in order to avoid the Saints of Wen's clear sight technique, Xueqi even withdrew his Dharma idol. His original figure was naturally not seen by the Saints of Wen within the black gas. When the silver light appeared, Xueqi felt that something was wrong. However, it was already too late for him to withdraw. The silver light pierced through his body, riddling him with holes. Xueqi clenched his teeth and urged the devil spirit. Xueqi absorbed the devil qi and healed his body with great difficulty, but the fluctuation appeared again. Xueqi felt that the fluctuation was familiar, and knew that it was this inexplicable fluctuation that attracted him. Just as he was thinking about how to approach the fluctuation, the whirlpool suddenly appeared. The whirlpool's appearance had a suction force, and Xueqi's body involuntarily flew towards the whirlpool. Xueqi didn't even have time to struggle. However, when the fluctuation rushed into Xueqi's body, it didn't just affect his body, it also penetrated deep into his bone marrow. Xueqi was overjoyed. Not only did he urge the bone-tempering technique, he also used the Big Dipper Divine Fist. His bones, which had just been tempered by the metal origin, were now changing at an accelerated rate. The less than 5% yellow threads quickly spread in all directions. When he fell into the whirlpool, Xueqi understood that his tribulation had only just begun. Inside the whirlpool, silver light and black qi intertwined and rotated. Xueqi's body was unceasingly resplendent in this silver light and black qi. This silver light was very strange. Not only did it enter his body, it also penetrated deep into his blood vessels. In contrast, the black qi seemed to have a mind of its own. It was dedicated to fighting against the silver light. Wherever the silver light destroyed, the black qi would immediately repair it. This kind of repair was simply the cruelest torture in the world. Xueqi already had experience facing this kind of torture. He confidently handed over the repair of his body to the phoenix body Xueqi, while he urged his holy bloodline to speed up the fusion of his bloodlines in this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Xiaohua originally thought that this torture would be very quick, but he was wrong again. His body was continuously rotated along with the whirlpool, moving from the center of the god and devil blood pool to the edge. During this time, he didn't know how far he had been moved. At this moment, he was absolutely the most miserable and the most fortunate person in the god and devil blood pool. But fortunately, Xiaohua's body was so small in this 10,000 li blood pool. Moreover, Xiaohua's body seemed to be mixed with the silver light and black qi. Not to mention that Zhu Wenxing didn't think that there would be a cultivator in this blood pool. Even if they did, they probably wouldn't be able to find any clues from inside. In midair, Zhu Wenxing looked at the appearance of the god and devil chessboard and felt the roiling red clouds high in the sky. How could he not know that the prelude to the appearance of the god and devil chessboard had already begun? They vigilantly looked at the chessboard. Looking at the two dots of light that seemed like the eye of a god and devil, their faces revealed a look of understanding. Murong Jun took out his hand from his chest, holding two triangular objects that looked exactly the same. He pinched his chin and looked at the eye of a god and devil. After looking at it for a while, Murong Jun raised his head and looked at Duanmu Genji in the distance. Duanmu Genji was also holding two triangular objects, but his two triangular objects were black. This black color was so dark that even light couldn't escape from it. Duanmu Genji also frowned and looked away from the triangular objects in his hand. He looked at Murong Jun for a while, then turned to look at Chu Yun in the distance. Chu Yun was holding two triangular objects. One was the same as Murong Jun's, and the other was the same as Duanmu Genji's. These two triangular objects seemed to be repelling and attracting each other. At this moment, these two triangular objects had already flown out of Chu Yun's hand and floated in the air. The fluctuations that covered the 10,000 li blood pool above the god and devil chessboard attracted these two triangular objects. Chapter 3899. Brother Duanmu. Murong Jun smiled. Looks like we didn't get as much information as a mortal friend Chu did, nor did we prepare as well as he did. Now we have no choice but to work together. That's right. Duanmu Jiji's white jade eyes flashed as he looked at the other literary saints. Some of the closer ones had already started to trade, so he smiled and said, "We acted in a hurry. If we don't trade now, none of us will be able to enter the divine devil blood pond." As he spoke, Duanmu Jijian's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he had already landed near Murong Jun. He then raised his hand and flicked. A black triangle flew out from his hand. Murong Jun did not dare to be negligent. He also gave the triangle in his hand to Duanmu Jijian. When both of them had different triangles in their hands, they hurriedly distanced themselves from each other. Fellow immortals. Seeing that the divine devil chessboard had stabilized, and that the literary saints had already exchanged their triangles, Chu Yun said, "Now that the restriction on the divine devil chessboard has been opened, if the legend is true, the divine devil chessboard should appear as soon as I place my token on it. However, it looks like all of you have tokens. That is to say, the restriction should be at the entrance, and the divine devil chessboard should be under the restriction." That's not necessarily true. Murong Jun was in a good mood. Maybe the token is the token to control the divine devil chessboard. Once the token is placed, the divine devil chessboard will appear, and we will all have a chance to control the divine devil chessboard? Hee, I'm not sure. Chu Yun smiled. I'm just guessing. No matter what, if we don't make a move, we'll never know. Huang Fu Gongqing transmitted his voice in the distance, laughing. If that's the case, immortal friend Chu, please make the first move. Murong Jun smiled. After all, the Chu family has sacrificed a lot, and we've already discussed this beforehand. Chu Yun felt a bit better and cupped his hands. Then I'll make the first move for all of you. After saying that, Chu Yun flew down and landed on a nearby chessboard. He looked at it carefully, then raised his hand and released a black triangle. However, after a moment of hesitation, he withdrew it. After looking at it for a while, he released both triangles. The two triangular objects escaped from Chu Yun's control and immediately rotated like swallows returning to their nests. Before the triangular objects landed on the chessboard Chu Yun had chosen, two triangular lights appeared from the black and silver light spots and landed on the two triangular objects. Boom! The two triangular objects made a rumbling sound as they crashed into the two light spots. When the triangular object fell into the light spot, the triangular light spot slowly disappeared. The silver luster and the black fog began to rotate. They first mixed together, then separated into two parts. Finally, they turned into a door. One side of the door was silver, and the other side was black. Chu Yun landed on the ground and raised his head to look at Zhu Wenxing. He cupped his hands and stepped on the door. The door silently opened, and a silver light shot out. Chu Yun's eyes flashed with a clear light, but he couldn't see what was behind the silver light. However, he didn't have time to hesitate. After releasing his qi to protect himself, Chu Yun's body disappeared into the silver light. Luckily, after Chu Yun disappeared, the silver light also disappeared. However, the silver and black door didn't disappear. Seeing this, Zhu Wenxing knew that Chu Yun's method was correct, so he didn't wait any longer. He landed on the chessboard and placed the two triangular objects in his hands. Not long after, Zhu Wenxing had all entered the demonic chessboard. There was no one else within 10,000 miles of the demonic god blood pool. Aside from the smell of blood in the air, there was also an imposing aura that forced everything to leave. Even ordinary cultivators couldn't get close. At this moment, a small head very abruptly appeared from the edge of the divine and devil chessboard. It was Xiaohua who was tormented by the silver light and black gas. Xiaohua slowly came out from the chessboard. His naked body was still entangled with silver and black stripes. At first glance, he looked like a human-shaped zebra. Damn it! Xiaohua cursed. His body flashed with a dark golden light, and the silver and black stripes slowly disappeared from his body. Fellow Taoist, are you still not satisfied? Scholarly cultivator Xiaohua's voice appeared. This kind of opportunity isn't something an ordinary cultivator can come across. Not to mention that fellow Taoist Tempered Bone has already tempered his bones to 30%. Even fellow Taoist Phoenix Physique's body has been completely reassembled. From what I can see, it's more than 40% tougher than before. Also, fellow Taoist took advantage of this opportunity to fuse with another half of the holy bloodline. That brat Mo Ling's blood drop paradise. Is it still blood drop paradise? Damn it. I'm not cursing this. Xiaohua unhappily transformed his Taoist robe and retorted. Fellow Taoist scholarly cultivator, have you seen tofu being ground? Tofu being ground? Scholarly cultivator Xiaohua's tone seemed to be dumbfounded. He didn't understand why Xiaohua suddenly asked this. I've heard of tofu, but I didn't know that tofu was ground. This is the shortcoming of you scholarly cultivator. You don't work hard, you don't distinguish between grains, you don't travel, you don't experience the world of mortals, that's why you can't achieve great success. Xiaohua mocked. Ordinary villages have mills. There are two large bluestones at the top and bottom. There are patterns engraved between the two bluestones, and there are fist-sized channels in the bluestone above. This is a stone mill. When you want to eat tofu, you have to put soaked soybeans in the channel above. Then, a donkey or a horse will pull the bluestone below. When the soybeans fall, they will be ground into juice by the patterns between the two bluestones. Then, the juice will flow into the container and condense into tofu. Ha 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 ha. Scholarly cultivator Xiaohua laughed. So fellow Taoist turned from soybeans into tofu. Humph. Xiaohua unhappily replied. I would rather be a soybean than be tortured by this stone mill of heaven and earth and become tofu for others to eat. Haha. So this is the reason for eating tofu. Bone-honing Xiaohua also let out a rare laugh. Xiaohua curled his lips. What are you talking about? Being uncultured is really scary. Fellow Taoist bone-honing, if you want to know what eating tofu is, it's not too late to read a few more books. TSH. What I cultivate is the great Tao of heaven and earth. Who has the patience to read books written by children in the mortal world? Bone-honing Xiaohua said very disdainfully. Xiaohua also ignored bone-honing Xiaohua. He looked at the ripples on the god and devil chessboard that were still spreading in all directions. He rubbed his chin and said, Fellow Taoists, this god and devil blood pool's ripples are very strange. It seems like it shouldn't exist in the hidden immortal continent. That's right. Since fellow Taoist doesn't come from the hidden immortal continent and is very familiar with this ripple naturally shouldn't exist in the hidden immortal continent. Scholarly cultivator Xueqi laughed. Don't think so much. Bone-honing Xueqi reminded. Those 12 literary saints have already entered the God and Devil chessboard. The God and Devil chessboard has 6 divine generals and 6 devil generals. If fellow Taoist doesn't hurry in, I'm afraid you won't even be able to touch the God and Devil chessboard. Damn it, wanting to snatch the God and Devil chessboard from the literary saints, isn't this courting death? Xueqi sneered. Bone-honing Xueqi sneered. If you don't want to obtain the God and Devil chessboard, why would fellow Taoist still stay here? It's better to go find that charming Murong Tsongyun and curry favor with her. You can also get a good impression. Even if you can't get the beauty back, you can still get a helper in the Murong family. Bone-honing fellow Taoist's face is becoming more and more wretched? Scholarly cultivator Xueqi said curiously. One moment you're eating tofu, the next moment you're hugging a beauty. You really make me have a whole new level of respect for you. Isn't it because you just saw the golden lotus? Bone-honing Xueqi retorted without any trace of politeness. For a moment, the whole scene was silent. After a while, scholarly cultivator Xueqi unexpectedly said shyly, Fellow Taoist, although we are all your primordial spirits, we all have our own privacy. It's not important. There's no need to tell other people about this privacy, right? Only at this moment, Xueqi was laughing so hard that his heart was about to cramp. His eyes were looking at the God and Devil chessboard, talking to himself, AI, how should I go in? This is really a troublesome matter. Granny, your luck is so good. That triangle you got from Gunyan, isn't it similar to the one you got from Qingjian? Aren't these two the proof to enter the God and Devil blood pond? What are you pretending for? Scholarly cultivator Xueqi shouted in exasperation. He really lost his refined manner. Ah! Xueqi pretended to slap his forehead and shouted, It's really like this. Scholarly immortal friend, tell me, could it be that the hidden immortal continent and Dawn Rain continent were really together in the past? Unfortunately, when Xueqi asked again, scholarly cultivator Xueqi didn't utter a word. Who knows if he turned around to draw circles or if he was still comprehending the golden lotus. Hee. Now that those literary saints have already entered the depths of the God and Devil chessboard, this Xiao will also go in and take a look. Xueqi waited for a moment and laughed while talking to himself. Then he took out 2 triangular objects from different continents from the space. He didn't dare to go to the center of the God and Devil chessboard, so he looked at the edge of the chessboard and threw the triangular object into the chessboard. Just like what Chu Yun and the others saw earlier, a door appeared below Xueqi's feet. Xueqi's figure landed, and the door opened wide. However, he felt a stream of light and vibrant colors flash before his eyes. Suddenly, a heavy pressure fell on Xueqi's body. Buzz buzz. It was as if millions upon millions of bees were dancing around his ears. Xueqi's mind felt a wave of dizziness, and he almost staggered a few steps forward. When his figure stabilized, he looked up and a kind of shock unconsciously emerged from the bottom of his heart. He saw that this was a huge space with almost no boundaries. The entire space was blood red, but there were pieces of silver and black alternately flashing in this space. These pieces were connected together and laid under Xueqi's feet, above his head, and even behind him. However, this wasn't much. Xueqi had just stood still when his gaze was immediately attracted by the dozen or so enormous silver and blood-red god statues in the air. Chapter 3900. What a majestic, and awe-inspiring statue of a god. However, these huge statues were not in the shape of ordinary humans, nor were they in the shape of ordinary beasts. Each of them looked extremely strange. The one furthest away had a human body and a snake tail. It had 7 arms on its back, and 2 arms on its front, holding 2 flying serpents. Wasn't this the Hutu god that Xueqi had seen in the Hutu palace in the Hutu stronghold in Mount Meng? Although the color of the statue was different from before, the appearance that had been engraved in Xueqi's heart immediately awakened Xueqi's memories. Next to the statue was a man with a serpent's head and a human body. He was standing on 2 blood-red dragons and had a blood-red serpent coiled around his hands. This statue was covered in black-red scales, and water power was flashing around him. Wasn't that Gong Gong? Looking to the side, there was a statue with the head of a beast and the body of a human, with 2 fire snakes piercing through its ears and 2 fire dragons under its feet. The statue with the head of a human and the body of a human, with 2 fire snakes piercing its ears and 2 fire dragons under its feet, was great god Gomang. The statue with the face of a human and the body of a beast, with 2 snakes on its ears, was great god Lihai. The half-human, half-beast monster with the head of a human and the body of a beast, with 2 statues of green snakes on its ears, was also the great god Shibai that Xiaohua was familiar with. The 8-headed, 8-legged, 8-tailed, greenish-yellow statue was the great god Tianwu. The aura emanating from these 12 statues was so strong that it filled the entire space. Standing there, Xiaohua looked like an ant, as both his figure and aura were barely visible. Dumbfounded, Xiaohua stared at the most familiar statue, which had a human body, a snake tail, and 7 arms on its back, and couldn't help but groan, "Damn it, isn't this the great god Hutu from Mount Meng? How could this be the celestial fiend Chess? What the hell are the 6 divine generals and 6 fiend generals? Aren't these the statues of the 12 great gods of soul cultivators?" But, while trembling with fear, Xiaohua turned to look at the statues of the 12 great gods. He saw a layer of silver clouds covering the top of the statues, and the silver light emitted by the clouds not only formed a silver lattice in the surroundings, but also sprinkled on the statues. Therefore, the upper half of the statues was silver in color. Underneath the statues of the 12 great gods, there were 12 thick blood pillars that looked like horned dragons spiraling out from the lowest point of the space. The lowest point of the space was a huge triangular shape, and the 12 blood pillars were connected to the triangular shape. Triangular ripples spread out from the center to the edges of the triangular shape, and Xiaohua was familiar with these ripples. When the ripples spread out, they were driven by the blood-red color, causing the blood pillars to fall to the bottom of the statue. The entire statue looked very strange in this blood-red color. Xiaohua was really puzzled. This statue is obviously different from the statue in Hutu Stronghold's Hutu Palace. Although it has a strong aura, it doesn't have that kind of indescribable thing. But if it's not a real statue of a god, then what is it? Looking at the huge statues, each one of them looking fiendish, Xiaohua felt an indescribable desire to subdue them. Moreover, he didn't know where the 12 literary sages had gone, so Xiaohua had time to think. In particular, in this huge space, no matter how fast Xiaohua flew, he was still crawling like a snail. No matter how much his divine sense, which he was originally proud of, expanded, it seemed unable to touch the foot of this statue. Xiaohua even thought that it wasn't that the 12 literary sages didn't come, but that they were just as insignificant as him. Not only was he unable to sense them, even those literary sages couldn't sense him. Xiaohua exerted all his strength to fly towards the nearest statue of the 12 gods. That statue was in the shape of a human face and a snake body. Its entire body was scarlet red, and the scales on the snake body were as big as the sun and the moon. The face of the person in the statue was silver white, and its eyes were tightly closed. An abnormal distortion was faintly discernible near the head of the statue. Wasn't this the statue of the torch dragon of the 12 gods? Xiaohua flew with unspeakable bitterness, but inside his body, the bone-tempering Xiaohua was happily scratching his ears and cheeks. This fluctuation was precisely the fluctuation he had encountered on the divine devil chessboard. Now that he was inside the fluctuation, the bone-tempering Xiaohua could borrow this fluctuation to temper his bones. After flying for an unknown period of time, Xiaohua only knew that his bones had been tempered to 60%. The divine sense he released had just touched the feet of the statue of the torch dragon. Sensing the abnormal coldness of the statue, an almost inconceivable thought suddenly flashed through Xiaohua's mind. No. This definitely isn't a statue of a god like the one in the back Earth Hall. This should be something similar to the puppet technique of my Taoist sect, or something similar to the puppet of Confucian cultivators. It could also be called a god-demon puppet. Damn it, if I can obtain such a god-demon puppet, as long as I can refine it successfully, then, on the entire hidden immortal continent, who can be my opponent? Thinking of this, Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a green color like a copper coin. The true essence in his body surged, and his figure accelerated. His mind was released, wanting to take this torch dragon god-demon puppet. No, the 12 god-demon puppets in the entire space into his own space. Unfortunately, just as Xiaohua's mind touched the torch dragon god-demon puppet, before he could cover the entire god-demon puppet, he saw a powerful clear light sweep across the other side of the torch dragon god-demon puppet. It was precisely Xiaohua's divine sense. Once this clear light touched Xiao Hua's divine sense, it immediately flashed with an intense brilliance. Immediately after, a powerful pressure roared from afar and pounced towards Xiao Hua. This pressure admittedly couldn't compare to the aura of the god-demon puppet, but it was many times stronger than Xiao Hua's divine sense. Under this pressure, Xiao Hua's mind and divine sense were forced to withdraw from the god-demon puppet. Even Xiao Hua's figure was controlled by this pressure, unable to move. Not good. Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. How could he not know that he had encountered a literary sage? However, Xiao Hua was only at the 6th level of origin energy. How could he be the opponent of an 8th level origin energy literary sage? Under this pressure, Xiao Hua struggled with all his might, but it was still to no avail. Just as Xiao Hua was struggling, he saw a huge fist condensed from 5-colored true essence smashing down like the hand of a nascent soul. Hong! With a loud sound, Xiao Hua was like a child, unable to fight back at all. His figure was sent flying by this punch. There was a violent roar in his mind. The true essence in his body was like a tsunami that went out of control. Even the formless nascent soul in his lower dantian was almost destroyed. While Xiao Hua's mind was in a daze, on the other side of the god-demon puppet, Duanmu Gensher's figure appeared. How could it be him? He is Xiao Hua of the Dao sect? Even the literary sage of the Duanmu family was somewhat familiar with this recently famous Dao sect cultivator. He couldn't help but be slightly startled and blurted out in surprise. No wonder this old man felt that this divine sense was rather weak. It was different from the other literary sages. How did he get in? Not good. Duanmu Gensher was shocked. Seeing that Xiao Hua's figure was sent flying straight to the blood pillar under the god-demon puppet, he hurriedly wanted to raise his hand to pull Xiao Hua out. But at this moment, the entire space shook slightly. In the distance, the Ho-2 god-demon puppet that was closest to the torch dragon god-demon puppet was shaking slightly. Duanmu Gensher knew that another literary sage had begun to collect the god-demon puppet. He was afraid that there would be some changes and didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly let go of Xiao Hua and slapped his hand on the top of his head. 5-colored true essence gushed out from there. The 5-colored true essence didn't turn into a sub-body. Instead, it quickly disappeared into the space. In a moment, around the torch dragon god-demon puppet, the space of 100 li was controlled by Duanmu Gensher. A 5-colored sub-body was formed using the space of 100 li. Immediately, Duanmu Gensher's sub-body stretched out both hands to grab the god-demon puppet. Gotcha! Duanmu Gensher's hand landed on the god-demon puppet and shook it vigorously. He wanted to take the god-demon puppet out of the blood pillar. However, this god-demon puppet trembled slightly and that inexplicable fluctuation came out of the blood pillar. As soon as this fluctuation touched the sub-body's hands, those hands immediately cracked and fell off piece by piece. In just a few breaths, it turned into nothingness. Even Duanmu Gensher's 5-colored sub-body that was merged into the space had a feeling of being torn apart. See. Duanmu Gensher took a breath of cold air. The huge sub-body stood in the air. Chapter 3901. Oh. Seeing that Chu Yun, who didn't have the highest cultivation, was the first to find a way to control the puppet of the celestial and demon, Duanmu Gensher frowned. He naturally thought of the condition Chu Yun mentioned before entering the celestial and demon blood swamp. He then looked at the silver clouds and thought to himself, could it be that there are some extremely powerful imperial weapons in the celestial and demon blood swamp? Could it be the strongest imperial weapon, the soft-like water sword, that can restrain the godly demon chess? Forget it. Who cares what it is? Let's keep this puppet of the gods and demons first. Duanmu Jijian's sub-body moved closer to the silver clouds. Sure enough, a noble chief familiar to Confucian cultivators came out of the silver light. Duanmu Jijian was overjoyed. He urged his 5-Qis unification technique to absorb the silver light while urging his Zhen Qi to expel the blood on the torch dragon god golem. Gotcha! Similar to what happened to Chu Yun, bursts of lightning came out of the blood pillar, trying to stop the silver light from entering. The lightning was very fierce, and even someone as strong as Duanmu Jiji couldn't stop it. The Zhen Qi in his middle dantian was extremely shaken, and he couldn't control it for a while. Poof! Duanmu Jiji opened his mouth, and another 5-colored light fell into the silver cloud above his head. Swoosh! A huge amount of silver light fell like the power of the moon and stars. Boom! The silver light on the godly demon puppet rippled like a tide, and rushed towards the blood-red light. Just like that, under Duanmu Jiji's control, the silver light gradually drove the blood-red light from the godly demon puppet, and finally reached the bottom of the puppet. At this point, Duanmu Jiji was powerless. The silver light and the blood-red light were in a stalemate. Duanmu Jesher was a bit anxious. He knew that if there was another literary saint to help, they would definitely be able to take the fiend god puppet out of the blood pillar. However, none of the 12 literary saints would let go of the 12 fiend god puppets, so no one could succeed. Duanmu Jesher took a moment to look up. It was just as he thought. Although the cultivation of the other saints was about the same, there was a huge difference. Except for Murong Jun and Duanmu Jesher, who had both washed the blood to the bottom of the puppet of gods and demons, the other 9 were all around 80%. Chu Yun, who had the lowest cultivation, only reached 75%. In fact, when Duanmu Jiji took the time to look, the other literary saints also looked, and they all didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The literary saints were in an awkward situation, and Xiao Hua, who was injured by Duanmu Jiji, was even more troublesome. At that time, Duanmu Jesher originally thought that it was another literary sage who wanted to snatch the demon god's puppet from him, so he didn't hold back at all in that punch. Even though Xiao Hua was very strong now, he still didn't count for much before reaching the 8th level of elemental energy. This round of attacks nearly killed him. Fortunately, Xiao Hua's body had just been reconstructed in the godly demon blood pool whirlpool, and in this space, a strange wave kept flowing from his body. This wave was like a water wave, and blocked part of Duanmu Jiji's fatal punch. Xiao Hua was very lucky to be beaten dizzy, and fainted after just one glance at Duanmu Jiji. This time, the fainting was different from before. All the primordial spirits in other spaces fainted under the literary saint's punch, without any exception. Although Xiao Hua was lucky not to be killed on the spot, unfortunately, his body was sent into the blood pillar by Duanmu Jiji. Duanmu Jiji discovered that it was Xiao Hua, and could have saved him, but in order to steal the torch dragon god puppet, Duanmu Jiji abandoned Xiao Hua like he was a fallen leaf, and allowed Xiao Hua's body to be sucked into the spinning blood pillar. Xiao Hua's body fell into the blood pillar, and with the flickering blood light, he quickly fell towards the triangular blood pillar. That blood pillar was very long, and the triangular blood pillar was also very big. Only when Duanmu Jiji began to urge the silver light to wash the blood did Xiao Hua fall into the triangular blood pillar. Inside the triangular blood pillar was an even more strange space. Layers of fluctuations produced extreme spatial distortions. Xiao Hua's body floated along with the fluctuations like duckweed in the water. Every time a fluctuation passed, it would produce a strange phenomenon, either stretching Xiao Hua's body to the extreme, or compressing Xiao Hua's body to the extreme. Moreover, the blood that could no longer be seen as a blood wave was condensed into specks of blood. Every time a speck of blood touched Xiao Hua's skin, it would burn an extremely deep bloody hole in his skin. Xiao Hua's tough body was barely able to maintain itself in this space, let alone the other cultivators of the hidden immortal continent. Even if these literary saints above fell in here, they would probably be burned to the point where not even their bones would be left. Granny, it's really troublesome. At the critical moment, these brats are not enough, so I have to take action. Green-robed Xiao Hua's arrogant voice came from Xiao Hua's body. This guy was hiding in the space to teach his disciples, so he was not injured by Duanmu Jiji. Now he could only control Xiao Hua's body. And from his tone, he must be used to scolding his disciples in the space, so there was a faint majesty in his voice. Just as green-robed Xiao Hua took control of his body, Duanmu Jiji, Murong Jun, Chu Yun, and the other literary saints began to expel the blood pillars. These 12 blood pillars rushed towards the blood triangular blood pillar. Green-robed Xiao Hua, who was hiding in the triangular blood pillar, immediately faced a huge pressure. Oh, not good. Seeing the 12 blood pillars smashing towards him with great force, green-robed Xiao Hua was not as calm as Xiao Hua. He also didn't have a specific understanding of Xiao Hua's body, so he hurriedly wanted to take out his Kunlun mirror. However, just as he flew into the space and faced the blood pillar falling from above, he immediately thought of the scene of the billions of incomplete sword wills and sword chi falling from above. He almost didn't hesitate to take out Lil Do from the space, waving his hand and placing it above his head. Boom! The blood pillars fell and a huge amount of blood mist rushed into Xiao Do. Xiao Do shook slightly at first, then a faint suction force appeared, as if it was tasting the blood mist. And with the urging of the 12 literary saints, even more blood mist rushed into Xiao Do. Xiao Do's suction force suddenly increased and waves of blood mist fell into Xiao Do. Just like before, at the opening of Xiao Do, strands of extremely pure blood seeped into Xiao Hua's blood vessels. Haha, this old man is a genius. Green-robed Xiao Hua was overjoyed when he saw this. If this lord was here, he might not be so quick-witted. After a while, the blood pillars and the silver light were in a deadlock. The blood pillars didn't fall, so Xiao Do's suction force turned towards the blood triangular space. Seeing Xiao Do like this, green-robed Xiao Hua's heart moved. He raised his right hand and dripped a drop of blood essence into Xiao Do. Originally, Xiao Hua's blood couldn't fall into Xiao Do, but now that Xiao Do was absorbing the blood mist, he didn't discriminate and merged it into Xiao Do. Seeing that things were going so smoothly, green-robed Xiao Hua became even more smug. He felt that one drop of blood essence might not be enough, so he dripped another 9 drops of blood essence before stopping. When the 9th drop of blood essence fell into Xiao Do violently trembled and suddenly released fluctuations. This fluctuation followed the blood mist into the triangular space. This fluctuation and the triangular space's fluctuations intertwined, causing the entire space's fluctuations to become chaotic. At this moment, the literary saints in the sky looked at each other and finally began to act again. Mu Rongjuan slapped his head and a 5-colored true energy flew out from his head. This 5-colored true energy was different from before. It was only as thick as a thumb and was almost crystallized. What was special was that there were faint traces of blood at the edges of this 5-colored true energy. These traces of blood had Mu Rongjuan's appearance. This was the life true energy of the literary saints. As soon as this 5-colored life source true qi came out, Mu Rongjuan's face turned deathly pale. Moreover, the sub-body that had merged into the void shrank by more than 30%. Go! Mu Rongjuan was very cautious as he urged this 5-colored life source true qi to rush towards the silver-white clouds in the sky. Yes, this is how it should be. Only by borrowing the power of the unknown silver clouds can we completely expel the blood pillars. Duanmu Zhenshi saw Mu Rongjuan like this and understood. He also urged his own true energy. His 5-colored true energy was similar to Mu Rongjuan's, but the arrangement of the 5 colors was a bit different. When Duanmu Zhenshi's 5-colored true energy fell into the silver clouds, a surging aura several times stronger than before poured in. Fellow immortals, Duanmu Zhenshi quickly said, this must be the sacred artifact of our Confucian cultivators. Our individual strengths are too weak to activate it. The ancients have said that a lone hand can't clap, a lone tree can't support a tree. We need to work together to succeed. Good. How could the literary saints not know this? When they spoke, they activated their 5-colored natal energies. Boom, boom. The natal energies of the 12 saints of literature fell into the clouds, causing the clouds to tremble like lightning and thunder. Beams of silver light sprinkled down like the sun. Under the light beam, not only did the 12 puppets of deities and demons expel the darkness, but the entire space was also shaken by the light beam. The fluctuations that filled the entire space became disordered. Black and white cracks appeared in the blood-red space. The silver and black lattices that were laid together began to fall rapidly. Black and silver intertwined. Strands of lightning and thunder suddenly appeared. The silver and black lattices that hadn't fallen down started to flicker crazily. The flickering luster rushed to the triangular region at the bottom. Quick! Duanmu Zhenshi saw this and loudly said, in this space, the silver cloud's power and the blood-red power are in balance. When we 12 literary saints suddenly intervened, we destroyed this balance. The silver Confucian sacred artifact's power surpasses the blood-red power. I'm afraid this space is about to collapse. Let's put away the demon god chess and escape. Since Duanmu Zhenshi could see this, how could the other literary saints not know? Other than Chu Yun, who had an awkward expression on her face, it was as if someone had seen through her thoughts. Everyone else hurriedly activated their secondary bodies and prepared to collect the 12 godly demon puppets. Chapter 3902. Wang. The ripples below the 12 divine runes became even more chaotic. The suction force tore apart the blood pillar, the silver light, and even the surrounding space. Zhu Wenxing only thought that his arrival had disrupted the balance, but their sentiments were wrong. Within the blood-red triangle, the small funnel's suction force grew stronger and stronger. Strands of blood crystals and the silver crystal threads behind them also fell into Xiao Hua's body. Say. The poor Xiao Hua just woke up. He didn't have time to scold the green-robed Xiao Hua for his recklessness. He hurriedly urged his primordial spirits to clean up the mess. However, with the experience of the sword tomb, Xiao Hua didn't panic. Right now, his nascent soul was like a sea of stars, and his middle dantian was like a sea of qi. It was Xiao Dou that absorbed the blood. Xiao Hua's only worry was that he would be discovered by the 12 divine runes. Duanmu Jishi's punch was still fresh in his mind. If the other divine runes found out, he would really die. Luckily, the current space was extremely chaotic. The ripples were everywhere. No matter if it was divine sense or Buddhist sense, they were all torn apart. Even the clear eyes technique was torn apart. Xiao Hua wasn't worried about being seen by others. Moreover, the 12 divine runes wanted to collect the 12 puppets the most. None of them could be distracted. Whoosh whoosh. After the pillar of blood and the black gas were absorbed, the silver clouds were also pulled into Xiao Dou's suction force. The 12 puppets of gods and devils and the 12 saints of runes were also pulled into the suction force. Even the entire space was now rumbling, as if it was being ravaged by lightning. It looked like the space was about to collapse. Not good. Seeing the change in space, Chu Yun knew that things weren't good. He glanced at the divine runes with resentment, then looked at the silver cloud that was gradually becoming thinner due to Xiao Dou's suction force. Knowing that the thing behind the cloud would soon be discovered, he hurriedly punched his chest. A mouthful of blood fell into the air. Chu Yun raised his hand and the blood exploded. Tens of thousands of blood runes tumbled out. Go! Chu Yun hurriedly channeled his true qi. The blood runes were like blooming flowers as they flew towards the Gomang god demon puppet in front of him. When the blood-red runes landed on the Gomang god golem, a strange sound rang out in the space. Then, the Gomang god golem was covered in a blood-red color again, but this blood-red color was extremely bright in the silver light. Withdraw. Chu Yun waved her hands, and the blood-colored godly demon puppet began to flicker with a thin whirlpool. The silver clouds also began to rotate, and the huge godly demon puppet began to shrink. The speed of its shrinking slowed down at first, then gradually accelerated. The head of the Chu family, Chu Yun, used his family's secret technique to capture the Gomang god demon puppet. Gong Shu Yenin of the Gong Shu family also used his secret technique to capture the Xueqi god demon puppet. The other divine runes also didn't want to be left behind. They all took out their trump cards. Duanmu Jiji of the Duanmu family took the Zhulong god demon puppet. Murong family took the Chongliang god demon puppet. Huangfu Gongqing of the Huangfu family took the Rushou god demon puppet. Zhang Sunji of the Zhangsun family took the Gonggong god demon puppet. Yuan family's Yuan god demon puppet. Kong family's Kong Cheng took the Fu Hai god demon puppet. Meng Meng of the Meng family took the Dijiang god demon puppet. Mo Xie of the Mo family took the Tian Wu god demon puppet. Zhou Zhen of the Zhou family took the Xian Ming god demon puppet. And Lu Chen of the Lu family took the Zhu Rong god demon puppet. Although Chu Yun was the first to use his secret technique, his cultivation was the weakest. So, after he captured the Gomang god demon puppet, the other 11 divine runes had already flown towards the silver cloud. Fellow immortals! Chu Yun panicked and yelled. We already agreed when we came in. Apart from the 12 godly demon chess pieces, our Chu family has the right to choose first. What's behind the silver cloud? Before Chu Yun could finish, Duanmu Jiji's cold voice sounded. Immortal friend Chu, what's behind the silver cloud? How can it be ordinary if it's used to suppress the godly demon chess pieces? Well, Chu Yun was a bit hesitant, but seeing that the silver cloud was almost torn apart by the huge suction force, he knew that there was no point in trying to hide anything. Just as he was about to speak, boom! The entire space gathered towards the triangular area below the divine runes, and the silver cloud was finally torn apart. Kang! A strong sword sound came from behind the silver cloud. Then, the divine rune's eyes lit up as a 10,000-mile-long sword ray slashed across the sky. The space that was originally a mixture of blood and silver light was immediately split open, and layers of thunder mixed with wind and rain came out from the crack. Tion, son of heaven's sword. All the literary saints were dumbfounded as they stared dumbfoundedly at the huge treasured sword that emerged from behind the clouds under the thunderstorm. Sword light radiated from this treasured sword. This sword light was different from ordinary sword light as it didn't have the coldness of killing. Instead, it had a warmth that seeped into one's heart and lungs. Within that silver sword light, there were tens of thousands of sword wills. The inner layer of this sword wills was the mountains and rivers, the middle layer was the myriad phenomena of the world, and the outer layer was the pavilions of the sky and the chains of inscription. What was similar to what Xueqi saw in the illusion at the bottom of the Saint River was that the hilt of the sword was shaped like a heart, and the heart was engraved with the patterns of dragons and phoenixes. The blade under the sword ray didn't look sharp at all. It didn't even look sharp. There were no spikes at the tip, only an oval shape. How is this possible? Murong Jun and the others couldn't help but mutter. The Saint River hid the Emperor's sword, and the Emperor's sword came out to suppress the 9 provinces. Wasn't the Emperor's sword put under the Saint River? How did it appear in the godly demon blood pool? While the divine runes were still in shock, Chu Yun turned into countless rainbows and flew towards the Emperor's sword. Unfortunately, before he could touch the Emperor's sword, the sword intent within the sword turned into a gust of wind and blocked him. Even a divine rune like Chu Yun couldn't get any closer. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Chu Yun in such a sorry state, Duanmu Gensher laughed. Chu Yun, oh Chu Yun, you. I don't know what to say about you. I didn't expect you to scheme so hard to get the Emperor's sword. Didn't you see the hilt of the Emperor's sword? The Emperor's sword can't be held with your hands. You have to use your heart to hold it. Only a benevolent heart, only a sword heart that carries the supreme will of God can control it. What right do you have to dare to hold the Emperor's sword that can shake the 9 provinces? Not to mention you, even I don't dare to take it. Chu Yun's face turned green and red. She only dared to mutter in her heart, do I have the guts to be a noble or a general? Whoosh. Just as Duanmu Gensher was laughing at Chu Yun, the Emperor's sword rose into the sky and escaped from the spatial crack. Let's go, the space is about to collapse. The literary saints finally woke up from their shock and amusement. They each urged their clouds to fly out of the collapsing space. They did not even dare to think about the blood-red area within the space that could resist the Son of Heaven's sword. Just as Zhu Wensheng flew out of the space, amidst the violent wind and rain, a huge cloud pillar fell from the distant horizon. It transformed into a huge hand in front of everyone and grabbed the Son of Heaven's sword. This giant hand was naturally the one that crushed the Buddhist sect's teleportation channel. Seeing that the cloud pillar was filled with a majestic aura and a will as vast as the starry sky came from the rain, the 12 divine runes immediately stood respectfully in the air. No one dared to move. Divine Rune Star. The highest divine ability of the Confucian cultivators in the hidden immortal continent. It was revered by all cultivators. Whoosh! The giant hand fell and the flying Emperor's sword was stopped. The Emperor's sword released a gentle sword light that blocked the giant hand. However, the giant hand bent and the inscription chains on the Emperor's sword began to collapse. The world began to distort and the Emperor's sword was about to fall into the giant hand. Boom! At this moment, dark green clouds flashed in another part of the sky. A thick green cloud pillar also rolled over and turned into a giant hand that grabbed the Emperor's sword's tip. The 12 divine runes were shocked. They wanted to leave but didn't dare to. However, the Emperor's sword was on the verge of exploding and instantly enveloped them. In the sky above the god-fiend blood pool, air currents began to wreak havoc. The space within 5,000 kilometers was filled with a cold air that wanted to tear everything apart. Rumble! A thunderous roar that shook the heavens and earth sounded. A gigantic lightning pillar fell from the sky. Between the edges of the lightning pillar, images of dragons and phoenixes surged. The lightning pillar was filled with reddish-yellow draconic aura. When the lightning pillar fell, it transformed into a gigantic hand. This gigantic hand was different from the previous 2 gigantic hands. It was shaped like a heart, but also like a jade seal. After a few transformations, it grabbed the hilt of the Son of Heaven's sword. Whoosh! The Emperor's sword's hilt was grabbed and the entire sword will changed. golden spears and armored horses, a sea of blood and yellow sand, and thunderbolts came out from within. The originally smooth sword tip turned flat and sharp at the same time. As the sword light flashed, the thunderstorm and raindrops in the sky all turned into swords. The two giant hands that were grabbing the sword tip were cut in half by the supreme sword tip. Whoosh! A huge wind howled. The two giant hands turned into pillars of air and quickly retreated. The lightning pillar roared and brought the Emperor's sword back into the sky. With the Son of Heaven's sword gone, the entire space immediately fell silent. Crack, crack, crack. The thunder was like a dragon, and the lightning illuminated the faces of the 12 saints of literature. Everyone's faces were dazed, and their eyes were filled with shock. After a while, Murong Jun was the first to fly away, not leaving behind a single word. Then, the other divine runes left in a hurry and also didn't leave a single word. Chu Yun and Chu Yoji were the last to leave. They looked down with some unwillingness. The blood pool that was originally thousands of miles long had now become barren land with countless cracks. Not a single trace of the blood from before was left. At this moment, the cracks were being drenched by the rain. It wouldn't be long before it became a lake of rain. Chapter 3903. Chu Yun tried his best to cast the eye-cleansing technique to see how the space had collapsed, but he was disappointed, as he could not find anything. However, he raised his head and glanced into the distance, and let out a sigh. If even that person couldn't see it, how could I see it? Forget it, forget it. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. I planned for so long to be the oriole, but in the end, I realized that I was nothing more than a pitiful cicada. In the end, I was caught by that person. Chu Yun sighed and flew away. However, Chu Yun didn't have too many regrets. Although the Chu clan didn't get as much as he expected, he achieved his goal. He even got a god-demon puppet. Chu Yun didn't work for nothing. With this god-demon puppet, the Chu clan's position in the hidden immortal continent would be even more stable. They would become a third-rate clan sooner or later. Everyone left, and the third day of the storm also gradually passed. Just as Chu Yun saw, the 10,000 miles of blood pool had disappeared. The seemingly barren land had turned into a rain pool. Under the sunlight, the rain pool gradually evaporated. However, if there were no accidents, it would take another 10,000 years before there would be any signs of human habitation. After all, how could a land eroded by demonic qi be so easily fertile? Many people in the hidden immortal continent knew about the god-demon blood pool. Even the news of the Buddhist sect's heavenly protector appearing in the god-demon blood pool quickly spread across the hidden immortal continent. In the next few months, countless cultivators came to the god-demon blood pool. Unfortunately, they only watched and listened. Everyone knew the process of the bloody battle, but no one knew the true ending of the bloody battle. The 12 families of the literary saints kept their mouths shut. No one knew that the god-demon chess had fallen into the hands of the 12 families, and no one knew that the Emperor's sword had appeared. Under the god-demon blood pool, the bloody space, after several months of collapsing and absorbing, had fallen into the small bucket. The space had now turned into a tiny dot of blood. Within the ripples in the void, no eye-clear technique could see through them. And the source of this fluctuation was a triangular blood-colored bone lying quietly in the small bucket. After several months of quiet cultivation, Xiaohua's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. However, Xiaohua was now very calm. Not only because his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, but also because his cultivation path was different from the path of ordinary cultivators in the cultivation world. He felt that his cultivation was closer to scattered nascent soul. If one were to ignore the spirit severing or out-of-body process in the Dao sex cultivation realm, Xiaohua's current realm should be the early stage of the spirit severing stage. Of course, using cultivation realm to estimate Xiaohua's strength would only be falling into Xiaohua's scheme. How could Xiaohua's strength be merely at the lower stages of the 6th grade of essence energy? Actually, Xiaohua had already discovered this triangular blood-colored bone when Little Doe had retracted the space. He had even taken the opportunity to send his mind into the space to investigate. After all, this triangular bone was really too obvious. Sure enough, as Xiaohua had expected, that triangle was the same as the triangle in the space where the white bone top gate was. Needless to say, The one who controlled the puppets was the last piece of bone in his space. However, during this period of time, Xueqi had been hesitating and indecisive. Because he still didn't know the power of the puppets, but Xueqi was very clear about what kind of existence the blood pool of the gods was. Since this blood-colored bone could create a 10,000 li wide blood pool of the gods, then it was definitely not a good thing. Xueqi didn't know what kind of consequences would arise if he collected this bone and put it back. He even felt that in the space, even the Jade Archive Xueqi might not be able to restrain the complete bone. Therefore, looking at the triangular bone in Little Doe, Xueqi acted out of character and didn't immediately retract it into the space. Perhaps I can only wait a little longer. After thinking for so long, Xueqi already had some plans in his heart. Wait until I find the origin of this bone, or until my cultivation is enough. Seeing the last of the blood-colored light fall into the blood bone, Xueqi stored Little Doe and the blood bone beside the great derivation exquisite pagoda in his Naiwan palace. Firstly, under the innate divine restriction, the blood bone wouldn't be discovered by others. Secondly, the blood bone's fluctuations were extremely useful for Xueqi's cultivation. Xueqi wasn't willing to let go of such a rare cultivation opportunity. After packing up, Xueqi didn't dare to directly fly out of the blood pool. Instead, he flew into the distance for a long time, and only flew out when he felt that he was far away. At this time, the blood pool of the gods was already secluded. The barren land and faint mud were no different from ordinary wastelands. Xueqi released his divine sense and didn't find anything wrong. Of course, the current Xueqi was clear that he could only discover this much. There were many things that others didn't want him to discover, but he couldn't discover them either. After calculating with his fingers, Xueqi realized that he had missed the appointment. He had spent too much time in the blood pool of the gods. Even if he rushed to the North Sea now, he wouldn't be able to make it in time for the appointment with Ao Zhantian. Forget it, I'll just take my time. The matter of the Chu clan can drag on for dozens of years. Perhaps the selection of the North Sea can also drag on for several years. Xueqi helplessly moved his body and prepared to fly towards the North Sea. However, he had just flown 100 miles when his heart suddenly jolted. His body stopped in mid-air, and his gaze passed through the clouds and fell on the ground that used to be the 10,000 miles blood swamp. This 10,000 miles blood swamp has now become land. This land is indeed barren, but it is still land. The hidden immortal continent is currently in chaos. Although this has nothing to do with this Xiao still took over the 9 cauldrons. In the future, this Xiao will definitely return the 9 cauldrons, but during this period of time, what should I do about the calamity of the 9 prefectures? It's a pity that the land is now barren. If it can be filled with food, this Xiao can also make up for the mistake of taking over the cauldrons. In the eyes of the compassionate Xueqi, the life and death of the people was much more important than the appointment of the North Sea. Since it was already too late, then let it be a little later. Thus, Xueqi released Yuanya, Fu Jiwen, Lu Yi, Wang Bianfei, Wu Tian, Chang Yuan, Yu Zhongquan, and even the Black Bear, Golden Eagle, and White Lion from the space. Each of them took a Qiankuan bag and let them spread the seeds of food within the territory of 10,000 li. The territory of 10,000 li didn't sound big, but 10,000 li was an extremely terrifying number. Xueqi also didn't want to let those hidden things see his true strength, so Xueqi also patiently accompanied the group of disciples to slowly spread the seeds. After spending no less than 10 days, the seemingly boundless territory of the secular world was planted with the seeds of food. The place where the seeds were sown the earliest had already begun to produce seedlings. Only then did Xueqi take out the mountain and river seal and pretend to put the group of disciples, except for Fu Jiwen, back into the mountain and river seal. However, when Xueqi took out the Pegasus and flying chariot from the Qiankuan bag, a leisurely voice came from who knows where. AI, Taoist Master Xueqi, who cares about people's hearts, compared to the compassionate Guanyin Bodhisattva, who knows how many times stronger. If Guanyin Bodhisattva's golden body was replaced with Taoist Master Xiao, this old man will definitely agree. Xueqi was greatly alarmed. He hastily stood in the air respectfully and bowed towards the distance. Junior Xueqi greets Senior. Junior doesn't dare to compare myself to some Buddhist bodhisattva. Junior was only born in a farmer's family, so I have always felt the hardships of the farmer's family. Therefore, whenever there is an opportunity, I want to do something for the hard-working farmers. Moreover, Junior obtained these grain seeds from the hands of Great Master Dao Shan of the Bronze Pillar Country's Seven Sons Temple. At that time, Great Master Dao Shan would rather starve himself than forget to give porridge to the beggars. Junior is untalented, but I am willing to fulfill Great Master Dao Shan's last wish and help the common people of the world escape from disaster. Speaking until here, Xiao Hua's heart was moved. He took out the golden steel from the Seven Sons Temple and took out a dozen Chenkuan bags. Seeing the grain seeds flowing into the Chenkuan bags from the golden steel, Xiao Hua's eyes looked all around. Naturally, he didn't dare to release his divine sense. When the dozen Chenkuan bags were filled with a lot of grain seeds, Xiao Hua received the golden steel and respectfully sent the dozen Chenkuan bags into the air. He bowed and said, "Junior is only a cultivator of the Dao school. My strength is weak, and I am far inferior to all of you seniors. Now, Junior asks all of you seniors to gift these grain seeds to the common people of the 9 regions of the hidden immortal continent. This is the blessing of the common people, and also the fortune of the Confucian cultivators." Haha, you little child really know how to order people around. Another voice was also faintly discernible. However, while they were talking, one of the Chenkuan bags mysteriously disappeared. However, for the common people, this old man is also willing to be schemed against by you. After one Chenkuan bag disappeared, the other dozen Chenkuan bags also disappeared. Finally, a thumb-sized jade buckle fell into Xiao Hua's hand out of thin air. The voice from before sounded in Xiao Hua's ear. "This old man is the true Confucian, Sun Tian. This is my candidate for the true Confucian. Right now, your cultivation is too shallow, so you don't need to know the origin and use of this token. Wait until your Confucian cultivation reaches the realm of the sage of literature. Then you will understand." Yes, Junior understands. Xiao Hua was flabbergasted. He didn't know what this true Confucian was. However, to have such a high cultivation Confucian senior give him some kind of token, it was enough for him to fart. He hastily received the jade buckle and bowed. After Xiao Hua got up, the entire surroundings became silent again. Xiao Hua released his divine sense, but still didn't find anything. Soon after, Xiao Hua didn't dare to stay for long. He ordered Fu Jiwen to drive the heavenly horse-flying carriage and hurriedly fly towards the North Sea. "Disciple, have you heard of the true Confucian?" After flying for several days, they were already far away from the blood pool of gods and devils. Xiao Hua asked Fu Jiwen in a low voice. Fu Jiwen shook his head slightly. "Disciple doesn't know. I've never heard of it." And Xiao Hua nodded. He knew that this was another secret of the Confucian cultivators. With Fu Jiwen's family background, there was no way for him to know. However, Fu Jiwen immediately smiled and said, "Master is so amazing." There are so many sage of literature in the blood pool of gods and devils, but they didn't dare to make a move against Master. Instead, they helped Master spread the seeds. In this way, Master doesn't need to rely on the Murong family. You can also be on good terms with the various Confucian families. The forces of the Immortal Palace won't dare to casually make a move against Master. Chapter 3904. Hee, of course. Xiao Hua also smiled mysteriously and said, "Sometimes cultivation isn't omnipotent. But without cultivation, it's absolutely impossible." Fu Jiwen replied, "If Master didn't come out of the blood pool of gods and devils alive, how could you have the chance to meet these literary saints? But then again, Master, what happened in the blood pool of gods and devils? It actually attracted the attention of so many literary saints here? These people, I'm afraid they're not just literary saints." Hearing Fu Jiwen mention literary saints, Xiao Hua immediately thought of Duanmu Gensher. However, he couldn't be sure of the cultivation of these scholarly cultivators. He was only puzzled for a moment, then told Fu Jiwen the truth of the blood pool of gods and devils that he knew. Finally he said, "Under the blood pool of gods and devils, there are 12 godly devil chess pieces. But from what Master sees, they're just puppets of gods and devils. Now those scholarly cultivator families, including the Chu family, have obtained them. As for which families, Master doesn't know. Without the godly devil chess pieces, the blood pool of gods and devils naturally doesn't exist anymore. If, in a few years, the Chu family comes to the blood pool of gods and devils again, and they see that this area is all fertile land, Master, what do you think the Chu family head's expression will be like? When the Chu family head or senior Murong Tsongyun knows that this is Master's work, what will they think? Fu Jiwen asked with interest. How others see Master, it has nothing to do with Master. Xiao Hua replied meaningfully, what Master wants to do is only what I want to do. Yes, Master. Disciple understands. Fu Jiwen's heart tightened, and he hurriedly replied, if Disciple has Master's realm, Disciple's heavenly book will be able to break out. Sooner or later. Xiao Hua looked at the setting sun in the distance. With the seed of the blood pool, the land of fish and rice won't be far away. With faith in your heart, hope won't be far away. Under the evening sky, the heavenly horse's brilliance overflowed, dragging the flying carriage forward. In this boundless night sky, it was like a faint hope in people's hearts. Although it was rare, it was still common. Moreover, Xiao Hua didn't expect that the sowing seeds that made all the literary stars look askance would attract hundreds of millions of townspeople not long after. With people, there's a family, there's a country. Under the support of the people, a country. Under the country's country. Under the support of the people, a country's Tao empire faintly formed. Although the empire's empire, it didn't have an empire. The scorching sun was like a huge fireball hanging high in the sky. There were no clouds in the sky, and the whole world was filled with glaring sunlight. At this time, Xiao Hua was standing on the airship with his hands behind his back. His eyes were staring straight at the ground. His gaze was like the sun as he slowly looked through the town on the ground. Fu Jiwen still stood behind the Pegasus. He looked at the town below the flying carriage, and then looked at Xiao Hua's expression. He waited until Xiao Hua slightly closed his eyes before he asked tentatively, Master, this Lu town. Is it the one Master is looking for? Xiao Hua shook his head slightly. No. Yes, this is the 12th one. Hearing this, Fu Jiwen agilely urged the Pegasus and said, from Zhaixing Lu's jade eyes, there are 177 Lu towns in Gun province. On the way from the god-fiend blood pool to the North Sea, we can pass by at most 36 Lu towns. This is only the 12th one. Master, don't be anxious. As long as this Lu town is on the hidden immortal continent, we will find it sooner or later. Say. Hearing Fu Jiwen's comforting words, Xiao Hua felt bitter in his heart. He naturally hoped that the Lu Zhan he was looking for was in the hidden immortal continent. He even hoped that this Lu Zhan was in the Gun prefecture. Raising his eyes to look into the distance, Xiao Hua said, how far is the next Lu town from here? Master, there are 2 Lu towns closest to here. These 2 are not on our route. One is more than 3,000 li away, and the other is more than 4,000 li away. If Master is in a hurry, I'm afraid you can only go to one of them. Fu Jiwen replied confidently. Moreover, Master Disciple feels that you can actually use your divine sense to search. You don't have to fly close to carefully search. Xiao Hua ignored Fu Jiwen's suggestion and waved his hand. Then let's find the one closest to our route. Yes, Master. Although Fu Jiwen did not dare to ask too much, but from Xiao Hua's cautious attitude when looking for Lu Zhan, he knew that Lu Zhan was extremely important to Xiao Hua. He only replied and urged the heaven horse to fly towards the closest Lu Zhan. After flying for a while, Fu Jiwen seemed to have thought of something. He hurriedly took out the jade eyes and looked at it carefully. Soon after, he took out another pink jade eyes and looked at it again. He then raised his head and smiled at Xiao Hua. Master, do you still remember the Broken Heart Mountain that Senior Zhaixing Zi and Senior Gusuchodi went to? Xiao Hua was a little absent-minded and casually replied. Of course I remember. Then Master should also know that saying, right? What saying? Xiao Hua pulled his thoughts back from the Lu town and looked at Fu Jiwen curiously. So Master doesn't know. Fu Jiwen said with a smile. On the Cast Emotion Mountain, one's heart is tied. On the Broken Heart Mountain, one's intestines are broken. This is a saying that has been widely spread among the scholarly cultivator aristocratic families. Hearing this, Xiao Hua's heart ached slightly. He naturally thought of the miserable expression on Fairy Jing's face that day. Xiaohua had always felt guilty about Xueqi's death. Not only did he have doubts about his relationship with Fairy Hongxia, but he also rejected Fairy Jing and Xian's faintly discernible good feelings. Perhaps Xiaohua didn't feel Fairy Jing's resolute indifference that day, but after the passage of time, Xiaohua could feel that kind of heavy love. What? Is there some beautiful legend about Broken Heart Mountain and Cast Emotion Mountain? Xiaohua smiled stiffly and said, is it as moving as the 10 great imperial equipment? Of course. Fu Jiwen smiled. Scholarly cultivators don't lack literary thought and writing skills. Even if something didn't happen, it would become an untainted story in the hands of scholarly cultivators. Oh? Tell me about it. Xiaohua asked with interest. In the early years, there was a cowherd at the foot of Dragon Jade Mountain. This cowherd didn't have a name, so he was called a cowherd. This cowherd had no parents since he was young. He grew up alone and relied on his family to feed him. After he grew up, he relied on herding cows for a living. One day, when he came back from herding cows, he found that one of his cows was missing. Thus, he took advantage of the fact that the sky wasn't dark to look for it. But strangely, he couldn't find his cow. Seeing that the sky was already dark and the moon had risen, he was really tired. He sat on a rock and cried. As he cried, he vaguely heard the sound of a cow in the distance. Thus, he stopped crying and hurriedly followed the sound of the cow's cry. In the end, he found his lost cow in a completely unfamiliar mountain. What surprised him was that the cow was holding a colorful piece of clothing in its mouth. This cowherd was an honest and considerate person. Of course, he couldn't take someone else's clothing, so he followed the cow's footprints. In the end, he found a group of women bathing in a hot spring in the mountain. Nonsense again. Xiaohua laughed involuntarily. Since the cow was holding a piece of clothing in its mouth, how could it make a sound? Master, can you listen to Disciple's story? Fu Jiwen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That year, Disciple. At this point, Fu Jiwen hurriedly shut his mouth and didn't continue. Haha. Xiaohua laughed. Say it, Master won't tell Wan. Okay. Fu Jiwen's face was embarrassed and continued to tell the story. After the women bathed, they all flew to the 9 heavens. Only one woman couldn't fly because she didn't have any clothes. The cowherd took the opportunity to come out from behind the tree and ask the woman to marry him. Then, he would return the clothes to the woman. The woman had no choice but to obey the cowherd. Although the woman was unwilling at first, she later lived with the cowherd and fell deeply in love with him. After a long time, the cowherd found out that his wife was actually the younger sister of the Immortal Palace's immortal emperor, Mysterious Maiden. That year, because she sneaked out of the Immortal Palace to play, the cowherd bumped into her. Later, Mysterious Maiden missed her family in the Immortal Palace, so the cowherd returned the heavenly clothing to her. Mysterious Maiden wore the immortal clothing and promised the cowherd that she would come back after a year. However, the cowherd waited at home for 3 years and still didn't see the shadow of Mysterious Maiden. The cowherd missed his wife, but he couldn't fly. In the end, one day, the missing cow said that as long as he peeled off the cow's skin, he could sit on the cow's skin and go to the Immortal Palace. Thus, the cowherd really peeled off the cow's skin and went to the Immortal Palace. When he arrived at the Immortal Palace, the cowherd found that it wasn't that Mysterious Maiden didn't want him, but that the ruthless immortal emperor hated his younger sister for finding a cowherd and imprisoned Mysterious Maiden in the Immortal Palace. Thus, the cowherd broke into the Immortal Palace and rescued Mysterious Maiden. However, when they were escaping, the immortal emperor got angry and turned the cowherd into a mountain. Mysterious Maiden would rather die than return to the Immortal Palace, so she also turned into a mountain and fell from the sky to accompany the cowherd. Thus, the 2 mountains became the Heartbreak Mountain and Mysterious Maiden's tears became the Water of Forgetfulness. Sitting on the cow's skin and ascending to the sky? Granny, isn't this the legendary boasting? Xiaohua smiled, his eyes narrowed into crescents, and asked again. Then what about the Cast Emotion Mountain? Is it the love story between the immortal emperor's other younger sister and a butcher? Ah, how did Master know? Didn't you never hear of it? Fu Jiwen pretended to be stunned and asked. Pay. Master naturally never heard of it. Xiaohua spat and scolded with a smile. But Master knows about the crooked intestines of those Confucian aristocratic families. Isn't this story used to make up stories about the immortal emperor of the Immortal Palace? Confucian cultivators emphasize on the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. They emphasize on propriety, justice, integrity, and shame. That woman betrayed herself and slept with the cowherd just because she couldn't return to the immortal palace. How could she still have face? Moreover, after living together, she actually followed the cowherd wholeheartedly. Who is this cowherd? He is the most despicable person in the secular world of the hidden immortal continent. The dignified immortal emperor's younger sister actually broke off relations with the immortal palace for this vulgar person. Isn't this scolding the immortal emperor for not having etiquette and education, and not being worthy of being in charge of the immortal palace? Chapter 3905. Haha. Fu Jiwen claps his hands and laughs. Master really understands. However, the story of Casting Emotion Mountain is the story of immortal emperor's 10th princess and a Taoist cultivator. Oh? 10th princess? Xiao Hua's heart moves as he laughs. It seems that not only does the immortal emperor of Immortal Palace have no sisters, he also only has 9 princesses. There is definitely no 10th princess. This. Fu Jiwen's eyes turn as he understands something. He nods and says Master is right. Although disciple doesn't know how many princesses the immortal emperor has, if this story comes from a Confucian family, I'm afraid that they wouldn't dare to use real people to mock them. It can only be fake. And the people of Immortal Palace and Confucian family are not fools. Xiao Hua says disdainfully, if it is really true, Immortal Palace can use the immortal law to punish them. Can they let this story spread in the world? Hee master, you really don't want to hear it? Fu Jiwen laughs. The jade eyes that Bibe and gave disciple recorded the location of Casting Emotion Mountain. It is just 1,000 miles in front of us. This is the origin of the story of the Taoist cultivator and the 10th princess. Master, are you not interested? Is that Casting Emotion Mountain in front of us? Xiao Hua raises his head and looks into the distance. Is there anything special about this Casting Emotion Mountain? Master, won't you know after listening to the story? Fu Jiwen himself doesn't feel that he is very strange today. He has no reason to tell his master a story, and one after another. Xiao Hua laughs, then tell me. Anyway, I have nothing to do. Yes, master. Fu Jiwen clears his throat and says, a long time ago, on a rainy dusk, Immortal Emperor's 10th princess couldn't bear the Immortal Palace's rules and regulations. She longed for the mundane world and secretly slipped away from the Immortal Palace to the hidden Immortal Continent. In a place called Linglong Mountain, she met a handsome Dao sect cultivator. This Dao sect cultivator was just tempted, but because he was impetuous and eager for quick success, he thought that he was the best in the world and flaunted his power around Linglong Mountain. When the 10th princess saw that the Dao sect cultivator was so ignorant, she warned him. Of course, the handsome young cultivator was no match for the 10th princess of the Immortal Palace. After he was defeated by the 10th princess, they agreed to fight again in 10 years. The 10th princess didn't care and agreed casually. As a result, the two fought again 10 years later, and the handsome young cultivator was defeated again. The Taoist cultivators were not convinced and said another 10 years. Just like that, the Taoist cultivators fought with the 10th princess 9 times in a row. The Taoist cultivators were defeated time and time again. After the 9th defeat, the Taoist cultivator put forward a condition during the battle. If he could defeat the 10th princess for the 10th time, the 10th princess would marry him. The 10th princess and the Taoist cultivator got to know each other after fighting. She actually secretly fell in love with this unyielding Taoist cultivator. Therefore, the 10th princess not only agreed to his condition, but also gave the Immortal Palace's secret heavenly book of 5 Chi's origin to the Taoist cultivator. What was the result? Xiao Hua frowned and asked. The result was that the 10th princess didn't appear during the 10th battle. Fu Jiwen was really good at telling stories. He slowly said, the Taoist cultivator waited for a year, but he still didn't see the 10th princess. According to the agreement, the Taoist cultivator won. However, not only was the Taoist cultivator not happy, but he was also extremely sad because he found that he had fallen in love with this unruly 10th princess. Although the 10th princess didn't say her background, The smart Taoist cultivator found clues from the heavenly book and used the magic he learned from the heavenly book to kill his way into the immortal palace. Not only did he break through the southern heavenly gate, he even broke into the Lingyun palace and used the 5 Qis origin sutra to force the immortal emperor to tell him the whereabouts of the 10th princess. It turned out that the 10th princess lost the immortal palace's treasure and couldn't explain it to the immortal emperor. She was also unwilling to say the whereabouts of the heavenly book, so she was suppressed by the immortal emperor under a 10,000 zhang tall mountain. Moreover, when the immortal emperor suppressed the 10th princess, he said that unless someone could split the mountain in half with a sword, the 10th princess would never be able to escape from the cage. Therefore, the Taoist cultivator could only rely on his magic to save the 10th princess. When the Taoist cultivator reached the 10,000 zhang tall mountain, he found that this mountain wasn't an ordinary mountain. With his cultivation, he couldn't split it at all. Therefore, the Taoist cultivator built a hut at the foot of the mountain and accompanied the 10th princess while cultivating the 5 Qis origin. As the saying goes, sincerity can split open metal and stone. The Taoist cultivator cultivated bitterly under the mountain for 1,000 years and refined the casting emotion sword. With a slash of his sword, he really split the 10,000 zhang tall mountain in half. The 10th princess flew out from the bottom of the mountain and lived together with the Taoist cultivator from then on. They were very happy. The name of the casting emotion mountain was spread from that time. As long as there were couples who went through the trials on both sides of the casting emotion mountain, they would definitely be able to forge their feelings into solid gold and obtain a happy marriage. When Xueqi heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, "Although this story has a happy ending, but isn't this process too ridiculous? To think that a scholarly cultivator family could come up with something like this. Although Taoist cultivators are much stronger than cowherds, in the eyes of scholarly cultivators, they are also unbearable. Compared to Taoist cultivators, the southern heavenly gate was actually broken by Taoist cultivators, which is even more shameful." Although the story is slightly rough, men and women in the secular world like this kind of unyielding bones that don't fear power and also like to pursue happiness the most. Therefore, this story is widely spread in the secular world. Fu Jiwen said with a smile, "When Disciple found out that Bai An was a female official of the Immortal Palace, I couldn't help but think of this story." Bai An even told Disciple the location of the casting emotion mountain to express that her feelings for Disciple are stronger than gold. Xueqi woke up and pointed at Fu Jiwen, "Disciple, so you want to go to the casting emotion mountain? You should have said so earlier. Why do you have to beat around the bush with Master?" "Master." Fu Jiwen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shrugged his shoulders innocently and said, "Even if Disciple wants to go, Disciple will go with Bai An. Disciple is just telling Master." "Then, where is the Linglong mountain in the story?" Xueqi narrowed his eyes and asked again. Fu Jiwen waved his hand and said, "Master has read a lot of scholarly cultivator books. Presumably you also know that there are countless mountains in the hidden immortal continent, but there isn't a mountain range called Linglong Mountain. Perhaps the person who made up the story did it on purpose, or perhaps Linglong Mountain was afraid of the immortal palace and changed its name long ago." Xueqi nodded thoughtfully, but suddenly he remembered, "That's right. What are Chong Yuan and Yu Zhongquan like now?" "Ai, don't mention this pair of quarrelsome lovers." Hearing Xueqi mention Yu Zhongquan, Fu Jiwen said with a tone like mud that couldn't support a wall, "This Yu Zhongquan is a stubborn donkey. The better Chong Yuan treats him, the more he avoids her, except for sword cultivation as a last resort. He doesn't talk to Chong Yuan at all. However, Disciple has secretly asked little junior sister. This is already not bad. Compared to when we were in Yifeng country, they are much better. Do you think it will be useful to send them to the casting emotion mountain?" Xueqi suddenly asked. Fu Jiwen was stunned. He smiled bitterly and said, "Master, you said that the story was made up by the scholarly cultivator family of the Immortal Palace. Why do you still believe in the use of the casting emotion mountain? Just treat a dead horse as a living horse." Xueqi shrugged. After all, Master promised Chong Yuan. Fu Jiwen blinked his eyes, looked at Xueqi, and muttered, "Knowing that it's a dead horse, how can you treat it?" "Master, this is called grasping at straws. In Disciple's opinion, it's better to cook rice." Bah! How could Xueqi not hear it? He scolded with a smile. "Of course you are willing to cook rice. How could your little junior sister do such a thing? If you don't do it, I will drug little junior brother. Master has countless spirit pills. This will definitely be a piece of cake." Fu Jiwen said without blushing or panting. Xiao Hua looked at Fu Jiwen with a smile and said, "Disciple's idea is not bad. Master will reward you well." He, there is no need for any reward. Master can just teach disciple some divine abilities. Fu Jiwen was overjoyed. And then Master will first seal your heavenly book, then seal your middle dantian. Xiao Hua nodded and said. Although he became disciple later, disciple always calls him junior brother, and I am not used to it. Moreover, Lu Yi is still so young, and he is called senior brother. He also feels uncomfortable. Although Master thinks that we are all disciples, and it doesn't matter who is older or younger, disciple and others still feel. Chapter 3906. Haha, that's true. Xiao Hua laughed. Master didn't want to take Wu Tian as a disciple, or rather, I just wanted him to be an outer disciple. But his situation is a bit special. If he doesn't follow Master, he might face a disaster, so I took him as an inner disciple. Master also wanted to arrange them according to cultivation, but I thought that our fortune gate shouldn't be based on cultivation, but on family ties, so I simply arranged them according to the time they entered the sect. This is just Master's temporary idea. But the problem is, Master's cultivation is getting higher. It's not impossible to take in nascent soul, out of body, or even great Confucian as disciples in the future. People care about face. It's not appropriate for them to call disciples with low cultivation as senior brother, even if they are outer disciples. Fu Jiwen smiled bitterly. Master still needs to think twice about this situation. Xiao Hua thought for a moment, then said thoughtfully, actually, among ordinary cultivators, the disciples who enter the sect first will receive more teachings, and their cultivation will definitely be higher than those who enter later. But it's different for Master. You have so many senior brothers, and Master's teachings are all different. Not to mention Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. Even within the Tao Gate, everyone's cultivation will be different in the future. For example, Wu Tian, although he's a golden core cultivator now, his future cultivation will definitely not be comparable to Yuan Ye, Lu Yi, and Wang Bianfei. Even if he becomes the eldest senior brother now, I'm afraid he will be even more humiliated in the future. Fu Jiwen nodded. Master's words are correct. Master is really a god. Your knowledge is as vast as the sea. Although Master's cultivation is not high now, disciple knows that Master will definitely be the #1 person in the 3 continents. Master's divine ability is enough for disciple like me to cultivate for a lifetime. Stop flattering. Xiao Hua scolded with a smile. You don't know Master's most powerful divine ability. Fu Jiwen thought for a moment, then shook his head. Master is right. Disciple thinks Master's lightning technique is the most powerful, but after thinking about it, I feel Master's sword technique is the most powerful, but Master's refining and alchemy techniques are also close to the peak. Disciple really can't think of which divine ability Master has the most powerful. Escape. Xiao Hua answered with a smile. Escape. Fu Jiwen was stunned. He asked in disbelief, what's the most powerful flying technique? Xiao Hua looked at the mountain peak that had already appeared in the distance and said meaningfully, there are 3,000 great Das, and all of them lead to the heavens. Don't underestimate this escape technique. Who knows, I might even become an immortal with this escape technique. When he spoke up to here, Xiao Hua's mind lit up, and he rubbed his palms together as he said with a smile. Now that you've spoken up to here, Master has a plan. How about this? All of you disciples don't have to be arranged in any order. When Master succeeds, the one with the highest cultivation will be the eldest senior brother. Good. Fu Jiwen clapped his hands and said, Master, what you said is right. This way we can cultivate diligently. Is that cast emotion mountain in front? Xiao Hua pointed at the mountain peak in front of the flying carriage and asked. Disciple has never been here before, but looking at the phenomenon on this mountain, it should be cast emotion mountain. Fu Jiwen squinted his eyes and looked into the distance. Xiao Hua nodded slightly and carefully looked at the famous cast emotion mountain. He saw that this mountain peak was different from Broken Heart Mountain. Not only was it extremely tall, but it was also completely green. There were no plants or mountain paths, so it was impossible for ordinary people to reach this mountain peak. What surprised Xiaohua the most was that although Broken Heart Mountain's forgotten love water was very strange, he couldn't see anything strange about it. However, this Cast Emotion Mountain gave him a very oppressive feeling. Moreover, Cast Emotion Mountain was extremely tall, and there was a seemingly thin crack in the middle of the mountain that split the mountain into two. Even though the crack was empty, it went all the way to the foot of the mountain. An indescribable aura seeped out of the crack, and it was as if a proud and aloof person was facing the blue sky. Hiss! Xiaohua's pupils shrank when he saw this crack. A huge flying sword immediately appeared in his mind. This flying sword came from the heavens and earth. The peerless sword momentum that was rarely seen in this world appeared in a flash. Then, a huge crack appeared in his mind. That sword intent was already engraved in Xiaohua's mind. Fellow immortal. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua said with a slightly trembling voice, This is the true way of the sword. This crack is created by the gods, and it's definitely not something that any Taoist cultivator can split open. I even say that even sword immortals don't have this kind of divine ability. Using heaven and earth as a teacher is the way of heaven and earth. Fellow immortal, I have to go into seclusion for a while. With this sword intent of heaven and earth, I believe that my sword cultivation will reach great success. Okay. Xiaohua himself also cultivated flying swords, so he naturally knew that the sword intent contained in this sword scar was very powerful. He nodded and wanted to take out the mountain river seal, but at this moment, a dignified voice sounded again. Fellow Taoist, this old man sensed the aura of the 9 cauldrons. This is Gun Province, and if there's no accident, the Gun Province cauldrons should be within 100 miles. Ah! Happiness came too suddenly, and Xiaohua was caught unprepared. After all, he had just obtained the Shuzhou cauldrons in Su Province, and how long had it been? These 9 cauldrons were where the destiny of Confucian cultivators of the hidden immortal continent was located, so how could he find them again and again? He thought for a moment and said, Fellow Taoist Long Mai, don't be anxious, let's do business first. That Gun Province cauldron won't run away by itself. Long Mai and Xiaohua agreed and didn't say anything else. Xiaohua took out the mountain river seal and let Yu Zhongquan and Chong Yuan out. Just as Fu Jiwen said, after Yu Zhongquan and Chong Yuan came out, they were first stunned. Then they hurriedly saluted Xiaohua. However, after saluting, Yu Zhongquan deliberately moved to the side a bit, as if he was avoiding Chong Yuan. Looking at Chong Yuan again, she didn't care about Yu Zhongquan's small movements and asked, Master, why did you suddenly call this disciple out? Xiaohua went straight to the point and pointed at Casting Emotion Mountain, saying, Look at this mountain first. Yes. Chong Yuan didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly looked at Casting Emotion Mountain. Yu Zhongquan also looked up. After a moment, seeing the confusion in their eyes, Xiaohua sighed and reminded them, Look carefully at the gap between the mountain peaks. Do you feel that it's a sword mark? Was there a sharp flying sword that split it in half? Can you feel the sword force that pierces through heaven and earth? Yu Zhongquan hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, Master, if you say it now, this disciple can see it, but this disciple is slow-witted and can't see any sword force. Master, this disciple can't see it either. Chong Yuan was also a bit depressed. Xiaohua pinched his chin and turned to look at Fu Jiwen, asking, What about you? Fu Jiwen smiled bitterly and replied, Master, this disciple doesn't know if the legend is true, but this disciple really can't see any clues. It can't be, right? You really can't see it? This time, it was Xiaohua's turn to be depressed. I'm afraid this disciple hasn't cultivated to master's level yet. Chong Yuan said with a smile. Xiaohua nodded slightly and said, Well, master understands. Master previously had a sword intent that he hadn't completely comprehended. Now that I saw this gap, I immediately felt it. It should be a sign that the sword intent is about to break through the bottleneck. Congratulations, master. Congratulations, master. Fu Jiwen and the other 2 were overjoyed and congratulated him, but they were all shocked in their hearts. They felt that it was incredible. After all, it was just a very ordinary scene that could make people break through their cultivation. They really couldn't understand it. Xiaohua was also happy in his heart. After all, he always felt that the 9 stars transit the sun swordsmanship was a bit weak, not as strong as the wishful staff. If he could comprehend such a sword intent that could split a mountain, It would really be a shocking blow. Chang Yuan, Yu Zhongquan. Xiao Hua ordered, each of you choose a mountain peak and go to comprehend it. See if you can get anything. Yes, master. Chang Yuan happily agreed and urged the weak sword light to fly up. Yu Zhongquan hesitated and said, Master, there seems to be something wrong with this mountain peak. What's the problem? Xiao Hua asked. Disciple feels that this mountain peak is a bit ghostly. But if I look carefully, it's different from ordinary ghosts. Disciple can't tell why. Yu Zhongquan looked at the mountain peak in the distance and replied with some hesitation. Xiao Hua glanced at Fu Jiwen. Fu Jiwen's eyes were the same as Xiao Hua's, also carrying a kind of surprise. However, Xiao Hua still said, Master understands. You go, sit face to face with Chang Yuan and release your sword intent. Let's see what you can comprehend. When Yu Zhongquan heard that he had to do everything with Chang Yuan, his neck stiffened slightly, as if he was unwilling. However, Xiao Hua fiercely glared at him, and he could only shrink his neck. Yu Zhongquan also knew that Xiao Hua wasn't his father. If he angered Xiao Hua, he would definitely have a bitter fruit to eat. Of course, if he knew that Fu Jiwen was going to drug him, he would probably rush over and strangle Fu Jiwen to death. Of course, the premise was that his swordsmanship was successful. While Yu Zhongquan was hesitating and slowly flying towards Cast Emotion Mountain, Xiao Hua patted his forehead and opened his Delirium Breaker Dharma eye. However, what surprised Xiao Hua was that the Cast Emotion Mountain in front of him was just a Cast Emotion Mountain. Not only was there nothing that he couldn't see, there was also nothing special about it. Interesting. Xiao Hua knew that as long as the Delirium Breaker Dharma eye could see something special, he couldn't help but secretly look forward to it. Yu Zhongquan landed on one side of the Cast Emotion Mountain. Chang Yuan had already sat down cross-legged on the other side. She formed a sword art in her hand and looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. Yu Zhongquan's nose twitched for no reason. He turned his head to look at Xiao Hua and Fu Jiwen, who weren't flying over. He helplessly sat down cross-legged and formed a sword art. Chang Yuan smiled slightly and closed her eyes. A faint deer figure slowly flew out from the sword art. On the other side, a tiger figure that was much denser than the deer figure rushed out from Yu Zhongquan's sword art. Chapter 3907. Roar. The moment the tiger form appeared, it let out an angry roar and pounced towards the little deer. The little deer nimbly dodged, a little shy and a little scared as it dodged. Of course, Yu Zhongquan's tiger form sword intent wouldn't really destroy the little deer's sword intent. It was only frightened for a moment before it wagged its tail and circled around in the distance. The sword hairs on its body sparkled like tiger spots. The little deer was a little shy as it circled around the tiger form. The sword hairs weren't as bright as the tiger form, but the flickering sword hairs were like Chang Yuan's intention. What's the use of this? Xiao Hua turned to look at Fu Jiwen. Fu Jiwen shrugged his shoulders with an innocent expression. Right at this moment, the sky suddenly darkened and dark clouds began to form within 100 miles of Cast Emotion Mountain. The clouds first spread out horizontally, and when they reached the top of their heads, they began to revolve and revolve around one another. Then, a thin layer of water vapor appeared on the green surface of Cast Emotion Mountain. This water vapor was like the tears of Cast Emotion Mountain that slowly dripped down. The sound of water was very soft, but it was also like the sobbing of ghosts. High up in the sky, the sound of wind whimpered from the dark clouds. It was also like a mournful moan. The sound of water and wind was like the whispers of lovers between heaven and earth. Master. Fu Jiwen's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly raised his hand and said, Quick, quick, look inside the cloud vortex, Shu. Since Fu Jiwen could see it, how could Xiao Hua not see it? Xiao Hua hurriedly placed his index finger on his lips and said, Just look, don't speak. Wherever Xiao Hua's gaze landed, the cloud vortex gradually deepened. Pieces of green light fell from the vortex like green snowflakes floating onto Cast Emotion Mountain. Every time a snowflake fell, Cast Emotion Mountain would fluctuate. Moreover, the fluctuations on both sides of the thin crack were different. However, the fluctuations landed on Chang Yuan and Yu Zhongquan, who were circulating their energy with their eyes closed. Pieces of light and shadow appeared between their eyebrows. After the light and shadow appeared, they landed on the crack and fused together to form a complete picture. In this picture, there were mountains, rivers, villages, farmlands, and of course, a man and a woman. As the light and shadow appeared, a faint and desolate singing voice came from the deepest part of the gap. I asked Buddha, "Why don't you give all women a face that shames flowers and obstructs the moon?" The Buddha said, "That's just the appearance of the epiphyllum, used to blind the eyes of the world. There is no beauty that can surpass a pure and kind heart. I give it to every woman, but someone covered it with dust." I asked Buddha, "Why are there so many regrets in this world?" Buddha said, "This is a whirling world. Whirling means regret. Without regret, no matter how much happiness you are given, you will not experience happiness." I asked Buddha, "How can I make people's hearts not feel lonely anymore?" Buddha said, "Every heart is born lonely and incomplete. Most people live their whole lives with this defect, because when they meet the other half who can make it complete, they either miss it by negligence or have lost the qualification to own it." I asked Buddha, "What if you meet someone you can love, but you are afraid that you can't grasp it?" Buddha said, "How much love do you leave in the human world? Welcome the thousands of changes in the world and do happy things with lovers. Don't ask if it's a disaster, it's fate." Along with the question of Buddha that was engraved into the divine soul, pieces of light and shadow emerged from the space between Yu Zhongquan and Chang Yuan's eyebrows. Pictures of stones, grass, trees, scholars, mandarin ducks, butterflies, women, jade hairpins. All kinds of pictures emerged one after another. Their eyeballs spun rapidly, and the sword qi on their bodies gradually disappeared. The sword will in the shape of a tiger also disappeared completely. Gradually, it transformed into a small deer. Another small deer came over vivaciously, and the two small deers snuggled together. When they got closer, the two little deers slowly merged together and became one. The moment the sword qi merged, a wisp of sword qi spread out from Yu Zhongquan and Chang Yuan's bodies. This sword qi fell on the deer, and the deer was very happy. Then, the sword qi rushed into each other's bodies through the deer. The sword qi became more and more abundant, and the sword qi of the deer became more and more condensed and clear. Yu Zhongquan and Chang Yuan were not the only ones who had changed. In the distant sky, Xiaohua and Fu Jiwen were also standing there in a daze. Fu Jiwen's mind was filled with Tao Wu's smiling face, while Xiaohua's face carried traces of pain. When Xiaohua heard the song, the emotional strings in his heart were slightly plucked. As the song flowed through his heart, each and every word of the song flowed through his mind. One by one, lively faces, whether angry or happy, sad, frowning or crying, floated through Xiaohua's mind. Fairy Jing, Xian, Xueqi, Fairy Hong Xia, Huang Mingxiang. In the end, there were even some faces that Xiaohua was both unfamiliar and familiar with. Peacock, Chen, Zhang Pinger, Xiao Juzi, Nie Qianyut. Although these faces were clear, they were just faces. Xiaohua naturally felt that there should be one more face among them, but he just couldn't find it. In the end, the faces of Fairy Hong Xia, Xueqi, and the others appeared again. Everything in the past floated in his mind. Slowly, 2 drops of tears flowed out from the corners of Xiaohua's eyes. The faint resentment towards Xiaohua and Fairy Hong Xia finally turned into smoke. Even Buddha said, "How much love is left in the human world, to welcome the myriad of changes in the world and to do happy things with lovers? Don't ask if this is a tribulation, it is fate." For love, for Xiaohua's life, Xueqi resolutely gave up her own life. This is a tribulation. Because of this tribulation, in the inside of the space, in the netherworld lotus, she was reborn. The thousands of years of companionship of the statue of Zhang Xiaohua was also fate. And because of love, Fairy Hong Xia decided to be together with the unknown Xiaohua. This is fate. But because of this fate, Fairy Hong Xia developed a gap in her heart towards Xiaohua. The result was that although they were born, the 2 continents could not meet. This is another tribulation. The dead are gone, there is no need to chase. And the living are still here, there is no need to complain. If one only remembers the dead and complains about the living, it is truly unwise. Xiaohua's thoughts became clear along with the song. He raised his hand to wipe away the tears on his face. When he raised his eyes to look at Cast Emotion Mountain, two cocoon-like sword lights wrapped around Yu Zhongquan and Chong Yuan. All the light from before fell into the sword lights. The light and darkness overflowed between the two sword lights. At first glance, it looked somewhat similar to the soul execution primary light that was refined earlier. Seeing that Fu Jiwen was somewhat immersed in his thoughts, Xiao Hua's mind fell into the inside of the space. He accompanied the netherworld lotus for a long time before flying out. At this moment, the gloomy clouds on Cast Emotion Mountain had already dissipated, and the boundless sunlight shone down. The green light and the sceneries were turned into light dust by the sword radiance. Fu Jiwen was also looking at the vision in front of his eyes. He sighed and said, "Hearts are united on Cast Emotion Mountain. Hearts are broken on Broken Heart Mountain." Although the story inside is vulgar and can't stand up to scrutiny, there are feelings in this world that can endure until the end of time. Cast Emotion Mountain's fruit is indeed Cast Emotion Mountain. How is this Cast Emotion Mountain? Xiao Hua said faintly. This is the Stone of Three Lives. Stone of Three Lives? Fu Jiwen was stunned. He looked at the huge mountain in disbelief and said, "Is this the legendary stone that can see the past life, present life, and future life as long as you step on it? But the Stone of Three Lives. Is it this big? Who told you that the Stone of Three Lives is a small stone?" Xiao Hua smiled and said, "I'm afraid that no one knows that this Cast Emotion Mountain is the Stone of Three Lives, right?" "But," Fu Jiwen said curiously, "there are more than one or two cultivators who came to Cast Emotion Mountain. How come no one noticed it? Or what about the other couples?" "Others didn't notice it because they didn't have Master's divine ability," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "As for what happened to others, it has nothing to do with us. Master only needs to know that Yu Zhongquan and Huang Chong Yuan are finally married." "Hee, that's right. Master, you're really a good matchmaker," Fu Jiwen said with a smile. "Disciple admires you very much." Xiao Hua released his divine sense to scan the surroundings before instructing Fu Jiwen. "Disciple, I'm afraid that Yu Zhongquan and Chong Yuan will be stuck together like glue for a while. You stay here to protect them. Master will be back soon." "Yes, Master." Fu Jiwen nodded respectfully. Xiao Hua urged his body, and with a flash of earth qi, he disappeared in midair. Earth escape technique? Fu Jiwen naturally had the insight of a Taoist cultivator. He was really surprised by the exquisiteness of Xiao Hua's earth escape technique. He looked at the disappearing earth qi and his eyes flashed with a strange light as he pondered. With Dragon Vein Xiao Hua's Dragon Qi sensing, Xiao Hua quickly found the location of the Gunzhou Cauldron underground. At this time, the Gunzhou Cauldron was still invisible. However, Xiao Hua could sense that netherworld qi was overflowing in the area. It was obvious that the 9 cauldrons shaking the 9 states had been broken and the Gunzhou Cauldron's ability to suppress fate had disappeared. Xiao Hua hesitated for a long time. When he saw that the Gunzhou Cauldron did not increase in netherworld qi after taking it out, he felt at ease and sent the Gunzhou Cauldron into his middle dantian. As soon as the Gunzhou Cauldron entered his middle dantian, it immediately merged with the other 7 cauldrons. The 4-colored true qi in the 8 cauldrons became more lively and vigorous. Looking at the faint aura of the netherworld, Xiao Hua seemed to have understood something. It seems like there must be a reason for this abnormality that others don't know about. This 3 live stone isn't just standing here for no reason. This place must be connected to the netherworld. After observing for a long time, Xiao Hua flew out from underground. The overflowing netherworld qi was quickly washed away by yang qi and did not cause any harm to the people in the surroundings. In fact, he understood that there must be a reason why the Gunzhou Cauldron was placed here. Although the netherworld qi would not cause harm temporarily, it did not mean that it would not in the future. What Xiao Hua needed to do now was to quickly find the remaining Yuzhou cauldrons and then place the 9 cauldrons back in the 9 states. Only then could they truly suppress the fate of the 9 states. When Xiao Hua flew back to Casted Emotion Mountain, the strange phenomenon had completely disappeared. Yu Zhongquan was standing on Casted Emotion Mountain with Chong Yuan. At this time, Yu Zhongquan had a steady expression on his face. He was still holding Chong Yuan's hand. Their fingers were interlocked as if they were unwilling to let go. Chapter 3908. Seeing Xiaohua's figure appear in midair, Yu Zhongquan and Chong Yuan hurriedly bowed and said, Master, this disciple is really incompetent. Previously, this disciple failed to live up to Master's expectations. Master cherishes this disciple so much that this disciple specially brought this disciple to Casting Emotion Mountain. This disciple will never be able to repay Master's kindness. Hearing this, Xiaohua knew that Fu Jiwen was talking nonsense when he was not around, but he did not point it out. Instead, he smiled and said, This is not Master's kindness, but Chong Yuan's love for you. At the same time, it is the heaven and earth's pity for your love. Think about it, among the millions of couples in this world, which one has it as difficult as you two? Now, the two of you can finally hold hands and connect your hearts. Don't do anything that will hurt each other. Yes, this disciple was naughty and mischievous in the past, truly unbearable. Yu Zhongquan nodded and said, Now, this disciple really feels Yuan-er's heart, and knows that I love her. In the future, this disciple will not let her down. I will grow old with her. Grow old with her? Xiaohua laughed. How can you grow old after entering my fortune gate? Rest assured, cultivate as much as you want. Master will guarantee that you will remain young forever. Yes, many thanks for Master's help. Chong Yuan smiled sweetly. Although the phrase, lovers will eventually find their way together was very cliché, it was very appropriate to describe Chong Yuan and Yu Zhongquan. Heart connection and flying sword formation. I presume you two have already deeply experienced the essence of sword Dao. Xiaohua smiled and said, You two should take advantage of this time to cultivate. When you reach major completion in sword Dao, you will be able to move unhindered in the world. Yes, this disciple understands. Yu Zhongquan and Chong Yuan lowered their heads and agreed. Then they were sent into Xiaohua's space. AI Master. Watching the two of them disappear, Yu Zhongquan stomped his feet and looked at the green Casting Emotion Mountain below him. Why can't this disciple have such good luck? Not to mention this disciple can't see the 3 lives, just this disciple's cultivation. Looks like junior brother and junior sister are about to catch up. Who asked you to be so impatient? Who can you blame? Xiaohua smiled and said, The heavenly book can't be opened for you right now. But don't worry, when it is opened, your cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. Although Chong Yuan and Yu Zhongquan had such a fortuitous encounter, and their sword Dao combined yin and yang, they are still inferior to your heavenly book. All right, Master. This disciple understands. Fu Jiwen said with a smile. This disciple will accompany Master to the next Lu town. Another half a day passed. After Xiaohua scanned the area with his divine sense, he decided to personally make a trip down. When he saw that Lu Zhan wasn't the Lu Zhan he was looking for, he hurriedly left with Fu Jiwen. 2. S2's Heavenly Palace. Tionz's 2. The Immortal Palace's methods were naturally impressive. Even though Xiaohua had captured a landlord before, he did not obtain any useful information from the landlord. Now that he was discovered by the landlord again, he did not notice it at all. After a few more days, nothing strange happened. After Xiaohua was disappointed more than 10 times, he gradually became indifferent. Although he didn't have the time to look for it in detail, he could just leave it behind the Dragon Island. After helping the little white dragon complete its body formation, he could be considered to be free. At that time, not only could he look for Lu Zhan in the hidden immortal continent, he could even go to the Elysium world to look for him. He could also take advantage of this trip to see Jiang Luer's situation. Seeing that the weather was gradually getting colder, the number of rivers on the ground was gradually increasing. Many rivers were converging here. Xiaohua knew that he wasn't far from the North Sea. I really don't know what Ao Zhantian will look like when he doesn't see me. Xiaohua thought to himself and felt helpless in his heart. Suddenly, from the direction of the North Sea, 2 rays of Clear Eyes technique swept over like sharp swords. When the rays of Clear Eyes technique swept over Xiaohua, they immediately stopped. Then, without any scruples, they looked up and down and then quietly withdrew. Oh! Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and released his soul sense. When he saw the people in front of him clearly, he sneered and said, How troublesome. Why are these Xianhuang token people endless? Xianhuang token? Fu Jiwen was shocked. That day in the Misty Mountain Maze formation, Fu Jiwen was captured by the 3 Xianhuang token people. Of course, he remembered it clearly. Before Fu Jiwen could speak, another pair of clear eyes swept over from behind Xiao Hua. They also cast a glance at Xiao Hua before slowly withdrawing their gazes. Disciple, you should return to the Kunlun immortal realm. These Xianhuang token cultivators are vicious and merciless. They don't have the face to be a senior. Xiao Hua turned his head and looked at the source of the sound. He was too lazy to release his soul sense and said indifferently. Fu Jiwen smiled and said, Master, this disciple still wants to see how you will display your invincible might and kill these Xianhuang token cultivators. TSK. You just want to see where your master is ranked in the Xianhuang board. Xiao Hua said as he put away the Pegasus and flying chariot. He glanced at Fu Jiwen and asked disdainfully. He master is wise. Fu Jiwen grinned. Master can be ranked in the Xianhuang board. This disciple is actually very proud. Go in. Xiao Hua waved his big sleeve and covered Fu Jiwen. He said, Your master was the last on the Xianhuang board. Now after the battle in the Black Wind Ridge, I must have improved. When your master kills these Xianhuang board cultivators, I will tell you. Still Xianhuang board cultivators? The Xianhuang token seems to be just so. Fu Jiwen smiled. When his figure disappeared, he still mocked. It seems that they are really tired of living. Yes, they are indeed tired of living. Xiao Hua stood in the air coldly. As he spoke, he waved his hand and released the green-robed Xiao Hua. The green-robed Xiao Hua controlled the invisible nascent soul and took the Kunlun mirror. He smiled and said, Fellow cultivator, they are just 8 5th-grade elemental energy children. To you, they are just a piece of cake. Why do you need me to take action? One-on-one, not to mention mid-6th-grade elemental energy. Even if they were high 6th-grade elemental energy, I would not be afraid. Xiao Hua said indifferently, but these are 8 mid-5th-grade elemental energy Xianhuang token cultivators. Who knows if they have any secret techniques? Do they have any special imperial tools? If 1 or 2 of them escape, Ai's whereabouts will be exposed. Before we reach the North Sea, we will be hunted down by the Xianhuang board cultivators. Wouldn't our trip to the North Sea be ruined? So that's how it is. The green-robed Xiao Hua controlled the invisible nascent soul and took the Kunlun mirror. He said while flying, Fellow cultivator has learned how to be ruthless. You know how to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. People will always change. As Xiao Hua said this, he raised his head and looked at the 4 yellow-robed cultivators flying in front of him as if he was looking at a dead person. These 4 cultivators were about the same height and had ordinary appearances. If they were thrown into a crowd after taking off their yellow clothes, Xiao Hua would definitely not give them a second glance. However, Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over them and he sneered in his heart. These 4 unremarkable cultivators were actually mid-5th-grade elemental energy, much higher than Huang Shou and the others from before. It must be because he defeated true monarch Qing Yuan at Black Wind Mountain Range, causing the Xianhuang token to re-evaluate his strength. The 4 yellow-robed cultivators flew over in an encirclement. They saw that Xiao Hua not only did not escape, but also did not have any obvious defenses. He just stood there quietly like a quiet, handsome man. The 4 yellow-robed cultivators' eyes were slightly astonished and they glanced at each other. However, when another 4 yellow-robed cultivators flew over from behind Xiao Hua, the 4 people's expressions gradually calmed down. After all, 8 mid-5th-grade elemental energy Confucian cultivators were dealing with a person on the yellow board. This was an extremely rare occurrence in the Xianhuang token. The 8 yellow-robed cultivators surrounded Xiao Hua. The cultivator opposite Xiao Hua opened his mouth and said, Are you Xiao Hua? Since you all came to find this old man, how could you not know who this old man is? Xiao Hua sneered and said, I heard that the Xianhuang token is an organization of the hidden immortal continent. How could you not know this? Xiao Hua, this old man originally thought that you would deny it, but I didn't expect you to be so frank. The yellow-robed cultivator laughed and said, Seems like you've already met Huang Shou, Huang Zhen, and Huang Ji. Xiao Hua naturally did not intend to hide and nodded and said, Indeed, I just don't know which descendants of the Huang clan you are. What's the use of a glib tongue when you're about to die? The yellow-robed cultivator said coldly, There's no need for you to use any provocation. Our Xianhuang token naturally has basic etiquette. We will also treat the dead with respect. This old man is Huang Jiao.
This old man is Huang Yu.
This old man is Huang Tu.
This old man is Huang Fan.
This old man is Huang Qie.
This old man is Huang Mo.
This old man is Huang Zhen.
This old man is Huang Gui.
The other 7 yellow-robed cultivators seemed to cherish their words like gold. They only reported their names and did not say anything else. Xiao Hua nodded slightly and said, "This Xiao understands. Making friends, Mo Zhen, your status in the Xianhuang token is much higher than Shou Zhenji. However, this Xiao is a bit strange. I don't know if I should ask?" "Sure." Huang Yu nodded slightly. Xiao Hua asked. This Xiao heard that the first time he was listed on the Xianhuang token was because of the Copper Pillar State's matter. I'm afraid that the Copper Pillar State's king wanted this Xiao's life, so there was a bounty. However, this Xiao has already let go of the Copper Pillar State. Presumably, the Copper Pillar State's king himself knows that he has no reason to find trouble with this Xiao, right? How you got on the Xianhuang token is not something this old man and the others can know. Huang Yu refused to answer without hesitation. All right. Xiao Hua scratched his chin with his hand and said with a smile, "I wonder where this Xiao is now on the Xianhuang token? Speaking of which, this Xiao is also curious. Where can I see the complete Xianhuang token?" "Congratulations, Your Excellency. As far as this old man knows, Your Excellency has now jumped from the last place to the top of the Xianhuang token." Huang Yu replied with a fake smile. This Xiao's progress is actually so great? I really have to thank the Xianhuang token for its help. Xiao Hua was very surprised and could not help but cup his hands. Chapter 3909. Yes, you killed Kong Hongwu of Yaotai Mountain, Huang Shou, Huang Zhen, and Huang Ji, and recently defeated perfected Lord Qing Yuan. In the hidden immortal continent where the number of Taoist cultivators is declining, you will naturally be ranked first on the yellow board. In the future, I know that you will be ranked on the Xian board. This yellow board is really small and can't accommodate a great god like you. Huang Yu mocked. Haha. Xiao Hua laughed. Huang Shou, Huang Zhen, and Huang Ji wanted to kill me, so I had to fight. Perfected Lord Qing Yuan wanted to destroy my Black Wind Ridge's descendants, so I had to fight. However, the Kong Hongwu you speak of has nothing to do with this Xiao. You know it clearly in your heart. This has nothing to do with us. Huang Yu said faintly. As for where to see the Xianhuang board, if someone else asked, I might answer. However, it's meaningless for you to ask this. If you want, you can go to hell and ask the judge in charge of life and death. How can that guy know? Xiao Hua waved his hand. He can't even kill a living person. Haha. Huang Yu laughed. Xiao Hua, this old man has killed so many people from the Huang board, but I have never seen someone who can be so calm and eloquent in front of this old man. Do you really have enough confidence to escape from this old man's hands? Why? Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows. Do you think you can kill the people on the yellow board as soon as you make a move? Where do you get the confidence? Huang Yu looked at the others around him. Everyone was on guard and didn't speak, so he didn't rush to make a move. He smiled and said, of course. We can deal with the people on the yellow board as long as we make a move. If it's the people on the Xian board, we don't need to make a move. Xiao Hua touched his chin and answered hesitantly. This is troublesome. If I kill you, won't I be hunted down by the Xian board again? But what if I don't kill you? You won't be able to report back to your superiors. This world is truly a dilemma. How about this? Can you turn around now and pretend that you've never seen this Xiao? Attack. Huang Yu felt a chill in his heart and sensed that something was wrong. As he gave the order, he raised his hand and clapped. 3-colored genuine qi gushed out. Before the sub-body condensed by the inscriptions was complete, a pair of big hands had already attacked Xiao Hua. The noble qi surging between the inscriptions blocked the area in front of Xiao Hua for hundreds of feet. As soon as Huang Yu moved, the other cultivators moved as well. They clearly had a tacit understanding of each other. Although some of them activated their sword qi, while others activated their imperial equipment, Each of them was only responsible for the area in front of them, displaying their divine abilities to the fullest in that area. And these 8 people simultaneously sealed off all of Xiao Hua's escape routes. Xiao Hua had no other choice but to fight. Humph, a bunch of kids. Xiao Hua snorted coldly. As he waved his hands, layers of heavenly thunder crazily rolled down. Taking advantage of the heavenly thunder hitting the subbodies of the 8 people, the Kunlun mirror in Xiao Hua's hand shook, and a light beam of more than 100 feet struck between Huang Yu and Huang Tu. When the light beam fell, it immediately pierced through the clouds surging around the two, and thousands of inscriptions turned into fireflies and collapsed. The two were shocked and slightly leaned to the side. However, their subbodies risked being bombarded by the heavenly thunder, and were also prepared to deal with Xiao Hua's forceful breakthrough. But what puzzled the two was that Xiao Hua stood there without moving at all. Just when the two of them were puzzled, 10 rays of light flashed strangely in front of Xiao Hua. 10 Yuanying suddenly appeared. As soon as these 10 Yuanying appeared, they immediately began to teleport and escaped from the gap in the Kunlun mirror. Huang Yu was even more confused. He didn't know why Xiao Hua didn't use these 10 excellent helpers and instead let them escape. However, in just a short moment, Huang Yu understood Xiao Hua's plan. Immediately, panic appeared on the faces of Huang Yu and the other 8 people. However, they understood it too late. The heavenly might of 10 nascent soul initial tribulations was far from what 8 cultivators of the 5th level of essence energy could withstand. Seeing the 10 nascent souls sitting cross-legged behind the 8 people, the entire tribulation cloud covered an area of 100 li. Whether it was nascent souls, Confucian cultivators, or Xiao Hua, they were all imprisoned. And in that tribulation cloud, although layers of lightning were not as fierce as Xiao Hua's heavenly thunder, the power contained in each lightning was several times stronger. Huang Yu opened his mouth and found that he couldn't even say a word. Admittedly, the true energy in his body was stagnant, and the inscriptions of the subbodies were also revealed word by word. He moved his eyes with difficulty and looked at Xiao Hua. His brain wasn't enough. Xiao Hua was also standing there, unable to move. However, Xiao Hua's face was indifferent. It was obvious that he was used to the lightning tribulation that was about to arrive. What's going on? Huang Yu's doubts rose again. Even if he's at the upper 5th level of essence energy, even if he's at the 6th level of essence energy, it's impossible for him to not be afraid of the heavenly tribulation. Moreover, the heavenly tribulation of nascent souls is so strange. There's no corresponding record in the ancient records of the mysterious Yellow Order. Could it be that he wanted to die with me from the very beginning? Rumble. Huang Yu's thoughts came to an abrupt end. A thumb-sized heavenly tribulation lightning suddenly fell. Although the heavenly tribulation lightning mainly fell on the 10 nascent souls and Huang Yu, the 8 people, and Xiao Hua were just fish in the moat, this scattered heavenly tribulation lightning flashed and one of the 8 subbodies was destroyed. At the same time, Huang Zhan, who was closest to the heavenly tribulation lightning, had lightning appear on his body. The heavenly tribulation lightning was like a centipede that instantly climbed up Huang Zhan's body. In the blink of an eye, a small part of his body disappeared. Bas. Seeing that Huang Zhan's body was about to collapse, a strange cloud appeared around Huang Zhan's body. A yellow jade slip appeared under Huang Zhan's feet. With a trembling sound, Huang Zhan's body actually flashed extremely fast and disappeared into the void in the blink of an eye. Huang Zhan moved, and Huang Yu and the others also went all out. The same jade slip floated out of the chests of the 7 people, producing strange fluctuations that wrapped around their bodies and the subbodies that hadn't completely collapsed. They actually broke free of the heavenly tribulation lightning's imprisonment and flashed into the void. Damn it, it's really like this. Xiao Hua's eyes slightly narrowed as he cursed inwardly. With Xiao Hua's current cultivation, he could easily ambush and kill Confucian cultivators at the middle of the 5th grade of origin energy. However, when facing 8 profound yellow token experts, Xiao Hua didn't have any confidence that he wouldn't let one of them escape. After all, every cultivator had their own ultimate escape technique. Therefore, Xiao Hua gave up on doing it himself and used the heavenly tribulation lightning of the 10 nascent souls to kill them. However, today's heavenly tribulation lightning couldn't be compared to the heavenly tribulation lightning of the 6th level Confucian cultivator. At that time, dozens of nascent souls arranged a simple capital heavenly star formation, which sealed off all the escape routes of the Confucian cultivator. That Confucian cultivator also wanted to kill Xiao Hua, unlike the 8 people in front of him who were ready to escape as soon as they saw something was wrong. Moreover, just as Xiao Hua thought, these 8 people all had a secret technique, and this secret technique might be the mysterious Yellow Order's mysterious Yellow Order. As Xiao Hua thought, a green light flashed between his eyebrows. Rumble. In the void, layers of 3 corpses in lightning rushed out. The 8 Confucian cultivators' figures had just disappeared, but they immediately reappeared. The teleportation that was forcibly triggered by the Huang Order was forcibly destroyed by Xiao Hua's lightning flash and thunder roll technique. In just this critical moment, the 10 nascent souls surrounding the 8 people raised their heads at the same time and rubbed their hands together. The heavenly tribulation lightning that surrounded their spiritual bodies followed their hand seals and fell on Huang Yu and the others who had just revealed themselves. Ah! Huang Yu and the others were shocked. The yellow brilliance around their bodies collapsed like juice in the roaring heavenly tribulation lightning. Huang Zhen's body disappeared immediately, and even his primordial spirit couldn't escape. His soul was destroyed. As for the other 7 people, their bodies also melted under the heavenly tribulation lightning. Several streams of true qi rushed out from all parts of their bodies, like ignited fireworks, extremely gorgeous and cruel. Hiss! The heavenly tribulation lightning naturally didn't let Xiao Hua go. Xiao Hua's body also turned into flowing liquid under the heavenly tribulation lightning. However, the heavenly tribulation lightning of these 10 nascent souls still couldn't compare to the previous dozens of nascent souls. After a while, Xiao Hua appeared from the heavenly tribulation lightning. His body was in tatters. Among the 7 Confucian cultivators with the mysterious Yellow Order, there were Huang Yu and the other 2. Although their bodies were riddled with holes like rags, their primordial spirits hadn't disappeared. Seeing that the heavenly tribulation lightning had loosened, the 3 cultivators fled in 3 directions. Troublesome, Xiao Hua frowned. The divine will hammer smashed towards Huang Yu. At the same time, he waved his hand, and a powerful magic power was born, imprisoning Huang Fan, who had already escaped several kilometers away. As for the other cultivator who escaped the fastest, Xiao Hua didn't even look at him. Just as the divine will hammer smashed Huang Yu into a meat paste, a loud bang sounded. The Kunlun mirror's beam of light appeared and split that cultivator in 2. Finally, Xiao Hua clasped his hands together, and Huang Fan, who was imprisoned, struggled with all his might and was crushed into pieces. Huang Fan's primordial spirit was the same as Huang Yu and the others. It was already weak from the heavenly tribulation lightning. Now that it was killed by Xiao Hua, it didn't take much magic power to destroy his primordial spirit. Tsk tisk. Green-robed Xiao Hua flew back. He smacked his lips and sighed. It's really killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. It's just 8 middle-stage 5th-grade elemental energy Confucian cultivators, and you actually wasted 10 scattered soul cultivators' initial tribulation. These 10 scattered soul cultivators might be able to kill a middle-stage 6th-grade elemental energy Confucian cultivator. Hee, they will have to face the heavenly tribulation sooner or later. If you don't use it now, they won't be able to hide their cultivation in the future. Wouldn't that be even more wasteful? Xiao Hua said with a grin. He collected the Qiankuan bags left behind by the 8 Confucian cultivators. The heavenly tribulation lightning this time wasn't as abnormal as last time, so the Qiankuan bags weren't completely destroyed. Green-robed Xiao Hua shook his head. I can't bear to see fellow Taoist's stingy appearance. If you can't bear to see, then don't look. Who wants you to see? Xiao Hua said. He released his mind and sent green-robed Xiao Hua and the Kunlun mirror into the space. You should hurry up and teach your own disciples. When they succeed in their cultivation, I won't have to waste the scattered soul cultivators' initial tribulation. Chapter 39:10. Master, you're done so quickly? When Fu Jiwen was released by Xiao Hua to drive the flying car, he was very surprised and shouted. Nonsense, it's just a few 5th-grade elemental energy kids. Do you need to be so serious? Xiao Hua replied disdainfully. Hee, master, what's your ranking now? Fu Jiwen asked while driving the flying car with a mischievous smile. Guess. Do you still need to guess? Fu Jiwen looked at Xiao Hua's complacent face and immediately understood. He said, since it's the Yellow Order cultivators who attacked, and Master is on the yellow list, and Master was able to defeat the heavenly soldiers of the Immortal Palace, you should have the cultivation of the 5th grade elemental energy. Although I'm not sure about the mysterious Yellow Order, but now you must be first on the yellow list. Yes, if these 8 mysterious Yellow Order cultivators can't return to the mysterious Yellow Order, then Master can squeeze into the mysterious list. Xiao Hua nodded. He knew in his heart that if the mysterious Yellow Order sent people again, it wouldn't be so simple. Maybe the next one would be a middle or upper 6th grade elemental energy Confucian cultivator. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua asked curiously, Disciple, who do you think would put out such a big reward for the experts of the mysterious Yellow Order to kill Master? Master, Disciple doesn't know much about the mysterious Yellow Order, let alone the mysterious Yellow Order. Disciple can't answer your question. After all, Fu Jiwen's experience was not as good as Jing Shenzi and the others, so he really didn't know these things. Forget it. Xiao Hua flicked his sleeves. Maybe after this, the mysterious Yellow Order will give up the idea of killing Master. Oh right, these are the Chenkuan bags of those cultivators. Take them and see what's suitable for you. Saying this, Xiao Hua generously gave a few Chenkuan bags to Fu Jiwen, who knew that Fu Jiwen hurriedly waved his hand and said, Master, you should take them yourself. Disciple is now focused on cultivating the true qi in my chest, hoping to unlock the seal of the heavenly book as soon as possible. Disciple is not like Master who can dabble in Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism, so Disciple shouldn't be distracted. Okay. Xiao Hua knew that what Fu Jiwen said was reasonable, so he casually threw the Chenkuan bag into his space. If it was in the past, the green-robed Xiao Hua would have caught them and checked what was inside. But now the green-robed Xiao Hua was busy teaching his disciples and did not pay attention to these Chenkuan bags. Fu Jiwen urged the flying carriage to fly for another few hundred kilometers. Immediately after, another divine sense chased after the flying carriage. After sweeping past Xiao Hua, a slightly anxious voice sounded in Xiao Hua's ear. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please wait a moment. When Xiao Hua heard this, he frowned and ordered Fu Jiwen to stop the flying chariot. He stood on the flying chariot and looked at the origin of the divine sense with displeasure. A short while later, a familiar figure flew over from afar. It was none other than the Grand Mist Ancestor's subordinate, Taoist Qing Su. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Taoist Master Qing Su looked at Xiao Hua's appearance from afar and seemed to heave a sigh of relief. He called out, Where are you going? If there's nothing urgent, please follow I back. Why? Xiao Hua's heart moved as he asked. I received news that the mysterious Yellow Order wants to send disciples to kill fellow Taoist. The mysterious Yellow Order has eyes and ears all over the world. Fellow Taoist is in danger now, so follow I to pay a visit to the Grand Mist Ancestor and ask for his protection. Taoist Master Qing Su looked at Xiao Hua and said seriously, Xiao Hua took a look at the Chenkuan bags and said, So many materials, I wonder what kind of magic weapon the ancestor wants to refine. The ancestor originally wanted to give Senior a list of items. Taoist Master Qing Su hurriedly replied, however, there are too many Taoist cultivators seeking refuge with the ancestor now, and there's also a need for a lot of magic weapons. Therefore, the ancestor said that there's no need for any magic weapons, as long as Senior can refine them. Of course, if Senior has already refined them, that's the best. Junior can take some back first. That last sentence wasn't said by the ancestor, right? Xiao Hua asked thoughtfully. That's right. Taoist Master Qing Su didn't hide it and said with a smile. Just now, Junior suddenly remembered that Senior also traded some things on the Yaotai Mountain. Presumably, there's also materials for refining weapons. Xiao Hua looked at Taoist Master Qing Su and said with a cold tone, Qing Su, Xiao Hua has always regarded Taoist cultivators as my brothers, and I also regard you and the ancestor in a new light. However, if you try to spy on Xiao Hua's whereabouts, don't blame Xiao Hua for. Taoist Master Qing Su hurriedly said with a smile, Senior, you're thinking too much. That's what Junior did when he didn't know Senior well. Now, Even if Junior has more courage, Junior wouldn't dare to do it.
And that's good.
Xiao Hua took the Chenkuan bags and threw them into the space. Then, he took out another Chenkuan bag and filled it with some magic weapons refined by the green-robed Xiao Hua. He handed it to Taoist Master Qing Su and said, "This was refined by Xiao Hua in the past.
Give it to the ancestor."
Good, good, good. Taoist Master Qing Su took the Chenkuan bag and stole a glance. He couldn't stop smiling and hurriedly kept it.
He bowed and said, "Junior thanks Senior on behalf of the ancestor."
Junior didn't take enough materials. Junior will definitely make up for it next time.
Oh, there's no hurry.
Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and said, "Coincidentally, Xiao has something to discuss with you. Senior, please speak." Taoist Master Qing Su carefully kept the Chenkuan bag and said with a smile,
"Master, this disciple has a suggestion."
Fu Jiwen suddenly said, "I don't know if I should say it." "Just say it." Xiao Hua said with a smile. "Master's Kunlun Wonderland seems to be huge."
If
Fu Jiwen said half a sentence and felt that it was inappropriate. He smiled and said, "Is this disciple being too greedy?"
"Of course,"
Xiao Hua said with a smile. "The Kunlun mirror is a famous magic treasure of our Tao sect. The universe inside is limitless. There's no harm in cultivating inside, not to mention letting your family live inside. However, you have to think carefully. Although your idea is good, your parents might not be willing." Yes, this is also Junior's dilemma. Fu Jiwen was a bit sad. Disciple feels that the Kunlun Wonderland is full of spiritual energy. Ordinary people living inside will definitely live a long life. Although my parents are Confucian cultivators, their aptitude is ordinary. Their lifespan might not be very long. Disciple was expelled from the Fu family because of my parents' love for me.
"No need to be long-winded,"
Xiao Hua said with a smile. "After Master finishes this matter, I will go to the Fu family with you. With a wave of my sleeve, I will move your Fu family to the Kunlun Wonderland. How about that?"
"Master, you want to rob."
Fu Jiwen was in a good mood. He said with a smile, however, "Disciple likes it. Disciple will accompany Master to rob." And Wang Bianfei's mother. Xiao Hua suddenly thought. She is Wang Bianfei's only family in this world. That day, Master only wanted to leave the soaring Dragon Mountain range and let Wang Bianfei follow me to gain experience, but I forgot about this. If this little guy remembers it in the future, I'm afraid he will blame Master. That's right. Wang Bianfei's mother is a secular person. She has never cultivated before. These several decades have passed in the blink of an eye. Now, Wang Bianfei is still young, so he might not know. But in the future, it is really hard to say. Fu Jiwen nodded. Xiao Hua looked at Fu Jiwen and said, "I will leave this matter to you. After finishing this matter in the North Sea, we will go to Su province first, then return to Yu province. Remember to remind Master."
"Yes, Master."
Fu Jiwen was really grateful. He had never heard of a cultivator who was so generous. Not only did he teach his disciple to cultivate, but he also helped his disciple's parents. Of course, Fu Jiwen didn't know that Xiao Hua's space was incomparably huge. It was millions of miles wide. Although this space couldn't be compared to the hidden immortal continent, it was more than enough to accommodate the small Fu family. Xiao Hua even had some new ideas in his mind. With such a large space, it would be idle. If there were some ordinary people living in it, it would be another kind of peaceful life and work, and also another kind of experience, right? The special thing was that cultivators came from ordinary people. If the space was full of cultivators, it might not be called heaven and earth. There must be some happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy in order to be a real world. Xiao Hua actually had a feeling that this kind of experience, if it was formed, it would be more important than his ordinary cultivation. Disciple, life is cultivation. If you don't have experience, how can you have experience? You should go back and think about it. Xiaohua looked into the distance and said, Master originally wanted to find a few more Lu Zhens, but now it seems that the people from the mysterious Yellow Order have already caught up. We should speed up. You go back and cultivate first. Master will speed up and go to the North Sea. Master, you take this disciple. Fu Jiwen said with a smile. Your speed is fast. If you don't fly right, it will be even harder to fly back. All right. Xiaohua knew that Fu Jiwen was right. He put away the Pegasus and flying chariot and covered Fu Jiwen with his big sleeve. His whole body flickered with light and he instantly disappeared in the air. The North Sea was misty and boundless. Countless beautiful stories and legends were born from the depths of the serene blue sea. Some people said that there was an immortal island that was hard to see by ordinary people in the North Sea. On the immortal island, there were immortal immortals. Some people said that there were reefs in the depths of the North Sea. On the reefs, there were valuable sea pearls. There were also people who said that there were fish nests in the North Sea. Not only were there all kinds of fish in the fish nests, there were also mermaids with human heads and fish bodies. Therefore, some people traveled on boats to the immortal mountain to find immortals. Some people traveled on water to the reefs to find sea pearls. Some people went out to sea, and some people returned. Some people went out and didn't come back. Some people went out and came back with a full load. There were many stories in the North Sea. No one knew whether these stories were true or false. However, everyone knew that there was a North Sea Dragon Palace in the North Sea. The North Sea Dragon Palace was more real than those legends and stories. However, no one knew where the North Sea Dragon Palace was. Some people said it was on an immortal island. Some people said it was beside the reefs. In the end, they simply said that the North Sea Dragon Palace was in the North Sea. There were many treasures in the North Sea Dragon Palace. However, no one was greedy because they knew that there was a dragon race in the North Sea Dragon Palace. That was a race that the human race couldn't hope to reach. Therefore, people put their hope in the legends. Many people went out to sea to search for these beautiful legends. These people were there in the past, there are now, and there will be more in the future. These people were not so much looking for these beautiful legends. It was better to say that they were looking for their own dreams. These dreams gave birth to ships that carried the dreams, and these ships also gave birth to bays that faced the sea. Chapter 39:12. There are many bays on the hidden immortal continent near the North Sea. There are so many that you can't even count them. These bays are big and small. Among them, Yuling Bay can definitely be ranked in the top 3. Yuling Bay covers an area of several hundred kilometers. The huge mountain range is like a foot that extends into the North Sea. Between these mountains, there are thousands of huge ships anchored in the calm bays, ready to set off. Similarly, outside the bay, there are many ships slowly sailing back every day. The reason why Yuling Bay is big, aside from the several bays deep in the North Sea, is because of the towns between the mountain ranges on the continent. Yuling Bay originally didn't have any towns, but with many people coming here, it has a town. This town doesn't have a name and is different from other towns on the hidden immortal continent. No Confucian cultivator established a country here, and no government was stationed here. This is because in addition to humans who are looking for their dreams, there are also many demons, dragons, and other species that come to Yuling Bay. Many times, there are even more fish demons than humans in Yuling Bay. At this time, it is already dusk, the time when birds return to their nests. Around Yuling Bay, there are many cultivators controlling clouds or flying ships to quickly descend. Because night hasn't fallen yet, the entire Yuling Bay is already brightly lit. It is like a gorgeous homecoming of people waiting to return home. Caw! A cry that was not much louder than a bird's cry rang out in the dusk sky. A ferocious bird that was over 100 feet in size was flapping its wings and descending towards Yuling Bay. Suddenly, a flying serpent that was several tens of feet in size swooped down from the sky like a bolt of lightning. The wings below the flying serpent's abdomen were flapping, and wisps of black flame could be faintly seen. The flying serpent descended and bit the neck of the ferocious bird. The bird was shocked and hastily dodged. At the same time, It opened its mouth and a flying sword-like brilliance pierced out. The flying snake didn't dodge and bit down on the raptor's neck. Clang! With a light sound, the beam of light from the raptor hit the flying snake. Sparks flew out from the scales of the flying snake. The ferocious bird felt the pain and flapped its wings rapidly. The strong wind caused its entire body to tumble in the air. Furthermore, it took advantage of the moment when the flying snake's body rolled over to grab the flying snake's tail with its sharp claws. Hiss hiss! A black mist came out of the flying serpent's mouth. Bang bang! The flying serpent and the bird's body violently collided. However, in just a moment, the bird's body crazily trembled. Then, its wings became stiff and its entire body fell straight down from the sky. Looking at the flying snake again, its entire body was slowly shrinking. The wings under its abdomen slashed across the ferocious bird's abdomen, and the snow-white feathers were immediately stained with blood. Within the blood, a faint brilliance shot out. The flying snake's eyes were filled with greed. The snake's head let go of the bird's neck and plunged into the blood. After a moment, the snake's head retracted. In the snake's mouth was a demon core the size of a thumb. The demonic core was azure in color, and there were some spots on the inside. It didn't look very pure, but the flying snake immediately let go of the beast's body and swallowed the demonic core in one gulp. Huff huff! The bird's body, which was dozens of feet long, fell down in the wind. The flying snake's body flashed with black mist and stopped in the air. After a moment, a pung sound came from the ground in the distance. The black flame on the flying snake's body was uncontrollably ignited. Boom! Under the black flame, the flying snake's body gradually shrunk. Hiss hiss! The flying snake's tongue flicked in and out in the air as if it was in extreme pain. However, in the time it took to smoke half a cigarette, the flying snake's body had shrunk to the size of a human. Moreover, within the black flame, a dark-skinned woman covered in scales slowly appeared. The woman transformed from the flying snake had no sense of shame. The moment she revealed herself, she immediately retracted the black flames around her body. She turned her head to look at a spot in the sky. Her pitch-black eyes, which were almost emotionless, revealed a fierce look. Between her nearly black lips, her scarlet tongue was still sticking out like a snake's forked tongue. Humph! A cold snort resounded from midair. Soon after, a ball of water vapor exploded like a water droplet. Xiao Hua's figure was revealed. Fu Jiwen's face was somewhat pale as he stood at the side. Hiss hiss! When the woman saw Xiao Hua, she first opened her mouth to reveal two fangs. However, immediately after, a trace of fear appeared in her eyes. The woman's body that had just appeared trembled as if she wanted to return to her original form. Xiao Hua raised his hand and a Taoist robe appeared out of thin air. It fell on the woman's body. Then, with a wave of his hand, the Taoist robe wrapped around the woman and flew her several miles away. The woman stood in the air very inexplicably. She looked at Xiao Hua in the distance and then looked at the Taoist robe on her body. Her body twisted and turned as she landed on Yuling Bay. Under the Taoist robe, her waist looked very graceful. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to imagine that under the Taoist robe was a snake's tail. Hee hee, Master is becoming more and more compassionate. Fu Jiwen said with a smile. If it was an ordinary Confucian cultivator, they would have already drawn their swords. After all, this snake demon devouring the demon core of a bird demon isn't a big deal. However, if it transformed into a human form, especially a woman's appearance, it would be a danger to ordinary men of the human race. Xiao Hua was slightly embarrassed. He touched his nose and said, Master didn't think that much. It's just that this woman is very inappropriate. Moreover, after transforming into a human form, Master would be embarrassed to attack. Hee hee. Fu Jiwen chuckled. Isn't this the legendary tenderness for the fairer sex? As he spoke, Fu Jiwen looked down at Yuling Bay. Seeing such a large bay, Fu Jiwen couldn't help but exclaim, Master, this is Yuling Bay? Which country's territory is this? How can there be such a large city? If you don't know, then Master knows even less. Xiao Hua glanced at Fu Jiwen and said helplessly, Master only obtained Ao Zhantian's jade eyes. There is a record of this location and the name of this bay. The bits and pieces of information about these bays in the North Sea were only found in the ancient records of Confucian cultivators. The ancient records of Confucian cultivators don't have much information about these remote places. It also doesn't seem to say which country's territory this is. Disciple understands. The paleness on Fu Jiwen's face gradually faded. He smiled and said, I'm afraid this is what we Confucian cultivators often call an uncivilized land. It's a place that our teachings can't cover. The teachings of Confucian cultivators are good, but they have always been inflexible. Sometimes they even think too highly of themselves. Xueqi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He pointed and said, If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, how could I have known that the uncivilized land described in the books was so prosperous and beautiful? Master is wrong. Fu Jiwen defended himself. The uncivilized land is a place that Confucian cultivators can't reach. It doesn't necessarily mean that it isn't prosperous. From the outside, this Yuling Bay is incomparably beautiful, but who knows how dirty it is inside. Master, didn't you see that snake demon? Did it turn into a beauty and fall into Yuling Bay? Who knows what it's doing inside? However, as he spoke, Fu Jiwen looked at the North Sea again and sighed. This disciple has never been to the seaside. The North Sea is so majestic, so magnificent, and so boundless that even the thousands of poems in the scroll can't describe it. This is true beauty. The true landscape of heaven and earth. What you see is only the surface. This is the calm beauty of the sea. Xueqi smiled. When you see the tsunamis and storms, you'll understand the terror of the sea and the wrath of heaven and earth. It's not something that can be seen with your imagination. Disciple is very much looking forward to it. Fu Jiwen looked at the horizon in the west. The setting sun had already dyed the seawater in the horizon a dark red. He said meaningfully, The ancients say that one can't travel 1,000 miles without taking a few steps. If one can't travel 1,000 miles, one can't leave the sea of books. It really is so. Xueqi looked at the lights in the distance and the fish demons swimming and flying on the surface of the Yuling Bay. He said in a low voice, Disciple, don't drop your book yet. Let's go look for the dragon generals stationed at Yuling Bay and see if Ao Zhantian and the others are still waiting for us here. We'll make plans after that. Yes, master. Fu Jiwen retracted his longing from falling into the sea and followed Xueqi to Yuling Bay. Yuling Bay was very big. Xueqi knew that there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers inside, so he didn't dare to release his divine sense. He only took a glance and flew towards the nearest mountain range. Otherwise, even if they are killed by other demons on the spot, no one will care. The amount of sea crystals given to the king sea whale is not fixed. If Senior is not familiar with the king sea whale subordinates, you may give a lot of sea crystals. I am a native of this place. Senior can be considered as my old friend. You only need to give me 10 middle-grade sea crystals. Since you are here, you must follow the customs. Xueqi smiled and said, This old man can give you some benefits. However, this old man does not have any sea crystals. I only have primeval stones that are commonly used in hidden immortal continent. I wonder if it is possible? Of course. The fish demon's eyes flashed with joy. It seems like his goal is precisely these primeval stones. Senior only needs to give Junior 5 upper-grade primeval stones. You don't need to worry about anything else. All right. Xueqi nodded and ordered, Disciple, give him 5 upper-grade primeval stones. Yes, master. Fu Jiwen took out the primeval stones from his bosom and placed them in front of the fish demon. He smiled and said, You better hold them well. Don't lose them. Otherwise, this old man will not forgive you. Rest assured, immortal friend. The fish demon took the primeval stones and patted his chest. He said, I am different from other demons. I am a demon that keeps my word. After saying that, the fish demon pointed at a small palace in the distance and said, Immortal friend and senior, please wait a moment. This old man will help you too get the King Sea Whale certificate. With this, the The two of you can walk around Yuling Bay as you wish. Seeing the fish demon turn around and fly away excitedly, Fu Jiwen smiled bitterly. Since the North Sea Dragon Palace is one of the three major powers in Yuling Bay, he came here with his master to find the North Sea Dragon Palace. Naturally, there is no need to pay any tribute to the so-called King Sea Whale. Fortunately, not long after, the fish demon came back as promised. He was holding 2 jade pendants in his hands. He said with a smile, "This is the King Sea Whale's certificate. Senior and immortal friend, please take it. Although this place is not under the jurisdiction of the King Sea Whale, this certificate is still useful. Both the North Sea Dragon Palace and the Sea Spirit Scholar's Power have recognized it." Xiao Hua took the jade pendant and looked at the vivid and lifelike sea whale on it. He casually held it in his hand and said, "Hey, this old man wants to find the North Sea Dragon Palace's forces in Yuling Bay. Bring this old man there." The fish demon was shocked. He looked up and down at Xiao Hua and said, "Senior, are you really looking for the North Sea Dragon Palace?" "Yes, what's so strange about it?" Xiao Hua asked curiously. "Could it be that you don't know where it is?" "How could I not know the North Sea Dragon Palace's Yuling Palace?" The fish demon's scaly face didn't show any expression, but his eyelids were full of embarrassment. "This little one can take the 2 seniors there. But this little one can't take back the sea crystals that have already been offered to the King Sea Whale." Hearing that Xiao Hua wanted to go to the North Sea Dragon Palace's Yuling Palace, the fish demon immediately changed the way he addressed the two of them. "It doesn't matter." Xiao Hua sympathized with this kind of low-level demon the most. He waved his hand and said, "You don't need to think too much about this. Just take me to the Yuling Palace. Moreover, this old man only wanted to ask about one thing. I still need your help later. Okay, 2 seniors, please follow this little one." Hearing this, the fish demon was very happy. While speaking, he took Xiao Hua and Fu Jiwen to another mountain ridge. Yuling Bay was naturally not a good place. Sure enough, there were some fiendish demons and even some big and burly villains blocking them. However, the fish demon didn't show the token of the King Sea Whale. Instead, he proudly pointed at Xiao Hua and Fu Jiwen, saying that they were guests of the Yuling Palace. Those people and demons obediently retreated. No one dared to say a word. Xiao Hua followed the fish demon and flew over 3 mountain ridges. When they arrived at the innermost mountain ridge, they saw a palace that covered the entire mountain ridge. Xiao Hua naturally understood that this was the Yuling Palace that the fish demon spoke of. This palace was so dazzling. Not only were there countless treasures and artifacts flashing in front of these palaces, but the palaces themselves also emitted 7 colored rays of light. As long as a cultivator wasn't blind, as long as they approached this mountain ridge, they would definitely be able to see it. However, Xiao Hua didn't fly to this mountain ridge. Instead, he chose another mountain ridge. Xiao Hua touched his nose and smiled bitterly. He slightly turned his head to look at Fu Jiwen. Fu Jiwen's expression was also strange. Although he didn't show it, his thoughts were actually the same as Xiao Hua's. To be able to find people to this extent, it was really difficult for Xiao Hua. After flying over the mountain ridge, the fish demon immediately landed on the ground. The demon aura on his body dissipated a lot. At the same time, his hands turned into fins. The fish demon said in a low voice, "Senior, the Yuling Palace previously didn't allow us low-level fish demons to appear. Moreover, all people and demons can't fly within 10 miles of the Yuling Palace. If Senior has any matters, you can ask before going to the palace. This little one doesn't dare to go there." And Xiao Hua nodded. "You wait here.